Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 2 of the Fatales at SGDQ Preview Showcase. My name is Quacksilver, and I am once again joined by the best co-host to ever do it, Rattly of the Frame Ratals. Today, we have another wonderful complement of runners from the Frame Fatales community who have all made it either into the SGDQ 2025 main event or are on backup for that event. I'm very excited to be able to say that we have had all of the backup runners in the Frame Fatales community be a part of this event, whether yesterday or today. It means a lot to me to have the opportunity, for sure, guaranteed, to showcase some incredible runs and runners. Today, we are going on a tour of a lot of things, starting with Luigi's Mansion in just a few moments, rounding out through an we'll say eco-friendly block with some Plants vs. Zombies, some Snufkin, and some Skate Horse, as we move into a slightly more esoteric realm with Cavern of Dreams and Quadrilateral Cowboy, and concluding with Titanfall 2. It's going to be an incredible showcase, and I'm very excited to bring it to you. Starting off, one of our SGDQ 2025 backup runners, and a runner who at this point needs no introduction, being, at least for me, entirely synonymous with the game that she is running. Here to show us some Luigi's Mansion, any percent, no out of bounds, please welcome to the stage, Elite Spud.
Hello. Those were very kind words. It kind of, hit me. Didn't expect that. Thank you very much. This is Luigi's Mansion, any percent no out of bounds, but it's the PAL version. If you've never seen the PAL version before, you are in for a treat. I feel like nobody knows what this is, and it's always a good time getting to show people for the first time. I'm joined by Daycat on comms.
Hello. I'm here to represent the Europeans, since this is the European version of the game.
Had to make sure. We were in a great time slot for that this time, too. We couldn't make it work last time, but this one's going to be great. It's also the start of Pride Month, so got the flags out. I'm ready to go. I'm going to count down. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck, and happy Pride.
Happy Pride. So this is the PAL version of the game. I'm already doing weird stuff. There's all kinds of changes. We're not going to be able to talk about all of them until we really bump into everything. But first off, the game is mirrored. It's left to right. If it looks backwards, it's not you. This is the way it's built. We're playing in the Hidden Mansion mode, which is like New Game Plus. This game came out in 2001 in Japan and America, and then 6 months after that it came out in Europe and the other PAL regions. And this was a launch title, so they had time to improve the game over time, and they really made this the definitive version by the time they released it in the PAL version in the PAL regions. So another thing that's weird, this orange guy's always here, but this spawn's going to be a little different. Normally there's another orange dude, but we have a purple dude now. That's fine. We're just going to catch him. We're going to go over here and wait for the next person. And we got another ghost who's blue. These guys are blue twirlers. They normally debut in the last area of the game. Now they're in the very first room. So if that's a good demonstration of what you're about to see, that was the one of 2 easy rooms in the game. This is immediately going to get hard. This is kind of like Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels, but Luigi's Mansion. It's very cruel. It does not want you to be playing the game a little bit. It kind of resents you for getting this far. No doubles. Really, we're going to immediately learn how to do triples here.
A New Game Plus difficulty.
This is your reward. Awesome. So now we got more blue twirlers, and we got these guys who are invisible. We just get introduced to grabber ghosts without being able to see them. There's this tiny little mirror that we're supposed to be able to use to see them, but I know where they are. I've played this game a couple times. Synonymous with the game is a little bit much, but I do know what I'm doing a little bit.
You know far better than I do. Interestingly, this version, like the PAL version, the normal mansion is exactly the same as the other regions' normal mansion. It's just the Hidden Mansion New Game Plus that's different. It's very different.
Mario.
Yeah, one other thing that the Hidden Mansion does is it's really, really dark. So on your screen, you probably can't see jack squat. And it's honestly true for me too. I have the brightness cranked way the heck up on my monitor so I can see what I'm doing in the hallways. Otherwise, you can really only see the candles. That's also as intended. They just remove all the ambient light.
There's also very few hearts that spawn in this, so pretty much the only way to reliably get health, apart from certain places that spawn big hearts, is getting doubles and triples, etc. So if you're skilled at the game, you will actually have a better time.
Oh, much better time. It feels like classic Nintendo, where you need to really learn what the game is doing in order to survive without dying. Like, there's a retro achievement set for this game, and beating the game without dying is one of the achievements. It's quite hard.
Oh yeah, that would be.
Yeah. For those of us who are slightly older than the era of the Souls-like Get Good, there was Nintendo Hard.
Yeah,
the portrait ghosts, the two.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, the first time I did this, I found it very difficult. I got rinsed.
I got several good clips out of my playthrough of it.
So, wait, how recently did you start speedrunning Luigi's Mansion then? Because I know, obviously, you speedrun a couple other games. You've done some F-Zero stuff recently. But what is the story of you getting into this game?
So I was bored, COVID happened, and I think it was before COVID, actually. I was just bored, and I was like, I need a game that I can play for about 3 hours, for a solid stream. And this game was about an hour and a half long when I first learned it. So I was like, this is a good fit. And I was watching Fire Dragon, and one thing led to another. This game's really easy to learn. It's super beginner friendly, and it filled the niche I was looking for, and I just kind of slowly got better, got into Fatales, got better, kept getting better, and now we're here, playing the hardest version of the game.
That's awesome.
Nobody else really runs this either. It's a rare sight to see PAL, though increasingly less so.
Which is really weird.
I have an audio cue here, hang on. This is the Chauncey one cycle. Darn, early. I've been early.
It was good though.
A lot.
Yeah, it's weird for me because this is the version of the game that I grew up with. I didn't even know there were other versions that didn't have this for a long time. We're just gnarly in Europe.
Yeah, Miyamoto did not want the Europeans to have fun, clearly.
You might notice that the rocking horses are giant. They have a wiggly path and they're really, really, really fast. That's smooth though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that having done the one cycle so much, we kind of forget how to do the fast two cycle. I'm proud I got that.
With 16 health, so is good as well.
Yeah, I'm down to 60 health. I basically took intentional damage 2 or 3 times and never anywhere else, and I'm already down to 60 health. The rocking horses do a ton, but the grabbers in the other room did 12, which is just absurd. And yeah, I'm taking double damage. It's one of the other gimmicks of the PAL version. It's also in the American version's Hidden Mansion. Yeah, this version is brutal because there's all the altered enemy spawns that just swarm you 3 or 4 at a time. And then you have double damage on top of that. It's hard to heal. The only really reliable way we have to heal is to collect ghosts 2 or 3 at a time, because when you do that, you're guaranteed get a heart drop. But this game also loves to do something where it drops mushrooms from sucking up random ghosts. That's not possible in other versions of the game. Normally mushrooms only come out of furniture, but now they're coming out of random ghosts, and they're also twice as likely. So it's great time.
Wow.
This version's hard.
It's so mean.
Collected 1 pearl. Having no money at all after Area 1 makes it doesn't even count the money, so you can go through that menu slightly faster. Now we're going to get introduced to explosions. So there's way more explosions in this hall. There's a little ghost called Sparks that I'm going to probably see one very shortly. And the screen's going to shake all the time because there's so many of them. Yee. That one, the explosions are twice as big that they make in this version, so it's really easy to get hit by them. I probably will get hit by one. It's basically the whole screen. Oh, Luigi did not want to turn the right way.
He did not. Yeah, usually there's only 2 grabbers in here. Now there's 3.
And those are usually the white grabber ghosts instead of the red ones. The white ones don't do damage to you, but the red ones do. And I've seen people game over in this room from 100 health.
Yeah, well, with all the ghosts in the hallway as well, from it being darker, it's you can get pretty hurt just on the way.
So it took me a while to learn this, but it's actually easier in PAL to do this harder strat. Nice. Nice. We're gonna do a 6-piece. But we're gonna take intentional damage basically the whole way through. Knock me against the wall. Good deal. And then we're gonna use these iframes to dodge all the little flying fish. Get all 6 of them.
Nice.
Because normally these flying fish are not here in the other versions, and trying to do normal doubles in this room, they just tend to hit you because you have to do 3 separate ones, and it's just more straightforward to learn that. And we get lucky.
Hearts that drop, I'm getting 6 of them. Straight back up to full health.
Yeah, it looks scary going down like 40 health or something there, but if you do it right, you're not dead at all. This is probably the second worst room in the game, in my opinion. This one sucks.
Oh,
They're so hard to do this room fast.
Better or worse than Tea Room? I remember Tea Room in particular.
Yeah, Tea Room is really brutal without a strat, but this one, even with the strat, is kind of mean.
Yeah.
These guys they're so wide, but their hitboxes is just weird. It's really hard to hit them with the flashlight. I'm gonna try to do the fast thing since I'm over here. I'm gonna try to do the poster skip. I don't think I did it. No.
Oh, banana boys as well. 3 banana boys!
I did get the pity double, and Luigi did not trip on the banana, so...
That was close.
If I'd pulled the poster off the wall through the wall, then that would have been really ideal. But Luigi did not lock on. You don't have a lot of time to set that up.
You might notice that I have my own names for half the ghosts because I don't remember the official name. So, yeah, those are banana boys to me.
Anybody who remembers the names of the elemental ghosts is like a Luigi's Mansion scholar in my eyes. They're so hard to remember.
The community names for things are always beautiful. I can name several communities where things just like have person names. We're like, yeah, this enemy is Jennifer. This enemy is Adam. This enemy.
Oh, I love doing that. There's a bowling ghost, the little yellow guys in the hallway. There's one that is unavoidable. Like when it's there, it's unavoidable to avoid the spawn. And I call that one Lebowski.
That is a good name.
That's perfect.
One day I'll have to learn all the boo names.
They change in French. We're not going to see my favorite example, but the names change sometimes to make puns better or something. But they renamed Bolivia to Booger, and that is the most tragic renaming I've ever seen.
But to be fair, that isn't the name. Well, we call them bogies, at least in British English. I don't know about American English. Sorry, I mean French, translation.
So this is the first boo we're going to encounter. The boos have been unleashed as I press that button. Come on. Yes! Okay, that one's so hard to cycle. You basically have exactly 150 HP of wiggle room when you do what we're doing, pumping the boo to keep it stationary, and that one has exactly 150 HP, so it is real tight and it's also super fast.
Yeah, the boos in this version also have been amped up. They've got more health, they're faster. There are some that will just sprint out of there. But at least we're not doing 100%, so some of the worst I don't think we're doing.
Yeah, I think there's 1 or 2 that are really mean.
It's like one, I think it's one of the attic rooms, if I remember right.
Yeah, the attic ones are a little easier, I think, overall.
Oh, really?
But there are mean ones. We're gonna see one horrible boo.
And then a question from the chat. You're running in French. I assume that's because French is faster in some way, but what makes French the language you're running in?
So we are seeing a lot of text, specifically after the boos come into play. You start to see a lot more text. So when EGAD, every time I catch a boo, EGAD's going to call me and ask me what I'm doing with my life, and I'm going to quickly say, I don't care. The length of those text boxes matters a lot, because you see upwards of 40 of them throughout the run, and some languages have less text in those boxes to the point where you have like an entire less box to mash through. French is the fastest language in the PAL version, so we can pick from French, German, Italian, Spanish, and English. French is the fastest of those. German is the most verbose, I suppose. It has
that doesn't surprise
the most text to smash through, but there's also a lot of text mashing not tied to EGAD, and sometimes that matters more, because sometimes those text boxes, there's the explosion. Sometimes the text boxes, like from the other ghosts, is just enough to push certain languages over the edge, because English isn't tremendously slow, it's just slightly slower than French, and Japanese would still be the fastest language if we could pick it, but we can't.
I bet there's some great names for things in the German version, though. Because they have, like, compound nouns in there. Just make some mega long words.
I love the names of the ghosts, like the portrait ghosts in different languages. Especially, I think the French, like, lore for Bogmire is deliciously dark. It's very horror.
We'll have to wait and see for that one, then. Not too much longer.
If I'm not wrong, I think Bogmire's name in French is Mr. Swamp or something. It's kind of silly, but the lore is very, very intense.
This game does have a surprising amount of lore, which we don't ever really see, but if you scan like the Hearts of Portrait Ghosts, then you get some more information. And there's certain books and things.
I had really good boo spawns. Is this gold? It is not gold.
Oh, but we do have splits up.
Oh, of course.
All right.
I almost accidentally PB'd yesterday. I'm got the splits for sure.
I love it. I never have the confidence to have splits up while I'm doing a marathon performance, because I feel like it instantly tanks my skill level like 50% or more. So mad respect, and I will ask about the pace later.
Yeah, I know some people like to have specific splits for marathon runs only, so they can like have a marathon PB in front of them, which is cool. But I like having my gold splits because I have accidentally golded a lot of times.
It's really weird, like, when you're so used to splitting as well, and then you go to split and you're like, oh wait.
Oh yeah, I miss like half of the ones when I'm doing this kind of stuff, but it's there.
It's about the energy.
Someone mentioned
50 HP is honestly kind of low. I'm scared.
Yeah, you'll be fine. I believe. Someone in chat has mentioned about Van Gogh. Yes, Van Gogh is French if you read like the way he speaks, but the actual Van Gogh is Dutch, so they did a whoopsie there. No one really knows, I don't think, why he speaks with the French accent.
Okay, we gotta move. We're on a timer here. I kind of want this right though.
So there's a bit of time between him sitting down and respawning. It's not super long, but it's long enough.
We timed that pretty good. I had a really good candles in the fortune telling room, and we can't do the normal glitch through the mouse hole in PAL because it's patched, but we can do what I just did there, where I pull the butler into the vacuum while hitting the mouse hole trigger, and like while the chest is spawning, we skip the zoom in on the chest and just go in here instead. Slightly faster.
Yeah, the text skip on the mouse hole for the boo is only Japanese, I believe. One of a few.
And that does mean we have to go back in here, but we don't have to zoom in on the chest this time. The mouse hole is more important, I suppose.
If you leave a closed chest and then you go back into the room, usually the camera zooms in on the chest for a bit. So that's why Spud opens the chest in the laundry room despite not needing money.
Yeah, and I actually also skipped the initial zoom in by picking up the Mario's hat out of the washing machine at the right time. Ugh, this room has been mean to me. And we're back to 100 health. Not sweating anymore.
Don't speak too soon with this.
Yeah, we can go down to 50 real quick. And the only reliable heart spawn that's like everybody who's played this game probably is familiar with the giant heart spawn in Chauncey's room that they always go back to heal 50 HP repeatedly. The only guaranteed big heart in this game, in this version of the game, is in the courtyard, which is in Area 3. So for the first two areas, you are really slumming it for like what you have to heal.
Yeah, I mean, the one in Chauncey's room is usually just a small heart, isn't it? I think in this version it's small. Right?
There's also an inconsistent one in the foyer that's big, but it's for, if you're in a run. Can't rely on that. We got the good music. 50-50 shot of getting the water music from Super Mario Bros. 1 or the title screen for Super Mario Bros. 3. The one we got is slightly faster.
Okay, it wasn't a value judgment of the music, it was a speedrun assessment.
Oh, it is better because it's in 6/8, which is clearly a better time signature.
Wow, okay, we're starting discourse early.
It's my job. I'm first on the list. We have to get it kicked off.
Yeah, sound off with your favorite time signatures.
Can I be boring and say 4-4 because it's the easiest to play?
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with 4-4. No,
you just don't have to think.
My Frog Rock homies. There's nothing wrong with counting to 4.
Guilty.
Yay!
We're just gonna skip lugs. There's routes in this. Ooh, Mouse is in a really bad spot. There's routes for this category that do catch lugs, which you're like, why would you ever catch an optional portrait ghost? That sounds silly. You speedrunners and your like routes and stuff. But what I haven't told you about the booze in the PAL version is that you need 45 instead of 40. Normally you only need 40 booze to beat the game in, the normal mansion or in other versions of the game, but they amp that up to 45, which means that you necessarily have to go through optional rooms in order to get booze to complete this game. So even the ghosts that aren't required to beat the game because they don't give you keys, oh good. I didn't know if I missed an audio cue. You do have to clear those rooms purely to get the booze out of them. So lugs is one of the options that we can do. The one that I like to do is Slim Bank Shot, which is in Area 3.
Probably a bit faster than lugs.
We were talking about like eco-friendly. I'm going to water the plant because this game is eco-friendly too. Always water the plant.
Always water the plant, it's true.
Go just back to nature. After you, kill the dog.
Oh!
But we didn't kill the dog.
I have to say, to be fair, I think it's a ghost, so... It was like that when Luigi got here.
I was going to say something else, but this game is horrible for accidental innuendos, and I'm trying very hard not to, so I went for kills.
It's so bad.
Are there any changes
the amount
with
of times Bogmire respawns, or he disappears very fast. You saw that when I was practicing that I had I had to 5-cycle Bogmire because he kept spawning on the opposite side of the arena from me, and you can be as fast as possible and still not be able to reach him. So if I don't 1-cycle Bogmire, we're gonna have a time. But I was going to say, the amount of times that I have had to carefully watch my words to not make doing poster skip sound really salacious. It's hard. Anything involving the vacuum is really hard to talk about.
There's several clips of me on the internet saying inappropriate things by accident on like popular broadcasts.
Come on, there we go.
Nice, never any trouble.
I don't know about never, but that was good. Area 2 complete. Now we get access to the guaranteed big heart. Yay! Oh, Ectoblast 3000. I didn't realize they renamed it.
Yeah, the Ectoblast. We have Professor Catastrophe in French instead of EGAD. Oh yeah, so this is Fatales event for everybody who's going to GDQ. I'm in the backup run. I'm very honored to be here, but I had to make the hard decision not to attend, even though I was accepted as a backup run. This is kind of like my SGDQ is doing this right now, because we are going to be welcoming our second child a little bit too close to the event, and traveling while pregnant is a little difficult.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a breather, try for AGDQ, and hopefully we get this in.
Well,
congratulations!
Yes. First of all, flattered beyond flattered, but this is your SGDQ, to put it like that. You want to talk about impacted, but absolutely. Glad to have you on, glad to be able to showcase this, and very much rooting for your AGDQ submission.
Mm-hmm.
And congrats on the second child. Yeah, Cat beating me to the critical part of that. Thank you.
Yeah, it was really hard to make that decision, but it was the right one. Definitely, we're a lot more calm now that it's been made.
One day I'll make it, but it's quite a way away from me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mario's in this game. I suppose we're gonna rescue him. It's like a side objective or something.
No, Mario! Sautez-moi de là! I don't speak French. That was a guess.
Just when you're like extending text, the fact that they have to write it with the accent for every
well, it would be a different word sound.
No, I know it would be a different word, but like, it's funny. I don't know.
As someone whose grandmother was French is a silly language. I heard it so much as a kid.
I mean, us Brits have a beef against the French anyway, so I'm with you there. Even though half our words are from them.
Contractually obliged.
Yeah.
So Biff here does like 40 damage per hit. He's real scary. Oh, there's a first mushroom. I don't think we've seen a lot
How
of
is it
them.
only the first? Oh!
That was a bad suck up. We're gonna have to wait.
1 for 1 on mushrooms and hits.
There we go. Okay. This was a good run.
It's still good, I think.
Yeah, it's still looking pretty good from over here.
Okay, let's boo. Nope. Oh, I just completely misread the room. Ugh. This one is getting mean.
Anyway, the key we got from the treadmill just opens the shortcut between the two hallways. So that's a handy one.
Yeah, Biff is not one of those optional portrait ghosts. It's really weird clearing that room without caring about the money. We just want the boo out of that room.
We're not going straight into tea room this time because we need a different element to usual.
Yeah, this is one of those the routing examples of routing being different between the PAL version and the other versions, because we need fire to clear the tea room, and now we have fire, but we're right here, so let's clear this room too.
And
this is, I think, the worst room in the game.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, I can see why.
Oh my goodness.
But these banana boys are the only ghosts in the game that you can, like, walk into without being damaged, so you can set up some good combinations, at least.
They're kind of together. Luigi loves to slip on banana peels with his face. No, I'm just not going to get a double. These guys don't obey the laws of physics.
Slip and slide banana peel. Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
I think it's completely warranted.
That's just as well.
Okay, both of those two cycles are so hard. And I'm gonna do something weird where I'm just gonna go through the door and not look for that boo yet, because I have to walk through that room anyway. And I feel like it gives me a free read on the room.
Wow, what a lovely moon. Let's hope nothing bad happens to it.
Sure would be a shame.
Bad things involving the moon in a Nintendo game? Well, I never.
It was a ghost moon, though. It's not real.
True. Imagine just having space.
Briefly playing SM64.
Yeah. Well, it is Mario's star. He's just like brought it over, but only one star. This is his favorite. I wonder what it is. Which star is his favorite? And then he didn't use it. True. He could have saved himself.
It's the whole plot of the Super Mario Bros. Movie. How important the star is.
Luigi did not get enough screen time in that film. Where was him and his Hoover, as we say? That's the pond.
Can we go back to the time signature discourse, please?
I will spread my British language as much as I can.
But on the subject of money, I know that is like a major difference between any percent and more completion categories. Do I have that right? That like 100% cares considerably more about money routing in this game?
Yep, 100% is our like bread and butter money route of the game, or category of the game. There's another one that concerns itself with money called max percent, but it's much more devious.
Good, I
spawned everything.
Max percent in this.
Yeah, I have done one max percent showcase, and it is very hard to keep your thoughts straight.
What, in POW? You did a max percent POW?
I have done that to completion, but not for a showcase. It's also mean.
Yeah, because half the like money spawns will just spawn a mushroom instead.
Yeah, the max percent collects literally every piece of money in the game, and stuff despawns in this game. So you can miss one thing and have to reload an old save and go back and get it. It's real mean. It's not for the faint of heart. 100% gets most of the stuff. It's basically the category that gets the highest rank that's tracked by the game, which is A rank. In PAL, you need even more money. So
yeah, it's
100% PAL is a good time.
For PAL?
Yeah, 150 million.
Yeah, normally 100 million for NTSC.
You get to see a lot more stuff when you do 100% runs, especially the PAL version, because you need so much more money.
When's the POW 100% showcase then?
I did that. That was my Frost Fatales one, actually.
I was probably watching it, to be honest.
Oh, the boo was here. It's all the way across the room now.
And if you missed that Frost Fatales run, you can check out all of our past shows, past Hotfix shows and full marathons, including the last Fatales event, including mainlines, on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/gamesdonequick. And if you're watching this on YouTube, hi from the past. And also, please consider liking and subscribing the video and turning on notifications, because GDQ is doing cool stuff like this literally all the time. And I'm so excited for the future of showcases like this. And I'd love to see Max% Pal on here one of these days. No pressure.
Maybe in a couple years we'll get the
Oh my god.
get the confidence to do that one.
Someone in chat asking about if money is random. Not exactly. Money spawns from certain objects, and whether it spawns from that object or not, I believe is random.
It's like a 1 in 4. Don't quote me on that. It's like a 1 in 4 or 3.
And the pearls, like, always spawn from the portrait ghosts, and the size of pearl depends on how much health you get in one go of that portrait ghost.
And some things are guaranteed, like these books on the table of Neville's desk always spawn money. You always get the bills from them, but once they spew the bills out, you can't get them anymore. So like those 5 that are left on the floor, they're gone forever. Max%, that would be an invalid run. You'd have to restart from a previous save.
We just got Van Gogh text, which takes the longest, which is partly where the text being faster comes in.
Yeah, we hit 15 boos collected, so the next one after that is potentially extra long text, and the longest one in the game was the first one we got. So it's great.
Yay.
Thanks, Egad.
He does like yapping at you about Van Gogh. He'll even do it after you've eliminated Van Gogh himself.
Yeah, Van Gogh, not the final boss, but much more worth talking about than, King Boo or anybody else.
He doesn't shut up about him. Any twins double today?
No, we're not doing that.
Oh.
I'm also, if I get trucked over by Henry or something, then I will be like 50 health, and that's not a good time. We're very careful in here.
Yeah, you can get both the twins in one go, but it's very difficult as far as I know. I've never done it, that's for sure. And
that's actually another retro achievement, is to do that. It took me a long time. Another bad one. There's a lot of the text that you can get after 15 is long. I think there's one kind of short one, but most of them are mean. And yeah, it's just on a roll. That boo is called Turbo. It has 30 health, and it's... Oh, we're gonna get a real close-up. There we go. It's not vibrating this time, unfortunately. But Turbo is like one of the fastest boos in the game. It only has 30 health. There is a faster one later. That's the one I was calling out as being really stinky. And then there's one, that one has 50 health, and then there's another one that's like almost equivalently as fast. Oh, I didn't pull the cloth enough. Whoops. Please don't give me Van Gogh text. Just talking about watering the plants. We are eco-friendly here, EGAD's making sure we're still caring.
Usually you would get the blanket off the bed at the same time as sucking up the boo, and then skip the text. That one's one that's available in all the versions.
Yeah, they patched a lot of stuff, but not the cloth stuff. Cloth shenanigans. Okay, now we're waiting. This is our annoying optional portrait ghost. It's not straightforward to, do stuff while you're doing it. Because we can go get the shortcut key while we're hitting Biff, but in here we just have to wait on Slim to make a lap.
And then not miss. Which,
I would never miss.
I miss often.
No misses detected.
Except us.
So
please be over
true.
here.
Shout outs to the Frame Fatales.
I love the French names of the boos. So good.
Okay, so when you play 100%, I always seem to have less health here. I can't remember exactly why you do off the top of my head, but this is my bastion where I get to heal for a second because this triple is kind of free. And some hearts from it.
Yeah, grab
After
a
that,
ghost
there's not a
looks
lot
scary.
of health.
Grab a ghost looks scary, but usually they are kind of a free way to get ghosts in one place.
Build your own doubles, or
Yeah.
triples, or whatever.
I've not seen that before. That's a fun little time save. If it works. Ooh, 200 health. This must be the first.
Booing. Oh no.
Yeah, so this one's is the first one over 150 that we've seen, so I cannot one cycle it. We're gonna direct it somewhere that's not stinky. Having ice helps. This boo's pretty darn fast. All the boos in PAL are pretty darn fast, except for like one.
Now that the lights are on in the hallway, though, we can actually completely get the boo, whereas if the lights are off, then it will go down to like 1 or 0 health, but you can't actually suck it up.
Yeah, that'll come into, if I mess up in the attic, that'll come into play because there's a lot of dark hallways in the attic that can never be lit up. And there's a lot of annoying boos.
But you can kind of manipulate where the boos run to at least, so that's nice.
Alright, we are mashing for about 2.5 minutes here, so...
Hydration
about
break.
Yeah, oh, good. Well, I will go ahead and let the people know before opening it up to the Q&A section that this is our Fatales at SGDQ showcase. SGDQ is, in fact, right around the corner. It's happening in July, and prize submissions are still open for SGDQ 2025. You can visit gamesdonequick.com for more information. Additionally, Fatales' next showcase, Flame Fatales 2025, still has submissions open for literally just today. The run submissions for Flame closed today at, I want to say, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. There have been just about 200 categories submitted so far. I know the Fatales would like a new submission record, which is at about 220 if I'm remembering correctly. So get those submissions in.
In other news, doing the text is faster if you can press B and A to advance the text box. So what Spud's doing is pressing A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B as fast as possible, basically, to get through the text. Oh, yay!
Yeah, it's like one
finished.
press will fill the text box with all the text, and the next press will clear it. But if you just mash one button, it's not as fast, because I think the B is the one that fills, and I don't know.
Really?
There's technique to it, but I'm not the fastest masher by any measure.
The fastest I know is Mini 352. Very fast.
We've got people in the community that can do like 11 to 12, or even more. I don't know what the actual record is. 11 to 12 button presses.
And
per
Clairvoyant's an
second.
interesting ghost as well, because she's the only one that actually wants to get into your vacuum. So you do a slightly different technique to get her as well, which is interesting.
Yes, a wonderful, highly refined technique called twirling the crap out of the C-stick.
I love when the strats are so developed like that.
Well, there's a misconception that that's what you always do, because some people think that's the best way to get ghosts normally. It is not. There is a specific technique.
This game has a lot of nuance to its mechanics. It's very simple in terms of what you need to do. Oh, that was a little too slow.
These mice look
Get that,
very
yes.
annoying.
Yeah, the mice love to cause problems. Please, show me my dude. Here's my dude.
Something interesting with elemental ghosts as well is you can spray where they are about to spawn, and they'll spawn without their like element, which saves a bit of time.
Oh, did not get all of them, but I'm gonna hopefully time some iframes. Good job.
Gosh,
Staggered them all, so...
nice.
While you're pulling a ghost like actively into the vacuum, you cannot be damaged. So there was 5 of them that I had, and I just sucked them up like all staggered, so that Luigi was constantly pulling ghosts in the vacuum.
Yeah, if you have ice, you can kind of stall a boo like that. That doesn't work without ice, as far as I'm aware.
Pull that key closer to the door. The main aim of this game is just multitask everywhere. Like, as much as possible, do something while you're doing something else. That's how you go really fast. It's really, really important in the categories requiring money, because every step matters, and anytime you waste standing still trying to collect anything is just time lost.
Oh, boo loss. Now this one's an interesting one in POW. You might notice some differences to usual.
This is the best part of the game and the worst part of the game at the same time, somehow.
Did you know, not you, but just audience, that the poltergust is actually a magic broom? That's what
We're
he gets.
just gonna ride this now.
And it's so slippery.
This is the best part of the game casually, but it's so hard to get normal movement here, like normalized movement. It sounded okay. It's not. Oh, that was actually really
it was
good.
really nice.
Oh, there's 2.
Easy one cycle.
Goodness.
Nice.
Yeah, Luigi likes to kind of not stay straight for that going backwards bit, which is how you really get them clumped together.
Yeah, that's one thing I really liked showing off with the first person showcase I did not too long ago, is you can look at the clump of boos like as they follow you across the room, and they slowly get closer and closer, and you shoot an ice ball straight through the center of them.
It makes Bulossa so much easier.
But standing on the vacuum, when you're on the vacuum in this version, you can use the vacuum and spin at the same time, which when you're not on the vacuum, you have to do like the R-pump technique where you hold both the triggers, and it's not intuitive. It makes that fight so much more fun, but speedrunning it is so hard, because getting it ideal is way more inconsistent. We got a lot of walking to do. We're going all the way back upstairs, so if anybody's got something to talk about, feel free.
Just Chad is immediately jumping to where I was jumping. Luigi likes to not stay straight. Happy Pride Month, gamers.
I heard that pause and I was thinking the exact same thing.
Me too, not gonna lie. I reckon Luigi is a bi icon.
We're all on the same page. A very happy June to everyone.
Shoutouts to Luigi's canon boyfriend in Super Mario or Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga.
I did not know about this.
Say more.
It's time. Prince Peasley is an icon himself.
I see. A bicon, if you will, because it's a bi icon.
Some people will say that getting ice here in Area 4 is not necessary. Those people do not know the fear that is in my heart. There is a very difficult boo on the horizon, and a not as difficult but still annoying boo right before that. And if I lose that boo, I'm losing upwards of a minute. And I always hate losing it just because I didn't grab the ice. It takes a little bit.
Having an
it's
element,
way worse than losing a minute.
Having an element is always nice anyway, in case you get like a bit overwhelmed by ghosts, and you could just, element them and leave them alone.
So we're doing baby strats still in Blackout. One day I will figure out how to do this without doing sidestep mode, but sidestep mode is just, it makes my brain happy because I don't have to think. And interestingly about the Blackout, everything in the PAL version has been like dialed up to 11 so far, but the Blackout is exactly the same. It's just, mirrored because PAL. All the ghost spawns are identical. So the stuff in the hallways and everything is just like the other versions of the game, just like the normal mansion in this one, and the objective is the same, which is a little weird. I don't know if they move Grimly around in the 3DS remake of this game, but our objective is just to go to the wardrobe room, get a key, and leave.
Luigi gets his steps in this part of the game.
Yeah, it's nice is having all of this interconnected mansion exploration kind of thing. It falls apart a little bit in Area 4 because if you don't know where you're going, you're just walking so much.
Even if you do, you're walking quite a lot. That was a very quick, what's his face?
Grimly.
Grim.
Grimbles.
He can actually show his heart before you walk in the door. Which I think it's always called Instagrim.
Yeah, and then hide it and just stare at you after that.
Or you can be sat there for 20 seconds waiting for him to show his heart. It's just completely luck.
Yeah, we need a leaderboard for worst Grimleys. Like, we need an actual way to track it instead of people just saying, yeah, I've had this.
I think the worst I've heard of, at least, I think was like 25 seconds.
Oh, we've got 50. We've got 50 for sure.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Just 50 seconds of waiting. It's basically flipping a coin every, half a second or something and deciding whether he should show his heart. So you just need to lose 1 million coin flips in a row.
This is one of the boosts that we don't normally get unless you're really skilled in NTSC version.
Yeah, the Breaker Boo 1 cycle is all hyped up for NTSC, and then we just did it. Look at that! Oh, but no, it only has 100 HP in this version instead of 200. Get everybody to punch down, take some intentional damage, do a little bonk there, and ice everybody, get cozy up in the corner. And nice one. That's my favorite room. Finally learning how to do that room so fast. It's so fun.
I feel like it must be really hard if you don't know the strat as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I died in that room on my first playthrough.
I think I probably did as well. I remember dying in Pipe Room. I do know that.
Pipe Room is so bad. The thing about Pipe Room is, I don't know, next 2 minutes, 3 minutes, we're going to see it. Pipe Room has, 50 different ways you can do it, and none of them are appreciably faster than doing it the lame, silly, just slow way that I do it. It's not spectacular, but it is effective. And I don't know, I tried to optimize it so much, and it's just, it does not spark joy.
And if it doesn't spark joy, then what's the point?
Cellar? That room sparks joy. Let's see if Lebowski graces us with their presence here. No Lebowski. Unfortunately. Okay, I'm gonna go for Soldier Double. I'm not gonna say I'm good at it, but we are gonna try.
They do like to run away from each other, which does make the double quite difficult. Actually, getting them both caught on at once isn't too bad, but it's the second part of actually catching them that's worse.
Yeah, ideally we pull them into this corner so that we limit which direction they can. Oh, I didn't get the. Okay, we're doing singles. That just didn't work the way I thought it would.
You might get a late double. No.
Because these ghosts like to spin like all the way around Luigi constantly, but by getting in the corner, they can't really spin. They just go back and forth.
Yeah, I usually stand like behind the table.
This is the boo. This is the one. This is the one with the reputation that we do not want to run away.
Only 50 health. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, well, that was made it look easy.
That boo, I don't know how people catch it without ice. That boo will clip out of the mansion if it tries to leave the room. It goes so fast.
Is it the fastest in the game?
Yes, that one I think is the fastest boo. Do a scare skip here to make everything spawn at the same time. Good.
Yeah, so scare skipping is when
this is good.
You go into like the first person camera right as they spawn, and then Luigi just doesn't react.
Do it again. Oop, I did not burn my friend. I think I can get a
Don't burn your friends.
Life advice.
Burn your
Luigi's
enemies.
All the ghosts are friends here. That was a really, really good rooftop. If I had scorched the, what do we call them? The banana boys? If I had scorched that one earlier, then it would have been perfect. That was superb rooftop. This is one of the hardest rooms to optimize.
That was very well done.
I have plenty of fire too. I always forget to check my fire before I go down here because I need quite a bit in the room coming up. And I didn't get the soldier double. Yeah, I don't, well, no, it's when I split on that spot. Yeah, I'm sniffing a gold split here, so if this room goes well.
No pressure, no jinxing it.
Lots of scare skips in here to avoid getting Luigi, like, standing still for a second after these ghosts appear. Shoutouts to my friend Kai for showing me that you can do this. Get your steps in while the ghosts are still being damaged, and you're just right here by the chest.
Smooth. Yeah, it's far easier to use elements on the ceiling ghosts that have 0 health than try and suck them up.
I got clipped. Good spot, actually. This is winnable. Okay, go left. Or sorry, no, not left. You heard wrong. Go right.
Or maybe go left, reverse psychology.
This is fine. I think we got the gold split. Yes, we did. 5 seconds. That was really, really good. Okay, so now we're into the pipe room. Oh, we need to catch the boo in the cellar before we go. I like waiting to catch this one because I clear all of the dust piles as like a side effect of going through this room.
Small little tiny.
And having all the floor clear is nice.
Luigi doesn't decide to lock onto the boo ball.
I think I trapped it behind the wall there successfully. I'm gonna save just for the heck of it.
Safety, save, safety, save.
90 HP, I think that was a little unnecessary.
Yeah, there's quite a lot that goes on in this room. You got hitboxed. Some of the hitboxes in this game are a little weird. The grabber ghosts in particular have very strange hitboxes.
Please turn around, Luigi. This is weird. Okay, we actually froze the river. I was kind of wondering if I was going to reach. And squeeze through there. Good job. And the reason why PAL Tea Room is hard to optimize is because you don't just immediately get the chest like access to the chest when you clear the room. It doesn't like zoom in on it like every other room. You have to, it's always there, you just have to remove this water. And the fact that Luigi can do that while the room is actively lighting up means that like burning the ghosts down is surprisingly time efficient. Normally it's really slow.
I mean, it's slower to keep losing him though because you're dying.
Dying is famously slow in speedruns, in like most cases.
This is a really nasty angle that this dude is going up and down with. We're trying to one cycle. No. Sometimes you can get them to go like wider left and right. And of course. Okay, so I had hopes that this was going to be a PV, but that ghost just decided that it wasn't, so.
How tight is the margin for PV? Because I know when you first got the mushroom a while back, you were like, ugh, but what's generally your margin of error here?
Yeah, so the mushroom obviously hurt. I did not get Chauncey one cycle as well, which hurt, but I was playing really, really well. All things considered, and with that gold split, I think I had like 50 seconds left to lose in like 3 rooms, which is really, really, really good. This is the most annoying boo in the game. I'm gonna get rid of these. Oh, it's over here.
The good news is that the boo that escaped from the pipe room is just gonna hide in the breaker room unless you save them quit or. But that's okay. But it's there. Could be worse. That's less good probably.
We're gonna 3-cycle this ghost anyway. It is a shame that it went all the way up here because I have to go in this room and back out of this room. Honestly, sending it left doesn't sound like the worst thing in the... Never mind.
Yeah, the slippy floor.
This boo.
Oh.
This boo. We only know of one person who's ever 2-cycled this boo.
Go on, do tell.
It is Pablo.
Of
I don't
course
think
it is.
anybody's ever done it in a run. It's only been in practice.
Pablo is one of like the top like insano Luigi's Mansion speedrunners. I think he had the 5 for 5 records at one point.
Wow.
He had a lot of records. We have several people who've come close to getting all the main category like records, and it's always been like 1 short, 2 short. The PAL 100% record is really, really well done right now. Pablo's current record is extremely it's extremely good. It's like 3 minutes ahead of second place.
Wow. Unfortunately, PAL isn't one of the main categories.
We think it is. It's on the.
It's not on the
It's
main
not a category
leaderboards,
extension.
is
It is on the main leaderboard.
it? It is. I swear it never used to. Maybe it did. Maybe it's just because not many people ran it because it's kind of hard to get access to it. Because of some technical stuff with frequencies, basically you need to do some jiggery pokery to get it to work on NTSC.
Yeah, trying to get any PAL game running on American hardware or any other like 60 hertz hardware is just a pain.
Oh yeah, I didn't even consider that.
Yeah, it isn't the case the other way around though. If you have PAL hardware, you can run anything. But it does mean that PAL is the one category that allows. There's a tool that you need to use to run it, but it also gets rid of lag. It's the only category, it's the PAL ones, that allow that tool.
Okay, so we have, through much strife, cleared the basement, and we are now up to Van Gore, which is the penultimate ghost in the game. We've been told by EGAD several times, if you can read French, you knew ahead of time, but here he is. All those, like, little ghosts we've been seeing around, the Banana Boys and the Purple Dudes and everybody else, they have been painted into existence by Van Gore, and normally in the NTSC version, Van Gore sends waves of 3 ghosts at you. That's not hard enough. Miyamoto decided that people who played this game really needed to know what he meant when he said it's Nintendo hard. So we have waves of 5.
actually getting the 3 at once isn't too hard, but with the extra 2 on the ends, getting the hitboxes in like one group can be quite tricky. Especially with the larger lads like that. And the higher health means that they take a bit more time to suck up, so in that time they can go running around in different directions. Yeah, so the grabber ghosts have really weird hitboxes, so it can be easier to just set them on fire.
Yeah, they float up and down a ton.
These guys can also have some interesting hitboxes, but not too bad.
And this 5-piece is very hard to get.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
usually
just
can
so
get 4.
big.
And you can push these, like you've seen a couple times, like you can move these around, and that fact actually hampers you a little bit here, because if you try to get really close up to them, they move. And like out of the line where you need to get all 5. The flashlight's just not big enough.
Oh, you missed one right, I think. Nope, okay, good.
Not too bad. Doing this, I recently tried to beat this game blindfolded. I'm currently on King Boo because it's really, really hard in the PAL version. And this was one of the surprising rooms that was extremely hard to beat blindfolded. The green garbage ghosts
I remember
are so
watching
mean.
Fi-Fi do blindfolded back in the day, and Bogmire was the real sticking point of that.
Yeah, I spent multiple streams on Bogmire when I did NTSC, and doing it in PAL, I got it over with quick, but there was a couple really stinky rooms that I didn't expect to kill me. 5 garbage ghosts where you can't see the bananas is one of those.
Wait, is Garbage Ghost the technical name for Banana Boys? You've been slow rolling
Yes.
that you know it the entire time?
Yeah.
It's because I forget, and also I refuse to say the word garbage or trash. We put our rubbish in the bin in the UK.
Yeah, they went through the issue of renaming all of the boos. They could have just made the manual read different names for all the ghosts.
Are they actually called garbage ghosts officially, though?
I think they are. I don't know if it's in the manual or if people just kind of like found that from an obscure Nintendo Power magazine. Okay, we are at the end of the game with 100 health. That is good. I finished the game with, I think, 5 health when I ran this at Frost Fatales, so this is an improvement.
Yeah, the key here is to not get sucked up by Bowser, or that's like 60 health will go. Well, let's hope not. You don't want that to happen.
I just mean the Bowser half.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I agree. We do want the run to end in stylish fashion and with more than 5 HP.
Yeah, Bowser was hinted at through Clairvoyant's dialogue earlier. I also really like what they do in the PAL version where they make that room really red and sinister. Well, that's not in all the versions of the game. It's a good touch. This is the most BS fight in PAL. The way that they made this extra hard, like all the other boss fights have a gimmick in PAL. The way that they made this one hard is they make every other. It's not actually every other. It's like random coin flip, depending on certain things, whether the spike balls that Bowser throws are good or bad, and if they're bad, they blow up faster than you can shoot them normally. So we have to use advanced tech to 2-cycle this boss, and it's really annoying, and it makes it borderline impossible blindfolded. So I'm not looking forward to figuring out how to do it.
Is it possible to 1-cycle in PAL?
Yes, but I don't think anybody is brave enough to try it. So I did an insta-shot there to shoot the ball early. You see the other spike balls are still around.
Yeah, it's like the normal timer for the spike balls.
This is going to be hard. The next cycle, the balls will not be sticking around for very long. Ooh, that was a little low. And like, yeah, they're already blowing up. So if I did not do that insta-shot, I would not have the ability to do damage to King Boo here. It's gonna be tight. No, I bumped him. Dang, could have two-cycled, but
We'll just say that you did.
Two-cycle in our hearts.
No one has to know.
Yeah. Cat, we all agree. Two-cycle in our hearts.
we're gonna do a freehand insta-shot, hopefully. Oh, that hurt.
That was unfortunate.
Please don't punch me. Okay. And this one is guaranteed good. That cycle with the spike ball is guaranteed good if you hit the first two.
That was a nice little backup.
And time is soon. Time. Forgot to call it out.
Yay! A good run. What was the splits?
Yeah.
Yeah, what did live
that
split
was a
say?
good run. I got a 107. My goal was a 108, like a low mid 108. I got a 107, so that's improved.
Yay.
And with like 2 less mistakes, that was a PB. It was so much
Really good
better
run,
than I hoped.
A command showcase. As we said during the run, this is a backup run, and Spud made the choice not to attend to focus on family and your second child, which I think is so important and wonderful. I'm so glad to have been able to show this off here, though, and please, for all the remaining time, tell the people where you are on the internet and what you are up to.
Yep, twitch.tv/EliteSpud. I'm still good at this game, even though I take regular breaks from it. I'm surprising myself that I almost PB'd again. I'm like top 6, I think, in PAL. I like PAL versions of this game a lot. Trying to do it in GDQ, obviously. I do all kinds of other casual playthroughs, Castlevania, like DuckTales, all kinds of other stuff presently playing. Got a lot of stuff on the list. And yeah, it's a chill place. I like streaming in general, so if you like speedruns and other stuff, feel free to drop by.
Amazing. Oh yeah, go.
I was just telling people to do it. I was threatening them.
Follow Cat too.
Yeah, I do not really speedruns. I do some randomizers. There's a randomizer of Luigi's Mansion that sometimes I do. That's fun. Quite different.
Better every day too.
Yeah, and I stream most days, so yeah.
Congrats again to the both of you. We are going to take a quick break, and I'm so glad you teed it up with this run with the environmentally friendly, because when we come back from the break, we are going to be seeing some plants. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fatales at SGDQ Preview Showcase. After kicking off with the best segue I could possibly imagine with a very eco-friendly run of Luigi's Mansion any percent, we are going to keep that environmentalist energy moving right along with our next game and runner, who is going to be showing off a category not seen at SGDQ, but a category that she is proud to note I don't believe has ever been featured on this channel before. So please welcome to the stage, running Plants vs. Zombies Roof, Satan herself.
Thank you, Quack. Yes, indeed. This is its debut on the GDQ channel, which is incredible because this category is probably the least close to casual you will see out of PvZ speedrunning. It's really, really fun. A bunch of new developments over the last couple of years have happened in it, so it's going to look really different than if you've seen it before on other places. And yeah, also I'm Satan herself, or Satan isn't herself on Twitch. I am so excited to be here, and I'm here with 2 incredible people. So y'all want to introduce yourselves?
Hi.
I guess I'll start since more PvZ aligned than Lori here. Hi, I'm Shovelclaws. I've done a single run of this game. Yay. But I do really like PvZ. This game is one of the best speed games of all time, and I'm not joking, and you wouldn't expect it. It's amazing. It is fantastic.
Yeah, and I'm Lori Bunnykins, and I don't run this game, as mentioned, but I did play it again recently for the first time in a while, and it is really interesting from what I know. But when it comes to what I know, in this category especially, that's very little, so I'm very excited.
Yeah, exactly. So Laura's going
fun.
in kind of pseudo-blind, so that'll be a lot of fun. And before we get started, I do want to address, why is this game a speed game? You would think that it's kind of just an auto-scroller. The zombies come on the screen when they come on and then you kill them. That's actually not true. The PvZ devs were very smart and did a secret mechanic to make it sort of a self-balancing experience called the 50% rule, which basically makes it so that the faster you kill zombies, the faster more zombies appear. So just keep that in mind as we go throughout the game. I'll go into it. The 50% rule has a lot of actual tech and mechanics we'll talk about throughout the run, but that's the general overarching principle that you need to know. Also, this, of course, is the roof category, so we're going to be starting from level 5-1, and we are going to be starting with basically the most resources you could possibly have in any percent run. So that's like 8 slots, enough money for stuff that we need, etc., etc. We'll go over that later. But yeah, we're going to be doing this all the way through Zomboss. So time is going to start when the level loads in, not when I click adventure. So I'll give you a countdown when I click adventure of roughly 3, 2, 1. All right. 3, 2, 1.
I'm gonna restart the level because you were practicing.
Perfect.
I love this game so much. Okay,
Immaculate
so we're starting out with 5-1, and this is going to look the most normal out of any level in this run. It's basically just we bring anything that can do range damage and a couple of other supplementary plants. So we're mostly going to shoot the zombies as they come on screen and talk about some of the basic mechanics of the game. Nothing too shocking, but it's a nice level to kind of get us settled in. The, of course, main limitation of this level, 5-1, what makes it so different from most of the other levels in this run, is that we do not have Flower Pot yet, so we can't place other plants on the other rows. We're going to just have to go with what we've got here. And that's why we bring Pea Shooter, Cabbage Fold, Repeater, and Starfruit and Jalapeno, because they all do nice range damage, which we will need. So the game actually has a very predictable sort of set of zombie spawns throughout the level. If you're talking about just the first 10 spawns, which is all that we have in 5-1, it's going to be 3 normal zombies at the beginning, and then the game will have enough power to spawn a cone head or 2 normal zombies. And cone heads are really scary because they have lots and lots of health. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to focus the shooting plants mostly on normal zombies, and the instant kill plants like the jalapeno mostly on the high health cone head zombies and the other high health zombies we'll be encountering throughout the way. So yeah, if you're wondering about our general strategy, that's kind of going to be it. All right, I did a lot of explaining. Any thoughts from my commentators early on about the game?
Yeah, so you mentioned something that it kind of goes under the hood a little bit, and is why this game has a lot of stuff that goes on under the hood that makes it a speedrun.
lot. It's super technical. Super, super technical.
To kind of explain what Satan means when she says power, each wave has its own HP pool, basically. It's usually single-digit points, but it gets up there in the later levels. Don't worry about it too much. And each wave, whenever over time, the HP will increase, which means that it can spawn more and more powerful zombies. And that's where the conehead spawns come from, is just the HP of the wave increasing over time. So, for example, this wave I think has 3 HP, and that's where the conehead come from, is what I think I understand. I don't know, it's been a while since I've had to think about wave
you're
HP.
Right. Yeah.
But
yeah, some people call it wave points, some people call it wave HP. It doesn't really matter, as long as you know you're talking about the same thing. Pretty much.
Yeah, exactly.
All right,
so
something really important that's going to happen here is this is our 9th wave, and why that is important is because every single wave, and wave means, of course, all the zombies that spawn at the same time, before the big wave, and so that's every 9th wave for the most part, you have to kill all the zombies on screen completely for it to advance. So you saw there, the huge wave didn't trigger until that zombie was dead. So that's why I concentrated more damage with a repeater on that zombie to get it to die faster, whereas I didn't have that same level of attention for the other zombies necessarily. All right, we're gonna, of course, put a jalapeno on this because it's a very tough row, and then just concentrate damage. 5-1's pretty simple. Nothing too wild to see here yet. We're also going to put a nice starfruit, a little omen of what's to come.
Let's go.
Up here to help us with that damage. You might be seeing a lot more of starfruit very soon. All right. Crazy Dave pulls us into his shop. Thank you, Crazy Dave, for the very helpful intrusion. And then we're going to go, and now you're going to find out why this run is very different from casual play. It has begun.
It gets weird.
Yeah. So, take a look at that scene select. What do you think about it?
So when I played the game last month, I think when I was on the roof levels, I used maybe half of these.
Yeah. Yep. So the community.
I'm surprised it isn't lower.
Yeah, me too, actually.
I played this game
you got
pretty
some
weird.
sense in ya.
I think
that's fair.
I think the starfruit on these levels is pretty not usual for me, but I'm very excited to see what you do with it because you've been alluding to it quite a bit. Other than that, oh, goodbye.
Yeah, we love the rake. So I bought the rake in the shop, and it's just an instant kill for the first zombie that shows up on screen. It does force the zombie to spawn in the lane where it appears, so you always know you're going to get a zombie in there, and it'll kill it without using any sun, which is really nice for us to be able to plant a little bit more sun in the early game and get some stuff rolling. We really need roof for a certain strategy we'll see later. I love foreshadowing. Anyways, yeah, the community went through something we deemed the Starfruit Revolution. That sounds epic, and it is. About 2 years ago, a little bit less maybe, where we realized that Starfruit is really, really, really good. The reason that it is really, really, really good, as aforementioned, wow, great rule, is that it has 5 whole bullets that it gets to shoot. That's a lot. Rip pot. 2 of them shoot forward, but they kind of shoot at this odd skewed angle, so you have to kind of be mindful of where you put your starfruits because of that. And 1 of them shoots backwards, which is nice for things like cleanup, and then 2 of them kind of shoot up and down. So if we put them in the middle in sort of this type of configuration here, that allows us to actually shoot lots of zombies very effectively. And yeah, they're great. They're cheap, they're fast, they are fantastic for these early levels. And even some of the later levels, as you'll see. In fact, possibly all of the levels, even though we have a strat later that is technically faster, it also requires getting enough good luck throughout the run to be able to use it. So some people have turned to just using this strat throughout the entirety of Roof in their any percent runs. And lately, the any percent record was actually obtained with only starfruits in Roof, which is a massive milestone achievement.
Wild.
Yes,
Wow.
that happened literally last week, which is a massive achievement actually for starfruits. It really is. Also, you'll notice there that Vaulter died very quickly after it jumped. Why did that happen? The reason that happened is that when a zombie eats a starfruit, they'll take anywhere between 2 bullets of it and 5. All 5 of the bullets that the starfruit shoots will actually just go to the zombie that's eating the starfruit. So that is huge. We call that starfruit shotgunning. Clearly, that does a lot of damage.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Is it
We have
because of,
plenty of
like,
starfruits on the screen, so we're just going to start instant planning these cone heads and go fast. Continue, Lori?
is the starfruit shotgunning thing because, like, when a vaulter jumps, like, its positioning is weird, like how you can, like, place a plant in the middle of a zombie walking on a tile and it'll, like, eat the plant but, like, be further to the left than when it would normally start or something like that?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
You got it, Lori. Big wins.
Yeah.
50 points to the bunny.
Let's go.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, that's something I don't think I would have ever thought to use. That's really creative.
Wow, this
Isn't
really
it
takes
incredible?
me back to Think Fast last week.
Oh my god.
Speedrun intuition
yeah.
is a powerful
Yeah.
thing.
It really
Yeah,
is, and
true.
it's huge in PvZ. There's so many mechanics in this game that you can use if you know them, but also if you just kind of feel like something's fast, it probably is fast, and you should keep exploring it. That's a great thing about this game, is that things change all the time. We've already talked about it with the Starfruit Revolution, but there's all sorts of levels that are being rerouted all the time, even though this game has been speedran for a very long time now. I believe the first runs were in like 2009 or something. When it came out, I think people started running it
Yeah,
then.
something like that.
Oh my goodness, it's wave 9? Sorry, that was one of the fastest flags I've ever played of 5.2. I was not ready for that. See, that's another thing you have to learn how to do when you play PvZ. Count to 9. It's very hard, I promise.
Yeah, it's the hardest part of the run, I guarantee.
Easily. It's not even close.
It's just... It's really easy to lose track of the wave number when you're like halfway through and also busy focusing your DPS.
Yeah,
it's
as
hard.
you can see here, this is a bit of a tough final wave to clean up, but that's okay. We'll have a much easier way to do this later. Foreshadowing. I love foreshadowing. 5.3 is going to be very similar to 5-2. Its main difference is that we introduce ladder zombies, which are faster, which is scary, but we'll be able to deal with just fine with the use of our handy dandy instant plants. They're all a little different, as you have been able to see. Some of them have longer cooldown than others. Chomper is kind of our easy reuse one because it's super, super fast recharge. It comes back super quickly. But of course, it is a little expensive and it only kills one zombie at a time. So that's why we have our others. Jalapeno does a single range. Squash does a single tile, so that can include multiple zombies as long as they're grouped. And Cherry Bomb does a 3x3 radius. And mine is a 1 tile, but it has time to come up. So they're all a little different. They all have different niche uses. You'll see us using them, me, using them throughout the run in different ways.
Yo, pass the mouse. I can do this.
I'm using them too. I'm influencing your cursor psychically.
It's relay time. Let's make Lori speedrun the game for the first time ever on GDQ Live. Let's not do that. Yeah.
So one thing that is very prominent in casual play, but we as speedrunners just do not care about, is the way that the roof curves. And that's this stage's special little gimmick, if you've never seen this game before, is you have these first 5 rows, or columns, that have this curve to them, so you can't plant the plants that you usually do. For example, if you planted a starfruit there, all 5 bullets would just hit the roof, and you wouldn't deal any damage. That's why, 1, we have to plant so far ahead. It's kind of required by the stage, but 2, it also deals more damage. And the ways in which speedrunners interact with this, and by interact, I mean, of course, not interact, is very funny. The later stages in this run get ridiculous.
Yeah, they really do. And as you can see here, Starfruit is really nice for that. It doesn't have to really care too much about the curvature of the roof to do the maximal amount of damage that it normally does. You generally want to place Starfruits exactly where we're placing them. It's not a limitation. So that's one reason why Starfruits are really nice for these stages.
Starfruit is also really good at defending itself. Like, Starfruit shotgunning makes it to where you don't have to do much to actually upkeep the unit. And yes, I'm talking like it's an RTS game. Plants vs. Zombies is an RTS game. You cannot convince me otherwise.
Honestly, a PvP like RTS totally Plants vs. Zombies would go so hard.
Plants vs. Zombies DS, boom, it's right there.
Console
it already
does
exists.
kind of have that. Yeah, exactly. It basically exists.
I'm learning.
Versions. Yeah. Not in PC, though. Sorry, PC. You're gonna just have to play, like, the awesome randomizer or something. I don't know. Yeah, you're so lacking on PC version. That's a joke. We all play on PC version. It's much, much faster. And we do have the awesome randomizer, which recently got the ability to randomize sound effects in the game and randomize the 50% rule. It's awesome. Randomize the sound effects. What more do you want? It also randomizes all sorts of gameplay stuff. That's awesome. But
it's good.
I love
it's fun.
Yeah, it's great. Anyway, continuing on, I talked about randomizing the 50% rule there. What does that actually mean? So let's get into the 50% rule a little bit because we have some good time to do that while I clean up these waves. So the 50% rule, thank you, Ladder Zombie. You're so nice. We're going to show off a feature of the Chomper here where the Chomper actually eats faster if there's something in front of it that the zombie is eating. Fun fact. Anyways, so the 50% rule basically states that for every wave of zombies that spawns, so every group of zombies that spawns at the same time, if you do 50% or more of that, all that added up health together, you get the next wave to trigger to spawn. Now, it actually isn't necessarily 50% all the way. It's 35 to 50%. That's important because sometimes you can kill a little bit less than half of the health and then still get the roll. So you can kind of hedge your bets sometimes on whether you're gonna get the roll or not. interesting stuff there. And also, as I mentioned before, very important exceptions to the 50% rule. The final wave, where of course you have to kill all the zombies on screen. It would be silly if you didn't. And the 9th waves, where you have to kill all the zombies from that wave. So if sometimes you notice that there's still a zombie on screen when we're done with the when we're triggering the final wave, well, that's why. Sometimes they're left over, and that's fine. You can see why a Chomper is my favorite plant in the game here. Just super trusty. You get to do kind of everything with it. And also, here's an example of exactly what I was talking about. That guy was from Wave 9, that guy isn't. So, yep, there we go. Perfect example.
It also helps that the primary strategy in PvZ, especially when you're starting stages, and you'll see this next stage, almost assured, is just planting a ton of sunflowers. You can never have enough sunflowers, as many have said. And that really allows you to go kind of ham with the instants. Instants are just excellent when you combo them with having infinite resources, turns out. Because you can just kill every wave with a blink of the eye, 2 clicks of the mouse. It's excellent.
Yes, instants are huge, extremely important for our speedrun. And now we're going to shift gears entirely because we have gotten a very, very important plant called the coffee bean. Yep, now it looks super different. This is what we are. This is our life now. It's gloom shrooms. So gloom shrooms are one of these plants that was hidden away in the shop in the original game. And not a ton of people probably were able to try them. But the ones that did recognized its ultimate power. And so do we. It does 3x3 damage, piercing, so that means it gets everything in that range. And it does heavy damage as well, which means that it does more than like a pea shooter would with each blast. So that is very, very powerful. But unfortunately, it's pretty expensive on its own. And we also need to put it on top of a fume shroom and wake it up with a coffee bean to be able to use it. So that is a lot of resources. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna spend the beginning of each level where we use Bloom kind of stalling by using the rake, the squash, and possibly even sending guys in the mower. I could have done that this time. I don't know why I didn't. That's something I can do in this little category where we have roof cleaners guaranteed. That's not nearly a guarantee in any percent. Gloom shrooms also cost 7,500 in any percent, which is why a lot of people have started to learn starfruits more for the entirety of the run. Because, you know, you might not have money for all that. We've been given a second chance. I will send this zombie to the mower just to show y'all how it goes. And talk about mower mechanics because they're really interesting too. Go ahead.
I was going to say, the reason you can stall out here is because the 50% rule has basically a timer. And the longer that timer runs, or once that timer hits a certain time limit, I think it's like 30 seconds until the wave spawns next naturally, but I forget.
Yeah, it's about 30
instantly
seconds.
spawn the next wave. So you can wait as long as you want to not kill this zombie, and once they get to the end of the screen, basically, the next wave will just instantly spawn in, which allows us to do really cool strats like this, and it is a surprisingly interesting feature to have in a game for your Windows PC from like 2007.
2009, my friend. But yes, indeed.
I look, I was 8 years old.
Don't say that. Don't say, how dare you?
So this is a rough wave, unfortunately. As we were talking about, the coneheads have a lot of health in them. So we have to do some damage to this guy. What I'm going to do is try to get enough damage to the rule. No. Really? Okay, fine. And then we can clean this wave up with a Doom. So Dooms are really interesting because they look like screen clears, but they're actually not. They actually, thank you for not punishing me. The game could have punished me really hard there. It decided not to. They actually are a 5x5 radius with a little bit of curvature on the end, which is really important because we might actually have to miss zombies with a Doom every so often. So we're hoping not to do that. Oh, you're a big problem. One moment.
Oh no.
We'll be fine.
You got punished for mower
yeah, I got punished. Yep. Bye-bye. We're keeping the slosh
that was
on hand for a little bit here, because
Yeah.
We had to use the Doom there, unfortunately, to clean that pogo up. Not what you want to do, but is what it has to be like sometimes. As you'll notice here, we are using pumpkins. Okay, you're not going to get away. Thank you. To be able to protect our glooms so that they're right up front and do the damage as quickly as possible. This is the fastest strat in the game for roof pumpkin glooms. But unfortunately, it is a little bit riskier in certain levels, and thus there are other strats that sometimes people favor for other later levels. But in 5-4, it's pretty safe, and this is a 3-5 level, which means we get a lot of benefit from our usage of them here. So that's nice.
Goodness.
That there is how pogos are meant to be taken care of.
Yeah, exactly.
By
Dying.
spawning in the center of all three glooms and die instantly.
Yeah.
This game is really funny because very often you will do something pretty innocuous and have like really strange knock-on effects. So Satan planted that Doom Shroom really early, which allowed her to use it during a wave where she didn't get a cone head and then another cone head spawned, and put Doom Shroom on cooldown just enough that you had it for the pogo that would have killed you instantly if you didn't have it, which is a wild situation to be put in a game like this, because I'll tell you now, 5-4 was in my one run, the only time I game overed was in 5-4 to pogos.
Yep, you can.
This level can be brutal.
It really can be, unfortunately. It's the only level besides 5-5, probably, that top runners still can die in if they're being risky enough. Now, of course, you generally don't, but it can happen. So you just have to be cognizant of where your instant plants are and, you know, what you're doing. All right. Here, because this football is getting shot on all sides. Oh, no. It'll be fine. It's fine. Glooms are awesome. It's fine. We're good. Everything's fine.
Goodness.
Don't worry about it. By the way, we got footballs. Footballs show up way earlier in the game than this, but they are a threat that you have to deal with in the late game, too. Let's see if that's 9. Yes, it was. Yay, counting. I do have an extra Doom, unfortunately, but hey, maybe we'll want it in the final wave for disastrous reasons. Who knows? But yeah, they have even more health than Bucketheads. They're some of the highest health zombies in the whole game. And see? I knew that Doom wasn't going to reach that guy, just as I was talking about earlier. So football's scary, but Pumpkin Glooms can deal with them. They can deal with anything. Except for pogos.
Hey, you didn't water your Zen garden plant.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'm a terrible plant person.
You need to get it new fertilizer.
Sam, this is the environmental block.
I know. I'm so sorry. I'll go do it at the end. I'll do it at the end. I'll go water the Zen plant at the end. Don't worry.
Yay, no time loss.
Yay. Okay, 5-5. This is the scariest level in the run, bar none. This one is wild. First of all, as you can see, this is a conveyor belt level, one of these sort of gimmick levels that they sprinkle in every 5 levels in this game. And the conveyor actually has some secret mechanics too, because it's plants versus zombies, of course it does. So we have something called mower not mower, that's different. We have something called conveyor manip, where if we keep the same plant on the belt, the game is going to be less likely to give us more of that plant, and that progressively increases with the more plants of that same type we have on the belt here. So I'm actually going to keep this pumpkin on the belt right now for exactly that reason, and use my chompers to try to get more chompers. And same with pots. We're going to try to keep the pots on the belt as much as we can to get that manip on. Whoa! Thanks.
Well,
I love this game. Did you know that? I love this game.
I have it on
Thank
good
you for
authority
activating
that
the
you
race.
love this game. Yeah.
I really do. This game is not only a great casual experience, but it is such a good speed game. It's ridiculous. As we've been talking about, so many mechanics, so many varied moments of the speedrun. Like, it's not the same thing all throughout. You get to do different things all the time. It's really good. That was not as good of a cherry bomb as I could have done, but that's okay. No big deal. Here we're really looking for those bucket heads because they contain a lot of the rule in their very high healthness. So if I see a bucket head, I'm probably going to chopper it. If I see a bunch of cone heads like this, I'm probably going to cherry bomb them if I have that. And also, it was wave 9. Very nice. Chomp, 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 chomp. So that's the gimmick of this level. Only 4 plants. Beat the whole level with them. It shows off the Chomper's sort of recharge ability, where after about 40-ish seconds, I think it might be 42, but I don't remember quite off the top of my head right now, it'll go ahead and recharge, and you get another Chomp use out of it. I'm going to kind of collect these guys down bottom and use it for a cherry bomb later. There's a lot of strategy you need to employ during this level. You have to be really careful about how you play it a lot of the time, because this level can and will kill you. But luckily we have roof cleaners, so that's cool too. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I was gonna
that's
say,
the insurance factor.
I do really like this level in terms of like showing off mechanics, because throughout most of this game you've had walnut as a defensive plant, but like that's not really efficient on the roof, because you have to like put a walnut on a flower pot, and like that's a whole plant space compared to pumpkins. And it shows off not only like Chomper recharge time, but the synergy with pumpkin specifically, which is a really fun synergy to use casually. It was something that definitely got me through some of these levels in spaces where I might not have.
Yeah,
I agree. Chompers, as much as it's good to see like you've been like planting them and then just like digging them up when you need another one, that is 150 sun to put a new one down. You don't get that easily a lot.
It's
like
true.
Early in
Exactly.
a stage especially.
Running low on flower pots there, huh?
Yeah, we're having some interesting times. I'm gonna do this. Don't worry about it. It's all gonna be fine. I hope.
I trust the vision. I am getting scared.
It's fine. It's fine.
Let the record
Everything's
reflect,
fine.
I'm not scared for a moment.
I've seen worse. I've seen worse.
Me too.
And we've been fine. So I'm gonna just hope. We have enough cherry bombs.
We have a cherry bomb. Yep. Which is nice. We have 2 cherry bombs, which is
If
great.
only you got a flower
Yeah,
pot.
we need flower pot now.
Plant them.
I'm gonna go ahead and plant some pumpkins.
And goodbye choppers.
Okay. I don't mind this as long as we do get flower pot eventually. Cool, we have one.
Ladder zombie.
Ladder zombie's fine. We have a thing in that row. It's not a problem.
True.
We're gonna do.
You have to cherry bomb the middle guy.
Yeah,
scared.
you're right. We do have to do that, unfortunately.
I didn't
But I
know
knew
that
I
was
could
gonna
have done
hit.
that, so
Alright, there we go.
I was just waiting to
See,
see
never
if we got
any
a pot,
doubt.
but nah, we didn't need to do that.
Delayed gratification, baby.
So
Never
that's why
any
that level's
doubt.
super scary. Even with all of our roof cleaners, that level can still be really scary if you do not play it properly. So, yep, there we go. Luckily, I do know how to play that level. I haven't died in it in a really, really long time. So, correct.
Thank
I'm glad
God.
you're saying that after.
Yeah, of course.
Exactly.
We gotta keep everyone on their toes.
That's why the testament is an hour. It's not very likely for me to die in 5-4 or 5-5 or 5-10, but it's technically possible in all of those levels. So, yeah, this is a scarier one actually than I've seen in a while. Most of my roof runs have been a lot less like that. It's marathon.
They're trying to take you out for sure.
Yeah, exactly. We're back to Pumpkin Glooms. This is the last level you're going to see them in, so say bye, Pumpkin Glooms. But hi for a little bit longer, because we will see them for a little bit longer here. Here, I do not feel bad about using the Mara, because there are no pogos in this level. But there is something just about equally as scary for speedrunners. Catapult zombies. They are a vehicle zombie that will come onto the 9th column here, and then start shooting whatever's in your back row, which of course is meant to sort of be like, don't feel safe because you have catapult plants, they might get shot. But for us, it's like, we don't feel safe because we're putting fumes there. We're putting glooms there. We don't like that. We don't like that at all. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna focus on putting down glooms really early so that we can run that cooldown, because it takes a while to come back. Just in case one of our glooms gets run over by the scripted Wave 11 catapult zombie. That means that on Wave 11, we are guaranteed to get a catapult zombie in one of the lanes. So if they run over one of our glooms, we'll be okay. Also, we can put Doomshroom down and set it off at the exact right time to be able to kill it before it runs us over. So maybe we'll be able to do that. We'll see. The game has to be nice for us to be able to do that, but maybe the game will be nice. Who knows? Good. I'm glad that got that zombie. Or, I mean, never worried.
We're gonna have to start a donation fund for every gloom that gets run over today.
Yeah. I don't want to
I
talk
feel it in
about
my
that.
bones.
So-
I don't want to talk
Well-
about that. Good news is we're not going to have that risk next level. I'm going to be using a different strategy.
So while we're on the repeat strategy and keying off of donation fund, because this is the GDQ channel debut of Roof, but you're running a different category at SGDQ. Would you briefly
I
tell the people
am.
about Day-Night for a little bit?
Yes,
because obviously
excellent.
I am a fan of Day-Night. It has been on my Hotfix show before.
Yes, it sure has. Thank you very much for having it. It was fantastic. Yes, indeed. So I love making up little weird categories that I think are nice to show off on marathons, especially for games like Plants vs. Zombies, whose any percent run is over 3 hours long, and for beginners, over 4 hours. So it's a really long run, and so it's nice to be able to have these little short categories to be able to display, like Roof, which is under an hour. Really nice little convenient package. Day through night is somewhat similar, where we just do day and night. That's it. That's the whole thing. And yeah, it's very different than this. It has very different, okay, we wouldn't have gotten it here, but we still do get to kill the catapult, which is good enough for me. Continuing on. Yeah, it's very different than this because we unlock a lot of plants progressively that we kind of get to use. Like at the beginning, we only have pea shooter, and then at the end of the run, we have way more options than that. Whereas on Roof, we already have a ton of the options that we're going to use available to us, and it's kind of just like, using all of those options effectively. So they're very different in that way. I'm going to be running that at SGDQ, and that is going to be right after Blueprints Bingo. So if you're there for Blueprints Bingo, just stick around. It's going to be right after that. It'll be tons and tons of fun. I'm really looking forward to it. That's too many catapults. Please don't run over my glooms. I don't appreciate you.
They've been behaving so far.
So far, they've been really nice, actually. You usually only get 1 to 2 catapults in the sort of normal section of the level here in 5-6. I don't like that another one showed up, but it's probably going to be fine. Right. Thanks. Good news about this one is...
Yeah, I had to say it.
No, the good news about this one is that this is Wave 9.
That was good. I like that.
Convenient.
So it's fine. Now, we do have our Doom in a little bit of a weird spot. So we're going to be doing this, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's fair. Good news is we have our Gloom there to help us out. So it's fine. Yeah.
Nice.
Now, I've turned that into a Gloom just in case there was an ambush zombie here and we really needed to get it. Because we didn't have squash, so it made sense to do that. All right, now let's do one of the most recently developed strats on glooms, Chomper glooms. So, as aforementioned, Chomper is my favorite plant and one of the most beloved speed plants in the game because of its quick cooldown and its instant nature. So we get to use it in a couple of these levels in the back half here, in addition to our glooms, kind of like we did with our pumpkins as kind of our assistant plant. We only have enough slots to kind of do one assistant plant in addition to the build, which is a really cool thing about glooms, because you kind of have to decide what one plant is going to shape your whole strategy. There's a bunch of different options, by the way. In 5-9, you can do magnet as your option. In a couple other levels, you can do garlic. That's more of a beginner strat, but it is pretty cool. There's a lot of... garlic blooms are really nice because they do make blooms a lot more accessible to beginners, which is great, because blooms are fast. But so are starfruits. Starfruits are really fast. It's shockingly fast. We learned that. So yeah, because we don't have pumpkin, we're not going to be able to protect our glooms from harm. Sorry, glooms. So we're going to have to put them in column 8 instead, and use that 9th column to put flower pots in, so that we can, do stuff about that. Also, let's see if we can do this. I went a little risky and decided to gloom the 3rd guy, which is a little bit unusual, but we got it, and we got a pot out of it. Nice. Oh, not as nice. Well, that's fine. We'll live. do this. So it is very much a real-time strategy game, this game, as we were talking about before. I have to make these kinds of like odd decisions all the time, where is best to do certain things. Kind of hard to tell in the moment. Yeah, it's a really interesting speedrunning experience for sure. All right, let's see if we can get
it's a lot of fun.
this to happen.
Especially as like,
nice.
because in my mind, this game, at least because I grew up playing it, is like baby's first RTS game, and it taught me a lot of the like sensibilities for like strategy games later on in my life. It's like, it was really surprising to me when I found out this game is such a like rad speedrun, because I just remembered playing it. I was like, oh, how, what? Question mark?
Yeah, well, how is this a speedrun again? And then it turns out to be like the best speedrun you've ever seen. So pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly.
So here we have to use flower pots to stall, because otherwise this conehead is going to get too many bites in on my gloom shroom, and I don't want that. So we're going to do that. And there we go. Unfortunately, squash wasn't back in time for me to really do anything with it there. That's the thing about cooldown. You have to be very mindful about it. I'm using this sort of time between flags to set up flower pots, because flower pot cooldown is actually the most important cooldown you're running at any given time in this world. Oh, really?
Oh, interesting.
That's fascinating. Okay. Well, that'll be interesting. That's fine. We'll deal with it. Okay. The next wave was going to happen. Well, we got everyone important, so it's fine.
Getting put in situations for fun.
And this is why we don't bring
Any such cases.
pumpkin blooms in this level, or by we, I mean me. I don't want to do it. Because, hi, Mr. Friend. If we had column 9 blooms, one of them would be run over. That would suck. Actually, shouldn't have done this. That's fine. No big deal.
Yeah, Fume cooldowns are short enough to where you can afford mistakes like that and not really be punished, since Fume is really reliant on Gloom cooldown more than anything.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a big deal. Exactly. Oh, yeah, I'm really glad we didn't
waste
do
75 sun, but
I'm glad we didn't do pumpkin blooms. This is a very catapult heavy level we're getting right now. Oh my goodness.
Eat them off the catapult?
And that's why we love Chopper.
Yeah, he eats it all.
It just looks so goofy.
Greedy.
Yep, exactly. Eats the whole thing. It's pretty funny.
I just spent a lot of my playthrough like squash and stuff I didn't want to deal with.
Squash is a great
kind of
instant plant. Another huge favorite among the speedrunning community. Pretty fast cooldown, very cheap cost, which is really, really nice for us. So your instinct, definitely correct.
I definitely Mandela affected myself into thinking squash was a day plant, and no, that thing's a pool plant.
It is very much a pool plant. I wish it was a day plant. We actually do have a modified version of the game where we can play through any percent, but with all the plants unlocked from the start. That is a thing we have now. So if you're at all interested in that, that's a thing you can do. It's called Old Game Plus. We're very funny.
That's real good.
So, I actually didn't do New Game Plus when I played the game recently. What's different about it other than just like starting with every plant?
That's a really interesting question. Yes, you start with every plant, but the main difference is that Crazy Dave is going to pick 3 of your plants every level. You don't get to pick them.
No.
Yep. Also, many more zombies, lots more flags, lots more action.
Okay.
Shout out to my favorite category of this game, New Game Plus Shoplist.
Oh, so
where
good.
You do New Game Plus with 6 seed slots, which means that Dave picks 3 of your plants, which is half of your plants, and you just got to make it work.
That sounds awful.
It's amazing. It's fantastic. It has so much creativity with the synergies you have. It's basically an in-game randomizer. It's awesome.
Yeah, it is great. I completely agree with that.
It is also ridiculously hard. Like,
yeah, really, really difficult. You might not get through a run because, in particular, fog demands that you have lots and lots of specific plants to be able to deal with things, and you might not have those.
But it's really cool. Sorry, someone in chat said old game plus. What?
Yes, it is actually old game plus. You're right. That's true.
Okay.
Whoever that is in chat knows what they're
secret
talking
third
about.
category has been revealed. Uh-oh.
We can keep
Speaking of
making
revealed-
categories.
Hi, friend. Do you see anybody fun in this preview? I see somebody that we're going to have a lot of fun with. Sarcastic.
Oh, it's the guy.
It's the
I love that
Garg.
guy.
So the Garg, I think everybody who's gotten to this point in the game remembers very well. It's the only zombie, one of the only zombies in the game. By one of, I'm saying because Tallnut and I believe the Yeti zombie do share this attribute, the Tallnut zombie. Where you cannot kill it with a single instant shot. You need 2. And after you do enough damage that it's basically 1 instant, it will throw an imp to the back of the level, and then you have to deal with it. So I'm actually bringing Starfruits back here, back again. They're back. Last time, so say bye, Starfruits. But anyways, because they're actually really good at not only dealing with the Garg, but dealing with the imp too, because they fire backwards. I told you it'd be relevant. Yeah. So they're also great for 2 flags because they're cheaper to set up. So you can set them up quicker than you can blooms, which is really important. So yeah. Here I did decide to let the zombie walk to the back because we do need a little bit more econ to deal with stuff in this level than we did in 5-2 and 5-3. Yeah, anyways, go ahead.
You said Tallnut zombie, and I had to take a second, and then I remembered that I never cleared Zombotany as a kid, and so I never saw Zombotany 2, and I haven't played the minigames in like years at this point.
Zombotany is hard. It's one of the harder minigames, I would say. We have other minigames we think are the hardest, but
for me.
Yeah, no, I do not blame you at all for that. It's a tough minigame. It really is. Nice.
I still should go back and finish the mini games. I didn't when I played the game. I just kind of played them until I like started losing them, and I was like, okay, I'm good. It's hard.
Understandable.
Yeah,
I think I was.
they're mini games. I'm supposed to have fun with them.
Yeah, small game small. I'm done with it. I beat it.
There's a mini game that I was struggling with a lot that is actually set on the roof. I think it's called Column as You See 'Em, something like that.
I was gonna say it's probably
Yeah,
Column
yeah.
Like You See Him. Yeah,
Column Like You See 'Em, yeah. That one is hard. I could not get that one down.
The way that we deal with that one as speedrunners is mostly just let everything go to the end. And jalapeno things sometimes. Like it's too hard to keep up with. There's no reason to. So that's pretty relatable and real.
And if you're a gambling person, you can always just play all mini games and start with slot machine every time and have a 6-minute slot machine and reset your run and feel sad.
Yep. I did 100% the other day for the very first time. And you do have to do slot machine in that one. It gave me 3 diamonds. 2 from the slot machine and 1 from the normal thing. And then I got a 16-minute IRS. So that was that.
Oh, okay, that's awesome.
Sorry if you don't know what any of that means, but yeah, it was wild. Anyways. It was sure a run.
I love this game.
Yeah, okay, so the Garg is going to come up in wave 11, so right here, whenever the wave decides to go. Whenever the wave decides to go, thank you. We're gonna put down a squash first to get that half of damage. Let it throw the imp. And then we're actually gonna wait till the next wave spawns and clean everything up with a cherry bomb. Yay! So that's some good, efficient insta use.
Not a single flower pot harmed.
Yep, exactly. We care about our flower pot ethics here. I'm gonna put a doom shroom down in a slightly risky spot, but we can protect it right. It's fine.
And with your donation of a GDQ Twitch sub, you can save a flower pot too.
What?
Environmentalism.
No, you got
Quack
it.
talk about those things. I think Quack is better than this than you.
Wow!
Claus, no offense.
That's
Actually, full offense. Love you,
I
Claus.
thought
Well,
you did a
as
great job, Claus.
I support Claus for giving me the segue. to say thank you, everyone, supporting GDQ Hotfix with your subs, whether they be Prime, gifts, your subs, your bits. Any of your contributions help keep all of these shows running, including Claus's immaculate hype and also advertising. If you're enjoying the stream, consider subscribing for exclusive emotes, ad-free viewing, and also access to chat during our replays. You can also always support the stream by just getting the word out, sharing the GDQ channel with your friends, the Twitch and the YouTube. We love speedrunning. We're going to be doing it for a long time, and we want to see you there.
Yeah,
Ooh,
maybe you're
that was
right.
good.
Quack might be better at that.
Also, I played a borderline flawless 5-8.
Yeah, no, that was the
while that
really-
was happening.
That was
Clean and,
excellent.
So,
but
very nice.
the dude is back.
The dude's back. Oh, the dude. We're gonna deal with the dude with
Friend.
Chopper Glooms again. The return of Chopper Glooms, and this is the final standard level in this run. It went by so fast. But luckily, 5-9 has a hefty 3 flags, so there's gonna be plenty of time for us to not mess up. This one's
Nope.
very punishing if you do mess up. So we will try to focus
Yeah.
and do a
So
good
don't.
job. So don't. Yeah, you're right. I won't.
Yeah.
So you saw the Gargs again. What's the deal with that? So in the previous level, they spawned a Garg in the wave 11, and I knew that was going to happen every single time. That's just what happens when the game introduces a new zombie. It's going to show up in wave 11. Fun fact. So now you know. Except for in the day levels, there's a couple of exceptions to that. But in the late levels, after day, that's how it works. This level's different. We know we're going to have a Garg at the very end because the final wave always spawns at least one zombie of every zombie type that it can spawn in the level. However, the game can also decide randomly to spawn Gargs in waves 28 and 29. It can do it in one of those waves, or both, or none. And we're just going to have to see what happens. If it's both, we're really sad. Like, really sad. Because we're going to need Squash and Doomshroom to deal with the final wave Garg. So if we have to use these instants on Gargs previous, we're going to be sad, which is why we're going to have to try to build up a ton of Doomshrooms in advance to make sure that we have plenty of coverage. All right. Yay, level 5-9. Lori, what do you think of this run?
We're chugging along.
There's a lot going on.
I agree with that.
It's true. That's just PvZ speedrunning in general, I feel like, because you could look at any of the categories and there's just like, you show any PvZ category to a new speedrunner and they're like, I can't figure this out, help.
Yep, exactly.
Where's the 3-hour long tutorial, please? That does exist.
Sure does.
You can watch it.
Yeah, if you want. If you want. Yeah, here I'm setting up Doom just because of what we were talking about earlier. I want to run that cooldown as quickly as possible, and also we're going to need to clean up this guy eventually. So I figure, why not?
I remember my first any percent run, and the only one I've done, and having the slideshow of plant selections off on the side on a laptop.
Yeah, that's
good times.
That's how it works. I still do that. Runners still do that. You can have your strats up. There's no shame. By the way, just a general speedrunning PSA. If you want to look at your strats while you're doing a run, please do that. Don't let anybody make you feel bad for how you speedrun or what you choose to speedrun. It's your experience. I'm really genuinely serious about that. Do it the way you want to do it. Use whatever strats you want. This game is, a big example of that.
Yeah, you can get away with a whole lot in this game. It's really fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can use Starfruits or Olive Roof and get world record if you're Guest. Guest is incredible. Oh my gosh. Big shout out, by the way, to every PvZ runner. The community is dedicated, very, very dedicated. It's the most active now than it's ever been, literally ever. So if you want to get in, now is a great time to get involved in all the PvZ stuff. There's a tournament going on right now. There's all sorts of people working on the randomizer and other fun creative projects. There's, everybody's happy to help out new runners. It's a great community. People are super supportive. I really enjoy being a part of it. So huge shout out to all the PvZ runners. If any of you are in chat, big hearts to you, and especially to Sasquatch and Peter, who I would have loved to have on comms today, but couldn't make it. So yeah, big shout outs to them too. Great community. That's fun.
The PvZ community is really cool. They have a lot of really excellent resources too. So if you are like watching this game, you're like, I kind of vibe with this. I wanna rock this nonsense. Then you definitely can. It's not a hard game to pick up and learn. Despite any percent being 3 hours long and all of the individual worlds being like anywhere from 30 to an hour, it is extremely learnable. You can in fact do it.
Yeah, you absolutely can. It is very, very doable. Very doable.
Learning new speedruns is something of a passion of mine. I think you should do it too, Twitch chat. All of you.
All of you. All
Pick
of
up
you.
new games.
Whether
Do it
you
now.
want to or not. Yeah, exactly. Quack
I've
said
been working on routing a game that just came out, and it's making my brain hurt. I'm not good at routing, but like, shout out
It's
new
fun.
games.
Yeah, huge shout out to anybody who routes this game also. This game has undergone, as we've discussed, several significant strategy changes in many, many different levels over the past couple of years. And that's all from people just deciding, hey, what if we experimented with this new thing? So, you know, a lot of ingenuity is required to do something like that, and I respect it a lot. Very cool double bucket head wave. Thank you, game.
Oh,
very cool.
2026 is the
Thanks.
year of the spike weed.
Oh, that's
Thanks for that. We're gonna let him take it, actually. Unfortunately.
instantly punished for using your chomper.
Oh, it's
but-
fine. No, I didn't.
Cooldown's
I wasn't
lined up.
able to chomper that. I had the Doom Crater behind. We didn't talk about that actually, but there's a special
Oh,
mechanic.
yeah, you're right.
With Doom Shrooms, where I would have been able to chomper it if I had it, or if that hadn't happened. But there's a special mechanic with Dooms where it makes it so that the ground where you plant it on gets all cracked and stuff, and then it takes a long time to heal. For some reason, the roof can heal. Don't ask me how that works.
Synthetic house. Please don't be cracked. Looks down, Doom Crater.
Ah.
That's something that, now that I think about it, I figure they would make the cracks appear on the roof, but I don't think I have ever like seen the visual of the doom crack on the roof.
It's fine. We'll be fine.
Because
Yeah, it's just really funny.
Unfortunately, we do have this problem, but that's fine. We just wait for another
Yeah.
Chomper. That's why Chomper's great. If we didn't have Chomper, this would be much harder to deal with.
yeah.
Yay!
And 5-9 done. Yay!
Yay! Okay, Zombots, please be nice. So Zombots
Yay!
is one of the heaviest RNG parts of the entire run, and it's at the very end of the run, which is already a little brutal for Roof, way more brutal for any percent. We're gonna explain it. It's got a lot of mechanics. It's hard.
It's weird.
It's weird.
2-cycle incoming. Woo!
No. Two cycle has been done by 2 runners in a run before, ever.
Yep.
So we're not going to do that. But what we are going to do is we're going to try to get something called Bustless 3 cycle. So what that means is we're going to have Zomboss come down to the bottom of the screen 3 whole times, and then we're going to kill him, hopefully, if all goes well. So first of all, here's a conveyor belt. It's got plants on it. Same conveyor belt manip is going on here than is in previous run levels. We're going to be trying to manip flower pots the most, trying to be getting about 4 on the belt there and keeping them there. If we see Colts, we're going to put them down because they do damage to Zomboss, which is helpful, and they help us clean up these regular old zombies that are walking across our lawn, our roof. Also, you'll notice it's night roof. They were planning to have this be a normal level in the game, but they ran out of time, so it's just here instead. But that does mean that ice streams work, which is cool. Yeah, on this first flag, we're not going to care about doing damage too much. What we're going to care about is we're going to try to eliminate this thing with an ice stream if it comes up. Okay,
Not
even though we
worried
didn't
about
get free Zombots, that's fine. I don't mind that. Not a big deal in this first flag. It's time for Bucket Head Phase. This is the phase with bucket heads, if you couldn't tell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ooh. What's he gonna
You
put
weren't
down
Glad you
next?
clarified. I was really confused.
So
Whoa.
another thing that I'm doing that's odd is I'm digging up flower pots when I put them down. Why am I doing that? Well, the reason for that is because the game sees empty flower pots and it says, you want pulp plants, right? You definitely want pulp plants to fill those up with. but we don't. So that's what I'm doing, is I'm making sure that the game doesn't get confused to think I want something I do not. Here we're going to wait till Zomboss shoots the thing and then see what it is. All right. Also, as you can see, I'm alternating between jalapenos and ice shrooms. This is actually really important because the ice shroom chill time for Zomboss actually increases when you do that. It's not as effective if you put down a bunch of ice shrooms in a row. You want to be putting jalapenos down in between. That's a note that casual players can use too. Wowie. So now we have a nice amount of jalapenos, and I purposefully did the damage so that we had it be a little bit under half. This means that we avoided Zomboss slamming down an RV, which we call a bus for some reason, down onto us, and that's a good thing.
The lore is that that's Crazy Dave's house, so I think it should be called Houseless.
I don't know if it's Crazy Dave's house, actually. I think it's our Protag's house.
But what are we fighting on right now?
Our roof.
Is that not our... You know what? I'm not gonna worry.
Okay. Unfortunately, we're not going to get a Busless 3 here because the game decided that ice shrooms are a luxury that we are not afforded. Thanks, game.
Can't afford ice shrooms, but we have a house.
Yeah,
I forgot how silly that looks.
Margins are slim. Recession indicator. No ice shrooms.
Yeah. Yep, that's what that is.
I'm normal.
Right.
I'm sorry.
No, I like that. This setup is
Satan was
evil.
like, I'm gonna be normal in this run.
I did say that in the green room, and I was
like,
not, though.
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's not a thing. Anyways, we're gonna let the zombies walk through our house because we're getting what's called a hell cycle right now, dubbed by the community. Hi Catapult. I'm gonna let this Catapult go because it's hilarious when they move across the screen because you never get to see it. Bye-bye, friend. And now you're gonna stop again. Get wrecked. Yeah, we're just gonna let everything go to the mowers here. It's fine. We'll be able to kill Zomboss when he comes down, so I'm not too worried about this, this being a problem.
Do mowers do damage to Zomboss?
No. I wish.
Okay. That would be awesome.
Oh, that's the dream. I'm gonna go a little fast here because we know we can kill him. Yep. Yay!
Get ready on time, by the way.
Yep. Right when I click the Silver Sunflower Trophy happening right... Yeah. Yay! Sad that we had to do a 4 cycle, but the game just didn't give ice shrooms, and that's what will happen sometimes. As I said,
lucky.
volatile. We had a good setup though. And that's the run. Yay!
GG. When you originally pitched this as something that like never before seen, I was curious, and I'm so glad that we were able to cook this. Roof is a tremendous showcase. But friends in the chat, if you want to catch Satan at SGDQ, like she said earlier, that run is going to be at a little bit past 1 in the morning on Tuesday, July 8th. That's Eastern time, so a little bit past midnight local. It is following Blueprints Bingo and very shortly after the Wolfenstein run, which we saw yesterday. But in the meantime, Satan, please let the people know where you are on the internet and what you're up to.
I will. I also want to know quickly what was the time of that run. I'm curious.
The final time looks like 55:25.
All right, yeah, 55 with 4 cycles on boss. I'll take that. I'll take that. That's pretty good for a 4 cycles on boss time for me. I will take it. Yeah. All right, where am I on the internet? I am at Satan Isn't Herself on Twitch. I know it's annoying. But if you follow me there, I do all sorts of Plants vs. Zombie stuff. I'm going to be doing more randomizer because, as I mentioned before, there was a really awesome update recently that randomized sound effects and all sorts of other stuff. So going to be doing randomizer soon. More prep for SGDQ. Of course, we'll be playing all sorts of day through night. We'll be playing all sorts of stuff, any percent, blah, 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 blah. I also run Peggle. I'm a very avid PopCap runner. Peggle's kind of my other love in terms of speedrunning, and I have all sorts of other games that I speedrun as well. You can also find me on YouTube at Satan Herself or on Blue Sky at Satan Herself as well. Do my commentators want to say anything?
Lori, you can go first.
I don't have too much to say, but this was a lot of fun. Again, as somebody who you invited on who doesn't have much experience with watching runs of this game, it was a lot of fun. And it did have plants and zombies. So that's
It did.
That's true.
Yeah, I wonder. I don't know if you were expecting
Not one person
glooms and starfruits and all sorts of stuff like that.
I was
but
not,
I hope
for
it was
sure.
fun and entertaining. Yeah, it's wild. I love Roof because it's so different from standard PvZ play. So thank you, Quack, for letting us show it. And then Klaus?
Yeah, you can catch me around at Shovel Claws. I don't run this game, but I run other games. I'll be on commentary later tonight for Quadrilateral Cowboy. That's a hard name to say, but I think
It's
I got
awesome,
it.
though.
I've never seen that run, so I'm excited to see it for the first time. But yeah, thanks for having me on, Satan. Also, you have to go water your Zen garden
You're
plants. I'm not letting
so
you
right
forget.
about
They're
that.
not going off the air
and
until you do that.
unfortunately, that's going to get DMCA'd hard. So we're going to
Aw.
just go do that. Yeah. And there we go. Are we happy?
Okay, yeah.
I hope that we are happy.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yay, that's our
Congrats.
Zen garden.
And-
GG Zen Garden %. It's real. Trust. Thank you all so much for coming on and putting on some Plants vs. Zombies action. But friends, the eco block is not yet done because when we come back from the break, it is going to be Snufkin, which I am so excited for the
Oh
continuation
my gosh, I
of.
love Snufkin.
So,
yeah.
take a quick break, get some water, pet a small animal near you if that is an option, and we'll see you back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fatales at SGDQ Preview Showcase. Bradley and I are enjoying tremendously the eco-friendly runs so far this morning, and we're going to see another one in short order here. But before we do, I just want to let everyone know, and I've dressed appropriately for it, that the annual Sonic Hotfix event is back with Sonic and the Sega All-Stars live on June 14th and 15th, starting at 12 p.m. Eastern. This year, we're expanding beyond Sonic speedruns to include other iconic Sega franchises. You can type !Sonic in the chat for the full schedule and let us know what you're excited to see. We continue our Fatales at SGDQ Preview Showcase with another backup run that I am grateful to see represented on this schedule. It was also shown off at the most recent Fatales event. It is also a run that you sort of have to see to believe. It's a processor, and I can think of no one better to help us process the majesty of this game than JPEG running Snufkin Melody of Moominvalley any %. Jay, take it away.
You can't make me laugh to start. Oh my god. Hi everybody, my name is JPEG. I am here with Snufkin, Melody of Moominvalley. You may not know what this game is, but I guarantee you by the end of this time estimate, if this is not in your wish list, I'm so sorry. I'll find a way to give you back that hour. But I can guarantee you're gonna love this one. I am joined by Happy by 3. Have you played this game, Happy?
Like twice. Once normally and once speedrun-y.
Perfect. Yeah.
And as is tradition, I forgot to submit to the leaderboards, and now it's been too long, and I would feel weird if I don't just do a new run.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this game is an incredible vibe. You'll see why, and then potentially go feral on main, and I respect that, encourage it. But without further ado, we're just gonna start. So time starts when I hit confirm on overwriting my own progress. So 3, 2, 1, go. And we do start with loading in a cutscene, which I'm going to be skipping. Yeah. These them two boys, Snufkin and Movement. So, Happy, do you want to give your best synopsis of what Moomin is about in general?
In general?
Yeah,
Okay,
while I do the
guess I will take a break from writing my sonnet about Sonic to help talk about Moomin. Moomin is a cartoon that was made in, I think, the 70s the first time by a lovely Finnish illustrator, Tove Jansson?
Yeah, Tuva
Jansson. and it's just about these little guys, and they live in a nice little valley. They kind of look like hippos, but not really. And they're just friends, and they're sweet, and it's wholesome.
Fun fact, the Moomin trolls, of which Moomin is one, canonically do not have hair. So when you see their like round white bodies, I want you to know that they do not have hair.
That's flesh, baby.
And
this is the first detail you are giving about this run.
Yeah,
I was so wrong. Moomins had like a big resurgence in the 80s, but the very first one was written in 1945, which is amazing. That's so much older than I thought.
It's awesome. Moomin has been around. So, a run comment, something you're going to see as I run through this tutorial area and for the rest is you see that cute little white bar on the bottom that's wiggling a lot? That is my stamina. And the entire time of the run, or most of the run, you're going to be seeing that wiggling up and down because I am tapping and untapping sprint the whole time like I'm paddling a boat. And that's going to be super fun for me. It's really fun for my finger. And we're going to have a good time with that. Another major mechanic of this is inspiration. Which I get cute little music notes out of bushes. We'll start seeing those in a second. Bro, can you come to the surface? Thank you. Sorry. When you need your sea monster friend to rise to the surface. So, inspiration is how, is basically the leveling system in this game. And you can guess, just like any game, that we are going to be managing it in this speedrun pretty tightly. So, oh my god. Closing of button prompts today is I'm doing really good at that. So yeah, you're gonna see me running into bushes to get teeny cute little music notes and doing other things. And we're gonna be watching that pretty closely the whole time. By the end of the run, we have to hit level 7. And we will hit it pretty darn close to the end of the run and not much time before it. It's pretty tight, like I said. Excuse me. Get back here. Thank you. These are called creeps. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, they're creeps?
They're called creeps. That is their name. I'm not making fun of them. They're called creeps.
I was just going to say, as you
Creeps
antagonize...
respectful.
Perfect. I was just going to say, as you antagonize the creep, that I see we are carrying forward the legacy of complaining works from some of your prior forays into the marathon circuit. If you haven't seen the Golf It run from GDQ's past, be sure to check that out.
It's so good. That was a dream come true. A fever dream come true, really. Because oh boy, we were getting silly with it. But yeah, complaining works. You'll hear me roast the games I play more often than not.
Except
Snufkin, which really I'm roasting myself in this case. You might see me complain about a particular bird coming up. I'm going to introduce you all to my nemesis bird within couple minutes here.
It's important, I've learned as I've started to be interested in birding, because I'm 1,000 years old, it's important to have a nemesis bird as well as like a heart bird.
I volunteer to be anyone's nemesis bird. Sounds like a pretty cool job title, not gonna lie.
Nemesis Quacksilver.
My favorite nemesis bird is the one in It's Always Sunny.
Oh. That's, I'm going to trust you because I haven't actually watched It's Always Sunny. I should.
It's
here
just
I am
a running joke
creeps.
that Sweet D looks like a bird.
Oh no.
Me at the convention.
Gathering creeps. Oh, no. But creeps non-derogatory. These little guys.
Creeps pause.
Yeah, creeps positive. That is literally, they're called that. I promise you, in this dialogue that I have been
swear.
mashing, they're called creeps, and we will keep using them. They're helpful and they love music. Everything in this game has like a name like that. We're gonna meet some banger names along the way. The little guy who's with us currently, who is gone at this moment, does not have a name. There he is. This is one of my favorite moments. Snufkin just looks at this poster and it's like, ugh, and then says nothing, moves on. He has no thoughts, but his silence speaks volumes. That was the park keeper, who we're going to be learning more about shortly. If you can read the dialogue fast enough, because of course I will be mashing through it. The park keeper has put up these signs that say absolute nonsense, like no nose, no apple, no hand, no shoe, no eye. I don't really know what they mean. That is the park keeper. Another fun fact. The park keeper is not the same monster type as the Moomins, even though he looks remarkably similar.
Of course not.
Yeah, obviously. So this is one of the main mechanics of the game we're coming across here is parks and
Civil disobedience. Oh.
Yeah, exactly. So removing all the signs in the park makes the police that protect the park go, I gotta go, and then the park disappears. This doesn't work in real life. Do not pull the signs out of your local park and expect the park to return to nature. But that is what we're doing today. It's one of my favorite moments is like you go through the tutorial and you pull out the signs and the cop's like, I thought there were rules here. And then he just dips. Like, he's like, okay, this is unskippable dialogue. It really needs me to go see that bird. It wasn't just me like pausing for dramatic effect. This mother is sad. We got to get her babies because she's sitting on a key that we need. Miss Girl, come here. Thank you. And did you like me calling the bird Miss Girl?
That's just
Yes.
that is the vibe of every like follow me quest. Like literally me with Winnie the Pooh like a
Kingdom
week ago. Like, girl, please.
Oh, you don't like it. It's too far away. Now you like it. And then you jumped straight down and then, okay. Okay. We're going to have to pause for a second to let this bird get closer before I get close to the mom. There we go.
It makes me so happy when the AI in this game has opinions.
So we're going to mash through this really quickly. This creature that's been following us doesn't know his name, but he decides that it's Tidiwoo based off of the noises the bird made. And then he goes, I have a name. I need a mailbox for bills. Oh God, so many bills. And then we never see him again for the rest of the run. I love you, Tidiwoo.
And that's your late 20s, baby.
Jukes! So this is how the parks really work, is we sneak around the police officers and bother them in different ways to rip up all the signs. This is how a real park works, baby. Oh, this might be brave. Okay, we're good.
Nice.
Sorry. We're good. Everything's normal. And then we're going to pull this guy and we're off. So yeah, this is how parks will work. Check this out. Yeah! I told you were gonna like this game!
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that's not the Nemesis bird.
No, the Nemesis bird is coming up shortly. Okay, we're gonna
that's
wait.
the homie bird.
Yeah, this is the homie bird. We're gonna wait a cycle on this one. There we go.
Not to be confused with homing, because
These
sadly,
things are
they
not
do not.
homing. Oh, believe me,
They are
they're
not. They are either aim perfectly at your target or enjoy your time lost, nerd.
Yes, that's exactly. And here's Nemesis Bird. Just in a second here. Why is it the longest path of my life to find this bird? Okay.
He's so dopey
Okay.
looking. I love it.
Getting him to fly straight to that bush is the worst experience of my life, and it is never first try.
Except now.
Here's Happy by 3. Yeah, we'll elaborate on that later.
Okay. We're back to taking notes, I guess. I thought the quiz was yesterday's show's given.
We're gonna see more. They're helping us. Yeah, don't worry. I promise.
Eat me.
I love their little squeak of joy.
Me.
And right when you jump on them, they go
So
ee.
sweet.
So
This really is the
this
only...
is Nemesis Rock. Oh, okay, perfect.
Right.
That rock loves to fall off the log instead, and then you have to get off the log, go get it, cry about it. Like, I get really normal. It's a good time. That's Moomin Mama. She's crying. We're gonna let that sit.
She'll be fine.
She's crying because her son is missing. Spoiler. That's Moomin Papa, who's just thinking about some things.
Moomin gives me the same energy as Adventure Time in that they can make every NPC kind of endearing. Even if it's literally just a giant worm that pops out of the side of a rock. You're like, oh, he's kind of just a little guy.
Yeah, he's just a little guy. So that's little Mai. She's the best, but we're going to ignore her for the moment. So this piece of dialogue that we're mashing for plot explanation is that, first of all, this valley, these parks are not normal. Snufkin's coming back out after his winter of reflection. And Moomin's gone. There are these parks everywhere. I swear I cannot skip through this. I'm not, like, he's sitting here thinking about his life. Anyway, yeah. So Moomin has disappeared. Little Mai tells us the Groke did it. But we also see all these parks. We see that the river is dried up. And that's bad, obviously. Did I get through it? Yeah. And then the game's gonna get really normal for a second. You see how it's getting darker, and it did prompt us to let us know that we can run. I'm sure that's
always a
fine.
good sign in video games.
Yeah.
It says, God, in case you haven't figured it out yet, you can run away from things.
And here's the part that would have given me active night terrors as a child. This is the Groke. She is a giant dark cloud that freezes everything she touches. And she wants to give us a little hug. So we're gonna run away from her because we're not in the mood.
Because God forbid women do anything.
Literally, God forbid women do anything. Like, normalize women being vague, off-putting miasmas of terror, and I mean it. Put that on my headstone. Can I get that
tattooed on my body?
Put that on my headstone.
It'll be a little weird that it's on your body and my headstone. The lore drop on that is staggering.
I will hand carve it into your headstone, and it will look so bad because I do not know how to use a chisel, but it's important to me that I do this.
Drive by Moomin Splat.
If I streamed more, I think Moomin Splat would be an emote.
Oh, 100%. We're gonna keep running away from the Groke. Everything's fine. This is one of my favorite tracks in the game because they added in the oboe because that's how you know it's a fantasy game. Because there's an oboe in the music.
Slanderous. We had time signature discourse during Luigi's Mansion, and now this instrumentation discourse. Is this what we are reduced to?
I like that Quack will never have Death's Door on Hotfix again because I will bring up instrument discourse. And Quack was like, yes, I'm safe. It's Moomin.
No.
She was wrong.
Do you want me to go back to Peter and the Wolf?
Here. I feel like I'm catching strays here. Happy,
No,
what's your
because
most
you're
toxic
not.
instrument discourse?
I mean, the hill I'll die on the most is that the horn in Death's Door is a disaster, and the community all calling it a saxophone is a disgrace.
Oh, I have wonderful news,
and it sounds like
everybody.
a flute in. It's infuriating.
I have wonderful news, which is that this hedgehog made kind of a weird sound, which means that we're on kind of like an alternate sound dialogue track, so we might get some sounds in the wrong places coming forward.
Yay!
And I know that because that hedgehog made a weird sound. Okay, so really important, that police officer, this game is really subtle, like really subtle storytelling. That cop next to that fire goes, cough, cough, ah, the sweet smell of progress. Yeah. Really subtle storytelling. So we're trapped. Cool story. And the Grok appears. Hey, girly. But this time, she's going to help us. And the coldness of her body puts out fires. The track that plays here is my second favorite in the whole game. Unfortunately, we won't be able to hear my favorite one because you can't play it on streamer mode. Because it's an actual regular Sigur Rós track. Like, from one of their albums.
Wow.
Good track.
Yeah, it's a good track. So yeah, she puts out the fires. She sits on that one, which I'm proud of her. She just wants to chill. So the forest is saved from these guys' shenanigans. Hopefully, I'm gonna be quiet after this dialogue because I want to see if we get a weird scream from one of these police officers, because the hedgehog told me that we might. I'm not sure. Okay, it was normal. Darn. Okay. It can either be really short or really, really, really long there. Like goes on for way too long, and I was hoping that we would get weird police scream because it's one of my favorite moments. So the forest animals actually love the Grok because she saved them, so now she has friends. It turns out that all she wanted all along was friends. Yeah, that makes sense. That's how Moomin and Snufkin works.
The
I don't know
real
what else to
speedrun
tell
was
you.
the friends we made along the way, but unironically.
Yes, 100%. There were spears there. I'm pretty sure they're for offense and they're not actual spears, but they are just kind of chilling in that area. Don't worry, we're never going to look at them again. We're going to use this flute, put these things to sleep. Good night. And keep moving. So the police told us that Moomin is with the park keeper and basically said, like, what the park keeper does on Hattie Fattener's Island is none of your business, which is a wild brand new sentence.
Yes, I'm sorry. One more time.
Hattie Fattener's Island.
Okay, cool.
Love them.
Yeah.
All my homies love Hattie Fatteners.
Oh, yeah. But you will love the Hattie Fatteners, I assure you. This seagull has seen some things. His wide open eyes make me
Just
laugh
like
every
me,
time.
for real.
Yeah, he's the best. So we need to get there. We talked to a lovely lesbian named Two Ticky, who is going to build us a boat to go to Hattie Fattener's Island. I'm going to say this as many times as possible. And we need to get Two Ticky, the cool lesbian, some supplies. And I keep calling her the cool lesbian because she is named after Tuva Jansson's like longtime partner, who like that was her nickname for her partner was Two Ticky, and so that's the character in the stories that's named after her. So cool lesbians in this game. It's got everything. Civil disobedience, destruction of property, cute animals. Like, if I'm not selling you on this, I don't know what to say.
Putting this on my wish list, it's fine.
Really, it's awesome. So yeah, we're gonna go down here. As the nonsense continues, we need a rope for the boat. This sea monster is very sad because he has something that's making his neck itchy. So we're gonna make him come out of the water with song and take the rope from his neck. And now he's no longer itchy. We get to keep the rope. I'm going to grab this egg. This is just I can't explain this one. There was an egg on that island. It belongs over here. I put it down. We get inspiration from it.
Sometimes egg over here and need to be over there.
Yeah.
That's gameplay, baby.
Gameplay. This is gaming. More inspiration. And if you enjoyed sending a bird to attack a police officer to distract him in the last park, you're probably going to have a good time here.
Hooray!
This is Ghost Park, as evidenced by the ghost. I can't get through this dialogue much faster, so this is usually a water break for me, so take a little sippy. This ghost is tiny because he's been failing to scare people. And we're like, hey, you want? Okay, come here, dude.
I love the ghost.
Okay, cardinal direction, there we go. And we're gonna lead him down here. Cool.
To be fair, if I saw a ghost in broad daylight, I would also panic
Brochachos,
Yeah.
come on.
and leave the premises.
Okay, cardinal, there you go.
Especially if it did something eerily close to the caramel dance at me.
Yeah, he does do that. Okay, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
You know, it's just like Meatloaf always said.
This one's gonna be a troll.
Wow.
I don't like you!
Rejected.
Dude,
Their paths are also kind of
come
random. I promise you. I'm
on.
not just like fumbling the bag right now. Like their paths are kind of, come on.
That was maidenless behavior, my
It
guy.
was utterly maidenless behavior. There we go.
Oh, the ghost is so happy.
He did a good scare.
And because the ghost was scary, there's no park here anymore. The ghost
I'm a
is
sucker.
like, go ahead.
I'm a sucker for any story where, like, the ghosts scare people because it makes them happy.
Yes.
I just like that trope. It's very cute.
It's really good. So here, we're going to skip more dialogue with Little Mai just by kind of going around the outside of that rock, and that's all we need to do to avoid speaking with her. Those are my favorite types of skips in video games, is the one where it's not that you did something complex, it's that you kind of go like a little out of like the normal path, and then you did a skip. Like, it's the best. So this is Snork. He is not the same race as the Moomins. They are different. They are Snorks. His name is also just Snork. He's a smug jerk, and we need the giant stick that he has, but we have to compete in a race for it. And because he's a jerk, we're just gonna cheat.
Yeah.
This is Fish Race.
Everybody
it's essentially
knows.
an auto-scroller.
Everybody knows that Moomins are like Clark Kent in that they become a fundamentally different thing when you put glasses on.
Yeah, but the Snorks have like fluffy tails, and the Moomins, I think,
Do not have hair.
Yeah, they do not have hair.
Cannot stress enough.
Can't stress enough. They're hairless. Oh, you want to dance, little man? Let's see if I can get you to. No, dance. Sometimes you can get this fish to dance, and I want him to dance. Oh,
Maybe it's
that might be bad.
Maybe it's because you said it like a mob boss, like
You want-
threatening his life. You're like, you want to dance, little man?
I did say that. I'm so sorry. All right, we're gonna kick this ladder down. Great.
I'm sorry, chat once again being funnier than I ever could be. Oh, he's a Celeste trick, a smug jerk, or Snork for short.
That is
my
a
God.
Celeste naming convention.
100%. That's how that works. Oh my god. Thank you, chat. So we got all the supplies we need to build a boat, so we're gonna ask this cool lesbian to build us a boat. This is my next water break. By the way, I haven't really talked about Little Mai, even though we've run past her twice and ignored her. She thinks we're on a treasure hunt. She's completely forgotten the plot about Moomin being gone. She's on a different level.
She just makes up her own B plot and follows you around pretending it's happening.
Yeah. She stows away on this boat right now. Spoiler alert. Startles you. You get caught in a storm, shipwrecked, and her first line is, "This is all your fault." I love her. She's the best.
She's a gift.
So we are now on Hattie Fattener's Island. We have crash landed on Hattie Fattener's Island. Normal things to have happened to you. So now not only are we where Moomin is like stuck, supposedly, we're also stuck. And we need a new sail. This is me saying it out loud because I have killed my own runs by not grabbing the sail. I'm saying this in advance. Please don't let this be Chekhov's gun.
Don't kill your runs.
Yes.
Don't let it be you.
Don't let it be me. Can't be me. Cannot possibly be me. So yeah, we're gonna explore a little bit, and we'll see some Hattie Fatteners in just a little bit. And when you see them, you're gonna go, sure, I guess you can call it that.
Somebody in chat. Hi, babies. I love you.
So
somebody
cute.
in chat said that one of their ball pythons is named after Little Mai. That's so cute.
Oh
She
my god.
would be a little ball python.
She 100% would be. So yeah, these little white wiggly guys are the Hattie Fatteners. They're just little guys that vibe.
Sure, I guess you could call them that.
Like,
They're just vibing.
they're just wobbling and vibing.
I know
the
you've
best.
always wondered what if snakes were more wobbly
And upright.
and upright.
It really needs me to look at that barrel. You can guess, this is like a 3-barrel puzzle. Chat, are we gonna use all the
Oh,
barrels?
I loved that book.
3-body problem reference on Games Done Quick. Okay, alright, cool. Please, let this be cool this time. Yes!
Let's go.
Let's go! That's
Tony
a
Hawk
skip.
Pro Skater.
That's a skip.
Sorry, Tony Hawk's Pro Snufkin.
I'm also pro Snufkin. I suppose in a different way. So yeah, that's a 3-barrel puzzle. No, it's not. Turns out if you just jump on this barrel early, you can just ride it to the other side and be done.
The solution is just to ignore 2 of the barrels.
Yeah.
If this helps.
Yeah. That's speedrunning, baby. This is, again, this creature down here. This is not a Moomin. This is a Hemulin. This is the same type of creature as the Park Collector. Hemulins love to have jobs, especially jobs that have uniforms. I'm not
Oh, of course.
kidding you. Like every word out of my mouth, I'm not lying. You can go look this up.
I mean, we knew it wasn't a Moomin because in Sing It With Me chat, there was hair on that creature.
Yes.
Hair on that creature.
It has a tontine, thereby it cannot be a Moomin troll.
All right. So
And
this is
much like
Animal
Elijah Wood, Moomin trolls cannot bear Vigs.
Are you doing this to me in this middle of this run? All right, we're gonna wake up those bats so that that officer gets distracted. And then we're gonna put this officer to sleep with the song. Pull out this sign. We're having a good time. Oh, bad cycle. Please move. Thank you. This one goes to sleep too. And this man, we're gonna play a little ring around the rosy with, and I'm going to hope that it goes okay. Yes, okay, nice.
Somebody in chat asked if Moomins are smooth-skinned. And-
yes.
It makes me want to go make an edit of the Sharks Twitter beef,
I can't.
but with Moomin trolls.
We're gonna knock
I'm
over
literally
this
touching
particular
one right
statue.
now.
We're gonna knock over that particular statue, disrespect our surroundings, specifically for that one for this key. And come up. And yeah, so that's this park. That was a really solid run through of it, all things considered.
There are so many things that can, and frankly, will go wrong in that park.
Oh, Hattie Fattener's Island in general. There's a couple things coming up here that I'm pressed about. A bunch of Hattie Fatteners. Hello. The Hemulin plant collector is like, thank you. Here's a drum. Because that's what I give to people when I'm grateful for them, is just a random drum.
I mean, it would work on me. Like,
it would work on me.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so what I was going to say about
Give me a
Careless
hand drum and I'm
Movements,
fine.
I'm continuing to not talk about my own speedrun, but apparently, I think it is in Japan, the nickname for, like, mozzarella cheese, like, fresh mozzarella cheese balls is, like, Moomin cheese.
So cute.
Because, ostensibly, the Moomins must feel like mozzarella cheese. So let that rattle around with you for a while and see how that suits you.
I know things now that I didn't know before. And I'm not sure how I feel.
I worked at a pizza place in college, and we had like fresh mozzarella balls. And I feel like thinking of that feeling, but less wet, would be like nice and squishy. Like that would be like a nice texture
but
for
not
a thing to hug.
Damp.
But not damp. No, I would need like the fully dry version of fresh mozzarella.
By the way, the creeps are back.
Hi, creep.
We're going to be getting more creeps. Little Mai is going to be crawling into caves for us and getting them out so that we can sing to them. And none of that is a joke. And also, this is one of the most stressful parts of the run because you can screw up Little Mai's pathing and then the run's just over. Like...
Oh.
You're like... So, I'm gonna be pretty careful with Little Mai through this part. Turns out that Snufkin gets super strength if the creeps are near him, and you don't actually need both creeps to be, like, grabbing the boulder to help you push it. You just kind of need them both to be nearby. So, that's cool. I have to walk across this bridge. I love the art, though, so it's fine.
You're not allowed to run, but Little Mai is.
Yeah, she can run. She can do whatever she wants. Little Mai would kill people for meat in the apocalypse, and I think that that's beautiful.
Yes. 1,000%.
Like,
She would be the one where, like, the scene is, like, two people arguing, like, no, we can't eat the others. That'd be terrible. And, like, we have to, or we won't survive. And then the punchline is that the camera pulls wide and Lil Mai's like fork and knife already eating somebody.
Yeah. I'm so sorry to change
Do you
your
ever
show in
just
this way.
zoom out and look at the sentences you're saying?
No.
Like ever.
No, not once.
No.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
She's just brutal in the best way. And I love that about her. And she has never once considered like the repercussions of anything she does. Please let me jump down. Please let me do a little trick. Please let me do a little trick. No fear. One fear. Okay, fine.
Game.
It's never not let me do that. That's fine.
Would you? So I'm sorry. One more time. It's never not
Never
let you do that.
It's never happened before.
We got him.
This is the comedy police. The joke's too funny.
I'm sorry. As Moomin has established, we have.
I'll be sending a bird shortly.
Yeah.
All right.
But speaking of games not letting you do things and also the consequences of your own actions, I did want to ask because obviously this is a backup run for the event and for SGDQ, and we're very excited. And I personally am rooting for it to get pulled off of backup. But you also have another run that got into the event in the second submission period. So after we had put together this showcase, how do you reconcile your speedrunning of Snufkin with your speedrunning of famously more brutal and also bigger game Monster Hunter Wilds?
Frankly, I've not considered the repercussions of it until now. Also, guess what, everybody? We had the pathing issue happened. So I just loaded a safety save while Quack talked.
No. Well.
So we're gonna hope for the best. That being said, Monster Hunter Wilds was a choice that Happy and I and Gondor and Zenithir made together to submit a real, not that this isn't real, but like a traditionally more serious run. And frankly, I'm terrified. Bro, let me down.
That
doesn't bode well for me.
As a group, we kind of said, haha, what if, too many times, and then proceeded to grow a boss way too close to the sun.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
I kind of did the haha, what if with JPEG, and then Zenithir separately was like, haha, what if I did this again, because I just did it last event with Windblown. And then all of a sudden we were actually practicing and putting something together, and I was like, oh god, oh no.
Yep, that's basically what happened. All right, we're gonna try this again. Little Mai, be cool. Yay! Okay, one more.
Yay, Little Mai. Whew, that was scary.
I cannot acknowledge enough how much I am sweating. Okay, cool. Little Mai, come back, thank you. And we're just gonna hope for the last one.
But we have talked about that a bit with, like, it is really funny that other than the obvious exception of Zenithir also playing Windblown, which is like a real video game last event, like between me, JPEG, and Gondor, it's like Turnip Boy, Skate Horse, Moomin, and Golf It is what we've run before. Like none of this is real video game.
They're extremely real video games. I'm learning so much about life from watching Snufkin.
It's the best.
That's fair.
All right, we got through it. My soul officially can return to my corporeal form, and I don't have to cry on twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuake today.
Glad for that.
I cannot stress enough.
Always a latent possibility.
Yeah, the possibility is always there. All right, so I've been carrying this rock for a minute, which I wasn't supposed to do, because here's another barrel puzzle. And to this barrel puzzle, we say, and then we leave. And that was, carrying that rock was like, it allows you to skip like a multi-path barrel puzzle thing. And we go, nah. Little Maya's gonna fall down a hole. Is everybody ready? She's gonna see
careful.
2 coins and eat it. She says, if you leave without me, I'm coming back as a ghost to haunt you. Which
icon.
And she would.
She's the best. Again, I say it. She's a queen. She's an icon. By the way, she has like a home that she can live in, but instead she just chooses to live with the Moomins because she likes it over there better. And they went, okay, and then they just gave her a bed. That's also a real fun little my fact. So I'm waking up bats and knocking down stalactites with this drum. Check out all these bats. If you stand there long enough in silent peace, which I have never known a day in my life, the bats snore, and it's very cute. They make little snore, like snort noises, and it's so cute. All right.
It's unfortunate then that you've never known peace.
It's unfortunate that I've never known peace. All right, we're gonna see, provided that it functions, actual tech in this run, and not just me being a dork. So let's see. Great. Everything is normal. No, come on. Okay, we're gonna try it from over here. So the reason I'm gonna let this cycle to show you all is that it actually still is faster to give it like an attempt or two because of the way that these turtles work. So see how it's blinking? I'm just gonna do that. Bye.
Nice.
So,
did you expect jump storage in your Snufkin run?
I expected nothing.
Yeah. The first time
And
I
yet
played
you
this
got
game.
everything.
The first time I watched a speedrun in this game, and I was taking notes on somebody's speedrun because, as you do. In all capital letters, the bullet point in that area says jump storage with like 8 question marks because I was bewildered. Yeah, this run has like actual text, so you have to play it on a down-patched version. I have grabbed the Moomin Papa's masterpiece, and we're gonna try doing some more jump storage. So the thing with the turtles, and why I'm doing this, is because if you get too close to them, they slow down entirely. So please.
The Thing with the Turtles is my favorite John Green book.
Yes! Okay, beautiful.
Oh.
Beautiful. Okay. And that one is the much more annoying one if you don't get it, because you have to trade back and forth on those turtles to proceed forward. They slow down and fall asleep if you jump on them. So you have to like wait for the other one to go, and they slow down when they're in range and stuff like that. So like you actually do have to, like, it takes a while. Little Mai is helping us this time, even though we were supposed to help her. She got us out of that pit. There's a seagull in the back who has also seen some things. We're gonna just let him be. He's done enough. And here's the treasure chest. We're gonna open it, and spoiler for everybody, it's empty except for an eye patch and like 2 coins. I say that because we don't see the eye patch on Little Mai, but you will in a later cutscene. She brings the eye patch with her. Everybody, you know how I said I needed a sail? This is me grabbing that sail so that I don't kill my run for the 2nd time today.
Condor just made a check mark on his desk.
100%. Yeah.
Although I do like the timeline where right about now we hear a somewhat muffled voice in the background.
The sail! Yeah, from my house. Yeah, y'all would get like a surprise appearance from my best friend and roommate Gondor as he sprints down the stairs and goes, "You didn't grab the sail. You didn't grab the sail." Because I've done that. So we're gonna dip out of here. And back to the mainland we go. I may need some extra inspiration because I skipped an inspo, but it's fine. I know where to get some, so it's cool. We find out that the park keeper has Moomin in jail, and our response to that is going to be to come down here, grab a piece of paper out of the dust, and then go on our way. This is the normal coping mechanism for your best and closest friend being in jail. Is to just grab paper out of the sand.
Will this also be on the quiz?
Frankly, if I ever go to jail and you don't send me the sandy paper you've been collecting, I'll be furious.
There will be one set of footprints in the sand, and it's because...
And Sasquatch said,
"You get me!" We didn't even tell the joke. So we're gonna go visit the park keeper now. Moomin Mama is not crying, but she is pleading for her son's release. Moomin Papa is again just kind of like here. Moomin is in the silliest jail. It has toes.
Why would you? Okay. I know that now.
It's got toes.
So what all do you know about Moomin trolls now?
No hair, not a snork,
No hair.
not a
snore.
hemulin.
Yep. The jail has toes and Moomin does not. I would like everybody to ponder this for a while.
Not toes.
The police officers also have bird feet.
Police officers have terrible toes.
Yeah. The park keeper's cousin is literally here to like provide extremely vital information casually and never comes up again. She mentions that the park keeper loves theater. Moomin Papa has been writing a play and misplaced all of his manuscript pieces, which is what I've been collecting, like tears in the sand. And so he hears that the park keeper likes theater, goes, I have an idea. Snufkin goes, I probably know what that idea is. And we're going to run back over because he's like, meet me by the theater. And Snufkin starts to go, hey, are we going to put on a play? And Moomin Mom's like, shut up, let him have this. And like, little Mai runs up and is like, hey, what if we put on a play? And Snufkin's like, shut up, let him have this. And then Moomin Papa goes, we're going to put on a play. And everyone goes, wow. It's awesome. The dialogue in this game is the best. So we get told to invite people. And we're going to invite the park keeper, obviously, because it would be weird if we did all this and then didn't invite him, like just to flex on him, I guess.
I do like the abridged version of Hamlet where they forget to invite the dude to the play within the play.
You know? Oh, also, this is a Zelda game. Check out that Triforce.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What does this mean for the Zelda timeline?
We're in
Zelda
a green
timeline
hat.
people. Start theory crafting.
To be fair,
I want the essay on my desk by morning.
In
that
triplicate.
probably breaks the Zelda timeline less than some canonical Zelda games break the timeline.
Yeah.
Like we've done less damage here.
Like Link's in Mario Kart now. Snufkin's probably fine.
It's fine.
Yo, but Snufkin for Smash when?
Oh my god. Don't bring this up. I want this. Like, you just gave me a new desire that I didn't know I had. I feel like my eyes have been open. So this is Drum Park, and Drum Park is either an absolute delight or a complete nightmare. And besties, I'm not gonna know which it is. So we're gonna take a couple parts of Drum Park very safe. Because I also have no idea how I'm doing on time. So we're just gonna take a couple things real safe in here.
Drum Park feels like the part of the run that looks the most like fast. I feel like if you aren't familiar with the game, you can still watch this section and be like, oh, you're zooming.
Yeah. You can throw me to the middle on purpose. Thank you. Really cute dialogue here between these two officers. That one's like, hey, where's the key? And the other one's like, I would tell you, but then I would have to bury you, like the key. And then the other one's like, no, you can tell me. He's like, the answer is hidden in the sand, like the key. And they go back and forth until the officer who's trying to give him the hint gives up, and then the other one chases him off like, no, tell me. And it's awesome. So yeah, we just skip through that. We startle this police officer. He drops this key. I can't explain it.
It feels like he had one job here.
Like fully one job, and he was a very nervous boy. So we're gonna continue to pull signs. Yep, I should be a 4 out of 5. You are in a horrible spot, and now I have to wait so long. Please move. Thank you. So they can hear your drum in like a radius is the thing. So like, that's why I do that. So this is my other safety things. I'm gonna push this boulder because I don't want to play tag with that man. And we're done with Drum Park.
Not bad.
Yeah. It was a errorless Drum Park because I did safety strats.
Hey, we take those. That's
We
the
take
marathon
that.
ethos.
Better than
exactly.
error full.
Uh-huh. And especially after having to load a safety save, you know, I'm brave. I am not that brave. I am submit Monster Hunter to GDQ without thinking brave. I'm not push a boulder and Snufkin brave.
No, this tracks.
Yeah.
Though I'm still convinced the bravery of Monster Hunter is that each of us thinks the other three are like really, really good at the game.
Yes.
But that we're the weak link. But like all four of us think that we're the weak link for some reason.
That's exactly. We had that conversation in the thing of like, gosh, like the rest of these people are just carrying me. So these are the Woody children. They're called Woodies because they live in the woods.
Sure.
Seems reasonable.
And they love to be around your ankles. They also are just like all of us for real and are easily distracted by literally anything. So, dirt, birds, mud, they'll get distracted by it. So I just have to find places. But while they're with me, I cannot sprint. I cannot climb. So I have to continually distract them. Like so. Bye, everybody. But the other thing that's important to know is that they are, if it doesn't matter how close they are to me, literally, if they are supposed to be on the board, Snufkin slows down. It doesn't matter. Go. Okay, we're gonna try and skip real quick and not shut them in jail. Yes!
Nice.
Let's go.
When I started running this game, that was the most deranged thing I had seen in my entire life, and I'm not kidding.
It is extremely startling the way they like zip to you all of a sudden.
Yeah. But it means that I don't have to lock them in jail. I can just come
Like
and get
that.
them. And then I skip walking through that mud. So that was a lovely skip to get in the middle of this. I am knocking down these ferns on purpose because the ferns impede your progress. They make you go slow. And so I don't want to get ferned and surrounded by children at the same time. It's just not on my list of things to do in a speedrun. But we are going to distract them with another bird. I'm going to zip to that bird, pull her a little bit, and then... I love them.
God, just the immediate arrest. Like, everyone is like, oh yeah, no, it's a bird. After my
Yeah, it's the best. They get it. The Woodies, like, are frankly the single most relatable characters in the run. All right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm still thinking about Nemesis Bird.
Nemesis Bird is really important to me because he is the hallmark of whether I'm going to be a happy person or not for like the entire length of my run. Like, if it starts out with Nemesis Bird doing what he does best, I just start the run filled with like a seething rage. We have a bunch of Woodies following us right now, and we're gonna do the coolest thing ever, which is we're going to get costumes from this person, this little weasel creature. Philly Jonk is this creature's name.
Of course.
Philly Jonk is a big fan of the park keeper and doesn't want to give us the costumes, likes order. See, Philly Jonk has children who are clean and beautiful and well behaved, and we have brought the Woody children in, and we're just gonna ruin Philly Jonk's yard until Philly Jonks comes out here. We're just gonna disrespect some things. So I've made her clothes dirty. I'm gonna knock over her bushes. I've knocked over statues. The Woodies are playing in the mud. Perfect. So we do that until she gets mad enough. Her children start misbehaving as well. She comes outside and we're like, hey, you know, the park keeper's gonna be at this play. And she's like, oh my god, I love the park keeper. Yeah, you can have the costumes if it's for him. That's not how Philly Jonk talks, but that's...
It is now.
It is now.
Think of all the people for whom this is their first Snufkin experience.
You're
You've just
so right.
canonized this forever.
You know,
Oh my God.
if you need more Snufkin experiences, Quack, I found out a couple weeks ago there is a YouTube channel that just shows Snufkin reruns, and it's like an official like Moomin YouTube account.
Yes.
It's great background vibes.
Noted.
All right, so...
And Little Mai has exactly the voice you expect.
She does. All right, so we're going to get some backup inspiration through here while we continue to deliver invitations, make this woodpecker go crazy, like style. He's going for it. I love him. He's the best. So now we go over here. We do this. We talk to the bug collector. We go, hey, you want to do this? And he goes, I don't really want him to see the play. I don't know anybody in it. And we go, Little Mai's in it. And he goes, dope. And
Good enough for me. I really appreciate when someone gives you an excuse to not come to your community theater performance and you say, well, actually, and they just are like, yeah, you beat me. Fair. Fine. I'll come.
so there we go. We have invited Hemulin. Let me down off the log. We're going to go invite Two Ticky, who's over here. Hello, Two Ticky. And Two Ticky is cool and immediately accepts and likes to support.
Let's go.
Let's go.
We've had to convince so many people to like come to this play, and it's going to Ladder Nemesis?
Sure.
New enemy? Just dropped?
Friendship ended with Ladder.
Hang on. Okay. And we're gonna ask Snork. Snork is gonna say he would rather read the book instead. And we're like, it's a one-time play, dude. And he's like, ugh. Fine. And he shows up. I have one more woodpecker to get thrilled on. Okay, there we go. And now we need like just the tiniest bit more experience for level 7. This is where it gets tight. So we're gonna hope for the best, everybody. There we go. Okay,
Nice.
great. I skipped an earlier piece, so that was. So see, I walked slow through that because I already had it switched. And we're gonna come over here and sing another little song. We are getting one manuscript piece, and then we are in the end game, baby. Woo. So we're gonna come get this manuscript piece. Well, we technically have one more, but I can't get to it until after I do music rehearsal. So we're gonna come over here. All of our invites
We're
have
gonna
been
have
delivered.
a little sits proba.
I was about to say music rehearsal. This play was pitched 5 minutes ago, and we're already at sits.
We sure are.
Theater kids in the chat are losing it. It's me. I'm Theater Kids.
All right, now that everybody has their scripts, let's get a quick 5 and then sits.
Yep. And
Thank you, 5.
we have collected enough pieces of the manuscript. Hooray! Love this.
I mean, they're still on book, to be fair.
Yeah. The park keeper shows up like way early and goes and sits down. No one else is here. It's not important. The important part is he's not at his house, which means I can go break in, take the key, release Moomin from jail, and then Quack, how are we doing on time for this?
Adjusted for delay, it looks like we're at about a 59 3x right now.
Okay. I was going to see if we had time to show one of the most satisfying scenes in the cutscene, which is to watch the park keeper's house get destroyed. It literally will be like 30 seconds. These boys hug. I love it, but we're gonna keep moving. I think destruction is probably more what chat's into. So we're gonna get launched over this wall by Moomin. I'm gonna skip the cutscene because Snufkin like snaps his ankle and it makes a noise that is crunchy. So
Yeah.
we're just gonna continue.
Babe, wake up. New save kill the animals just dropped. It's watch the boys hug or property damage.
But we don't want to hear Snufkin roll his ankle. That's a little too brutal. But this last part, since Snufkin hurt his ankle, we play as Moomin. Moomin cannot sprint. Moomin cannot do anything other than walk and hide. Just like me in some ways. So we're gonna take this slow and deliberate. And by that I mean I'm gonna take this first part semi-slow, systematic, and deliberate. And then at some point I'm gonna do something brave and stupid. So everybody stay tuned.
Nice.
I am prepared for this.
I am letting this pass.
I don't
like
know
I said,
why, because
it's going
that
to be slow and methodical.
the cycle with the two cops to your left like is not super tight, but I clench every single time.
Fully.
Like I'm always ready for it to like pop early.
Yes. It feels wrong, and I don't really know why it does. Let's just scoot down here and scoot up here. And I'm gonna wait for you to turn around. Thank you. This one's a little spicy, but it's fine. Now these, we're going to wait until they move and go behind them. This cycle is really tight. So we're just gonna keep on rolling. If you see me, it don't matter. Perfect, you didn't. I'm grabbing these leaves, by the way, because the leaves actually act as checkpoints. Gondor calls this park, just so everyone's aware. Oh no, okay, please. Mom, I'm scared.
Be cool.
I'm so scared. I'm so scared.
Never any doubt.
The timing of that lightning flash.
Okay, that was literally like the most like RNG heavy skip in the game. And we just got it, chat.
Let's go.
Oh my god, I'm stoked. They kissed. Oh my god.
Turns out we're gaming.
Happy Pride Month.
Happy Pride Month, everybody.
Okay. This is the cutscene where we can destroy the park keeper's house. So I'm gonna let it go, and don't worry, I promise it comes fast. Don't accidentally skip and go back on your word. We have to do a quick little cutscene to open the dam. And then it's gonna cut to the park keeper watching the play, learning the meaning of the beauty of Moominvalley, and then his house gets obliterated in the back. So we're gonna watch this. This is adorable. I love round B, little my.
Looks very angry about it.
It's beautiful. And check out his house up on the right.
Yeah.
He cries.
Moominvalley is the only place where the goth kids grow on trees. And I think that's beautiful.
And look, everybody. Normal. Ready? There we go. Anyway, time is coming up when I get into this next cutscene. So we make the park keeper promise to never do any of that again. Snufkin wants him like out, but Moomin's like, maybe he just doesn't ever do this again. And they shake on it. And this is time.
GG.
Was that chaotic enough for everybody?
Oh, and then a picture just for you, Quack.
Yeah, and then we get a crab as a treat. What a magical run. I feel like I learned so many things, and some of them I even wanted to learn. So this Snufkin Melody of Moominvalley is a backup run for the main event. I am obviously rooting for it hardcore, and so should you, alongside all of our Fatales backups. But you can catch JPEG alongside Happy running Monster Hunter Wilds in a 4-player Apex showcase on the Saturday of the event at around 2 a.m. Eastern time. But in the meantime, Jay, let the people know where you are on the internet and what you're up to.
I haven't streamed in a hot minute. I've been a little bit busy, but if you would like to follow my Twitch, that is JPEG_EXE, or you can find me on Blue Sky at JPEG Plays. The reason I have been not doing some of those things is because I am your newest host coordinator for Games Done Quick. And so the place that you will see me coming up is at GDQ, hanging out, supporting our incredible hosting team. Hint, hint, if you haven't gone and looked at the schedule today, the host schedule dropped. So you can see some phenomenal faces on there, including 2 folks that might be on this call right now.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That's cool, like normal.
Everybody be cool. So yeah. That's where I've been. That's what I've been up to. And you'll also see me in a minute here for reasons that will become apparent in just a moment. But love you. Bye.
Thank you for this incredible showcase. We are actually, I feel like this is a good sort of preamble to silliness, because when we come back, we're actually going to do a quick little swap of our runner and commentator. When we come back, we're going to see Happy taking us on a tour of the silly block of SGDQ. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with some Skate Horse. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Fatales at SGDQ Preview Showcase. I've been trying to make them friends for the past half an hour, but it's not working. Friends, the silly block is one of the most important cultural traditions of Summer Games Done Quick, showcasing runs that we love to hate, love to clown on, love to have some sort of feeling about, and it is an honor and a pleasure to welcome back our prior runners with one of the silliest games I am yet aware of. Unfortunately, all of our eco-friendliness has condemned this horse to the underworld. Please welcome back Happy by 3, running Skate Horse any percent.
Oh, hello. This is Skate Horse. It's what it says on the tin. It's a skating horse. You've heard the theme song. Quack was nice enough to pause for a second. So any percent is, aka story percent, is just playing through all 20 levels in story mode. It's like if Celeste was bad. This is a precision platformer that sort of expects, and time's not going to start yet, so don't panic. I'm not starting without you. It expects precise movement to solve levels and to get through the platforming, but the controls are extremely floaty. Like, I let go and I just keep moving, and then if you change directions, it takes a really long time to change. Momentum conservation doesn't fully make sense. Sometimes if you turn too hard, you start skidding. Sometimes when you land facing a different direction, you just keep turning. And some of those things feel like RNG. So now that you understand the core of how I'm going to torture myself for the next 15 to 20 minutes, time will start when I press restart, because that is how our auto splitter works. So I will start in 3, 2, 1, Skate Horse.
Good luck. I can't believe there's an auto splitter for this game.
There is, and we start with a skip there. So one of the big mechanics we use to go fast in Skate Horse is if you jump right when you hit the ground, you can conserve a lot of your momentum because it seems like there's a few frames before. Oh, I have to keep moving when I'm on vertically moving platforms, or I'll just fall through them. It's a well-coded game. Missed that by just a millimeter.
Jumped and missed.
And I missed. Oh, see, like there, I expected my momentum to kind of stop because I faced a different direction. But sometimes
That
it
would be
will,
silly.
and sometimes it won't. Sometimes the controls of this game feel very consistent, and you're like, oh, I know what I'm doing, and it's reacting the way I want it to. And other times it feels like it's just sort of running on vibes. But yeah, one of our main ways of going faster is it seems like there's a second where after we hit the ground, we can jump before momentum slows us down. I did not think that was going to work, and yet here we are. I'm going to show off one of my favorite things about Skate Horse. If you stay still, you don't have collision.
My mouth just hung open when you said that. Like, the Skate Horse, handshake, Undertale, stop moving, and don't collide. Like,
Yeah, this game is basically Undertale. That's what
Yeah.
This is probably really bad. Yeah, that's bad. That is really helpful later. Yes, let's go.
oh!
That ends up being really helpful when you're playing like your first few runs. There's some spots where you might get caught on like glass plates. But if you stop moving when the glass plate breaks under you, you don't fall. That was terrible timing. I'm going to run right into the side of that. I should have been patient.
Also, did I read at the beginning of this that that this horse is in purgatory for horses?
Purgatory for famous horses.
For famous PFFH. Purgatory for famous horses.
Yeah. We were a famous horse. We went viral for our skateboarding. Yeah, I'm gonna die real quick just for fun to show y'all. So if I move, everything's great and cool. And if I stop moving, oh, I got caught. Even better. If I stop moving, that usually happens, and you just fall through the platform. And that's like
awesome.
a 5-second time loss, so it was worth it.
I love how even showing off the brokenness of the game broke.
There is in the like guide on SRC, there's a section about how to avoid glitches that is longer than the section on like glitches you should know how to use.
That is incredible.
It's like how to not deal with this funny thing that it does.
Can I tell everybody a fun fact that they may already know?
About horses?
Kind of.
Okay, always.
What does kind of mean?
If back when the My Little Pony community was having its heyday, if you were known if you were known in the community, if you were, say, a My Little Pony e-celebrity, you were referred to as horse famous.
That's terrible. Thanks. That reminds me, I didn't
more
finish
upsetting horse facts.
explaining that the plot. We are famous. We are a social media famous horse. Oh, this is one of my favorite levels because we do a lot of this. Just like skipping because it's not fun.
Goodbye.
Yeah. So we were famous, and then we died saving a child, like a real Yusuke Urameshi of a man. And okay, I got caught on the corner, so I might not hit this. Great. Thanks, Skate Horse.
Thank you, Skate Horse.
Very
Skate Horse.
cool. That was too far.
Skate Horse?
Still faster than doing it right. Yeah.
Oh my god. It's just like Monkey Ball for real.
Fun fact, I have no idea how to beat this level the intended way because I've never done it. Even in my casual playthrough, I just tried to figure out how to do this skip. So I have no idea what the rest of that level looks like. So anyway, we go to Purgatory for famous horses. And
Why Why did we not go to heaven for famous horses? What
Exactly.
did we do
think that's kind of bullcrap, right? Because we're like, I died Yusuke Urameshi-ing a child, and that should count for something. And so the devil horse is like, well, if you can skate out of purgatory and into heaven, you can confront horse god and ask her about it. So we do. Okay, this is the worst. These toilets are RNG. So they may just fall on me while I'm doing this section, and that's between me and my god.
You're the horse god, yeah.
I didn't get hit. Oh!
Whoa!
Yeah, sometimes you respawn as a toilet.
I
got spawn camped by a toilet. This is terrible. I knew that was going to hit me, and then I got hit by a fridge, and then I jumped high enough.
I cannot stress enough for our viewers who may not often be awake between like 2 and 7 in the morning, that this is like the normative silly block experience. This is not some wild.
I'm not reinventing the wheel here.
My first time staying up through all of silly block was at the most recent event, and let me tell you what a life-changing experience it was.
You may have noticed,
awesome.
Eagle-eyed viewers may have noticed right before that last reset, I just got fully caught up there. Oh, come on.
Thank you, Skate Horse.
That's nonsense, and you know it.
We're bullying the game. Does complaining work?
Maybe.
No, let me ask. Does Skate Horse work?
No. Tangentially at best. Okay, I'm gonna be careful here because I really just don't want to die. Cool.
I'm scared.
The one nice thing is your position is consistent when you go to last checkpoint, including like your facing. So sometimes you'll see me just immediately go last checkpoint after hitting a checkpoint because it'll just reset. I didn't need the last checkpoint there. That's a habit because I was talking about it. You'll just see me immediately go to last checkpoint after taking one because it'll reset the positioning and just make it a little more consistent to say like, oh, those beach balls are also RNG. So that one hitting me was just fully bad luck. But I survived it. And now the worst, like, precise platforming section of the run for some reason for me. I don't know why this section is so hard for me.
This is brutal.
And again, it's like constant ice physics.
It's truly the Dark Souls of skating horse games.
It really is the Dark Souls of skating horse games.
Tony Hawk's Horse Skater has nothing on this.
Tony Horse Pro Skater.
Tony Horse.
Tony Horse.
Tony Horse Pro Snufkin.
So,
hey,
which one of us is showing up to SGDQ and Tony Horse?
Yes!
Cosplay?
Wow, that went shockingly well. That was a really good school.
Tony Horse cosplay.
Oh, here's another level you don't have to do. So I get up here, and then I'm gonna go right till the front of my board is lined up here, and go to like a 45-degree angle, and halfway, and then walk off the side, and that should land me right there. The motorcycles are really bouncy, so the goal is to land not on the motorcycle, and then I skip the whole level.
Nice.
Cool.
Oh, that was a gold school? Good God. This is like a bad run, but I still got a gold. I just looked over at my splits and I'm like, wait, really?
Yeah, I did not have the splits open for Snufkin, but in case anyone was curious, that game also has an auto split, or it doesn't have an auto split, it has a load remover. So,
incredible.
That's tech, baby. This is a cool game. That works.
The infuriating thing about Skate Horse is the more you play it, the more you start to get these glimpses. Like, you know the Outer Wilds experience where like the joy of it is that piece by piece you're unlocking knowledge and you're like, wait, I think I see where this is gonna go, and that kind of pushes you to do it more. Skate Horse speedrunning is like that, but the knowledge is how the game works.
I mean, to be fair, in Outer Wilds, the knowledge is also sometimes how the game works.
True.
Yeah.
Skate Horse very much like, that's an example of an instant back so that we're lined up perfectly across these Oh, that was close.
Oh.
Okay.
Never any doubt.
Never
No,
any doubt.
We're fine.
Yeah, like Skate Horse tantalizes you with these brief moments where like you'll feel a little bit like, wait, maybe I understand. Like, okay, I stopped moving in time. The game gives you these like brief glimpses into like feeling just consistent enough that you're like, maybe if I play a little more, I could actually figure out like exactly, you know, how momentum changes with differences. I'm just going to stand here till I go through the wall at this point. They're on different cycles, so they can line up pretty much infinite number of ways. But it gives you these little inklings of like, wait, maybe I understand a little bit like how this game works or how the momentum works, or like jump heights and how they reflect in your momentum conservation. And it's just enough to make you want to keep playing, but then you get really mad at yourself because you're like, I want to keep playing Skate Horse.
The game I have chosen to saddle myself with is Skate Horse.
I also do have
this
to
is
go
my
back and say
305th run of Skate Horse.
happy.
And that's harrowing.
Happy what? I do also have to go back and confirm that once again, chat is funnier than we could ever be. Pony Hawk, y'all. Pony Hawk.
Pony Horse Pro Snufkin.
Pony Horse is just a horse.
Pony Horse.
No! As you can see, I'm about to miss the cycle on that moving platform, and it takes 45 seconds to get back. So, Quack, you want to talk about anything?
Absolutely. What is that cycle? I do want to say, if you're looking to get more involved with the GDQ community, you can join the official GDQ Discord and add the hotfix role to stay in the loop on upcoming events, chat with staff, and more, horse-related and otherwise. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for an invite and more info. I am often there yapping about my favorite meme categories. It's a grand old time. Also, you can catch up on all of our past hotfix shows, special events, and marathons over on youtube.com/gamesdonequick. Hi, YouTube. If you're there, if you're watching on YouTube, tune into the mainline marathons. Also consider supporting the channel by liking and subscribing and turning on notifications to stay up to date with all things GDQ.
Yeah.
That was an absurd cycle.
You can see why I was really, really sad when I noticed it was coming down and I was going to miss it. All right.
There was like genuine grief in your voice was the thing. Like,
Skate Horse will do that to you and then hit you with the oh, come on.
It'll hit you with the highest highs and the lowest lows of
and
high
that
school
dodgeball.
football. Like, or whatever that line from Riverdale is.
Yeah, these dodgeballs are also somewhat random, so I just... Getting hit with one is fully just sort of a thing that happens sometimes. Come on! Ah!
Imagine this level, everybody. Imagine this specific level, but every time you get impacted by one of those dodgeballs, it makes the loudest dodgeball, like, poof noise that, like, you've heard your entire
If I
life.
were smart enough to break this game open and add that sound effect, my goodness.
Modders, you have been given a challenge.
I really wanted to figure out a way to mod it to play a very choppy, low-quality MIDI version of Superman for GDQ.
Yes.
So if anyone wants to get that modded for me in the next, like, 2 weeks so I can ask permission, that would be lovely. Thanks, gang. We're on the final level now, Throne, which has this absurd gauntlet of precise platforming at the beginning with all these explosives.
Obviously. You gotta see Horse
and ice
God.
physics. I have world record in this IL, and it has a death like near the end of this first section. Like, that's how terrible this level is. Because there's not a checkpoint until after this. That timing might have been bad. Oh, I got over. Okay. Now we have to do a ton of dodgeball dodging, which again is random, so I'm not dodging, I'm just praying. Okay. That went quite well.
There's so much to unpack here, so I think I'm gonna throw out the whole suitcase, but like...
No!
Oh, wow, okay, just caught a stray.
Sorry, that was absolutely on, like, IL pace. and then it probably isn't
You were
anymore.
trying to be super
But
normal about it, which I respect.
we will find out if it is for some reason an IL. We will get a gold screen at the end instead of green, but it probably isn't now that I missed this cycle. Oh, it's coming back though, so it's not terrible.
The dream is real. The dream is real, everybody.
The dream's real. Maybe. We'll find out. I do not remember what my IL is. Is the problem, but Deathless first section is really good. So yeah, time comes up when I hit this last gate. No.
What was that? What was that sound again? Can I get a clear? Thank you.
Time. Okay, that is not an IL, but it
my
was
God.
a time save.
Incredible.
That's skate horse. And then if you hit continue again, it's like no.
Turn to many to try time from it. I love it.
Thank you,
yeah.
amateur bird watcher.
I'm so glad that Skate Horse exists and also that it's being run at GDQ. If you want to see more Skate Horse, perhaps at Summer Games Done Quick 2025, Happy is going to be running Skate Horse at just about 9 in the morning on Thursday, July 10th. That's Eastern time. So towards the end of Silly Block, but genuinely, please consider staying up to watch all of Silly Block. Shaq Fu's in it, Nubby's Number Factory is in it, Emergency Call Ambulance is in it, Rose and Camellia is in it. It's an absurd block of games. But thank you so much for coming on, Happy. In the meantime, please tell people where you are on the internet and what you're up to.
I'm Happy by 3 most places. Twitch and Bluesky and such. You can probably find me streaming some Skate Horse the next couple weeks as I try to get my average back to like 14, 15-minute runs so I can feel real confident about that 20-minute estimate. That will inevitably result in me deciding I hate myself enough to go for world record runs and do some IL strats. So yeah, come hang out if that sounds fun. Some of the IL strats for this game are ridiculous. Just fully like getting a specific lineup and doing 5 or 6 momentum jumps in a row and hoping it works. So yeah, if that sounds interesting to you, Twitch/Happy by 3. Also, I just want to shout out the Fatales. Y'all are lovely, and it's an honor to be a part of that little group and hang out with those folks. I didn't join for a really long time because I was like, dang, I am bald and beardly and have a super low voice, and I don't think I'm gonna fit in, even though like being queer and gender fluid and feminine sometimes is really important to my identity. And I was so wrong. Like, not one single time has anybody made me feel less than totally welcome and stoked to be there. So if you are also on the fence and you're like, oh, maybe I won't belong there, you do. And you should join because it's a fabulous place full of really supportive, awesome people. And you deserve to be there.
You can't do this. We were just cracking jokes. You can't hit me with this. Fatales is better.
Oh, sorry. And also pee pee poo poo. Does that help?
Fatales is infinitely better for your being a part of it. And I know the copy by heart about what it is to join, but I think it is so impactful and important to hear that from you. And if you're in the chat and on the fence about joining, I can't recommend it enough. The number of people whose lives it has impacted for the better is absurd and keeps going up.
Yes. Can confirm.
Should I play us out with the Skate Horse theme song?
But of course, thank you so much, Happy, for that incredible whiplash and of course that majestic skating. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we are going to keep the platformers slightly esoteric. We are going to perhaps increment the quality of the game somewhat. But when we come back from the break, Mouse Shy is going to be showing us Cavern of Dreams. So please get up, stretch, drink some water, pet a small animal near you if that is an available option, and we'll be right back. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Fatales at SGDQ Preview Showcase. we are entering our 3D platformer block with a game that was our performer's marathon debut, GDQ marathon debut at the most recent Frost Fatales event, and it is another backup for the main event. I said before, I'm so thrilled that we were able to feature all of the backup runs on this showcase, and this is our final backup to show to you all today. Please welcome to the stage, Mouth Shy running Cavern of Dreams All Eggs.
Hello, I'm Mouse Shy, and with me on comms I have Aiko, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Aiko the Blue. I have watched Mouse play this game several times and said words about it some of those times.
You do a very good job at saying words about this game. This is Cavern of Dreams. It's a little 3D collectathon platformer that was released in 2023. It's got a little retro N64 theming going on. You play as Finn, the baby dragon here, who is sleeping at on the title screen here. And you gotta basically the main conceit of the game is all of your siblings who are eggs have been kidnapped by Luna, and you must go rescue them in the Cavern of Dreams. So let's get started. Time will start in about 3, 2, 1, and go.
Good luck.
All right,
That's pretty good.
Finn enters the game by just sort of falling, and this makes a lot of sense because Finn is part bouncy ball, which we'll see very soon.
So right now, all we can really do is roll around real fast, but soon we will get a lot of fun bouncy abilities.
Yep. You unlock abilities in this game by collecting eggs, and then once you reach a certain egg threshold, you come here and talk to Sage, who has an incredible wizard hat and dress, and also gives you neat things like a tail. And the thing you can do with the tail are bounce very high.
So, like so. Let's call it a super bounce. And we will be using that a lot to skip a lot of things and bypass a lot of walls and puzzles, like this wall right here.
Yeah, so the super bounce is much, much higher than any intended jump movement and is going to really break open the movement of this game. Mouse is going to use it to collect many eggs, just bypass a lot of puzzles, get into zones, and once in zones, just sort of go very high up and skip the entire platforming section here. There we saw Mouse open the pause menu and then close it real quick. What that does is it actually halts the super bounce because otherwise you can go right into the ceiling. And there we also saw another neat piece of tech, which is a cutscene skip. If you're doing a rolling, you can sort of glitch out the rolling attack to get to a point where you can interact with something and run an attack at the same time. This will skip cutscenes, which is great because we don't want to watch them.
Mm-hmm. And the thing about skipping those cutscenes there, they open doors in that area, but because we skipped the cutscenes, they didn't actually trigger the opening right away, so we have to leave and re-enter the area. But thankfully, we need to come into this little sub area here and grab an egg anyways, so that reloads it for us. So those doors will be open when we go out.
Yep, very nice, neat little efficient routing. One interesting thing about this game visually is that it can be kind of hard to tell when you're underwater. There's little bubbles, but the main way you tell is just Finn's movement is very different underwater. This is one of those open doors.
That's just a wall I broke open.
Oh, okay.
But this is the open door that we talked to Shelnard, I think his name. Yeah, Shelnard over there. And now we gotta do a puzzle that we know the answer to.
Yep. Nice little, this puzzle isn't randomized, so you solve it once and then you're good.
We're coming back for that egg on the way out. First, we're going to go back over here and skip a little platforming puzzle thing by super bouncing. Normally, you're supposed to grab some boots, and they're kind of like hover boots from Ocarina of Time, and you got to use those to figure out how to get up here. Or we could just super bounce.
Yep. Super bouncing, very nice for not doing puzzles the intended way.
Mm-hmm.
There's that egg grabbed on the way back. We're up to 7 out of 40 total.
Technically 43.
I mean, we're 7 out of 40 eggs the game counts. And here's number 8.
All right, got to go into the crypt here. We're going to do a couple more super bounces in here, and also we're going to, like I mentioned earlier, going to do that pause, unpause to cancel our vertical vertical momentum in order to cut our super bounce short.
Yep. We, in fact, do not want to slam into the ceiling.
Yeah, it's a little slower.
Yep. And it will give poor Finn a headache. We care so much about Finn's.
Yeah, he totally doesn't get a headache from rolling around violently all over the place.
It's enrichment for him. He loves this. He's like Sonic Hedgehog.
Yes, the Sonic Hedgehog.
Yes.
I know that one.
It's a hedgehog made of sound. Sonic the Hedgehog. Here there's a little
go ahead.
skip that you can just sort of get by collecting this thing right as you enter the hitbox for the "You've entered this area, check it out" cutscene, which we didn't get entering it in the first place because we didn't enter this area through the intended route at all. And there's Mouse just sort of collecting an egg through the floor because the hitbox extends through the floor.
Mm-hmm. All right, now once we collect this egg here, we're going to do a quick save and quit, which will take us conveniently back to the little hub area we started, and we can talk to Sage and get 2 new abilities from them.
Yeah. Going to unlock Wing and Horn.
Mm-hmm. So Wings let us glide, which is very useful, and the Horn gives us a little kind of downward dive attack, which is needed to break a few things during the run, and also gives us a little convenient little bounce like this, which can be useful in places because it's a little higher than Finn's regular jump.
Yep. And now we're going to super bounce up to another little backtracking shortcut. Or...
I think this is the intended way, but normally you're supposed to bounce on some mushrooms over there.
Okay.
But yeah, there's Luna. She's gonna break a bridge and then cackle and then leave, as you do.
Like you do.
As you do. Luna's this weird little like pig bat hybrid thing. She's a tormented artist, misunderstood. You see all these eggs are painted weirdly. Luna did that. She stole our eggs and then painted them because that's what you do when you're an artist and you're misunderstood. And Sage has decided she doesn't like you for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think like lore-wise, Luna was adopted by Sage, but I don't know, Sage abandoned her for some reason, which, you know, is kind of messed up a little. Yeah. So I mean, I understand why Luna is troubled. Really, she needs a hug.
She does need a hug.
And so now we are actually in what's normally the final area of the game, but we kind of broke into here by taking some one-way shortcuts the wrong way.
Yep. This is the Gallery of Nightmares. Very spooky,
this is
very scary.
This is where Luna lives. All these paintings are by her. And air swimming. Do you want to talk about that?
Oh yeah. So it's if you're leaving a water area, basically if you leave a box of water from the side while swimming downwards, you just continue to swim in the air, and we can use that to basically enter the sub area without having to go grab a glider. And now we are in the pits of despair, which are so despairful that Finn's gills don't work. Finn has gills, by the way. It just wasn't relevant to our journey, so we never really talked about it.
Also, like, I don't know why there's just like an invisible pool of water outside of the entrance to this area, but it's very convenient that it's there.
Yeah. We love to see. I mean, I guess we don't love to see it because we can't see it, but it's invisible. But we love to know that.
Had to hug a scritch.
You gotta hug a scritch. Those things they're really just there as like back scratchers. We'll get into whose back they're scratching later, but they're
a little big for Finn's back.
Yeah. And one thing you saw there is that when you get hit by something in this game, there's not like health. What happens is just you get knocked back and stunned. Here, Mouse is doing a little match 2 puzzle.
Totally random.
Seems random based on based on the luck.
You believe us. We wouldn't lie about whether something was RNG or not on stage.
Why would we do that? It's not like I've lied about value like the past 5 times I've run this game. Really, we should probably find a new joke.
Yeah. It's time to retire that one. Anyways, none of the puzzles in this game are random, which is great because it's wonderful not having to do RNG. So anyways, in this sub area, there are like 3 little buttons you have to press, and once you've pressed all 3 of them, you can go grab the egg, and also the Finn's skills start working again, which is great because if you take too long doing this, the timer's like pretty generous, but if you take too long doing this, Finn runs out of air, and then you have to redo the area. Oh, look at those eyes, those sad, sad eyes. Unfortunately, the creature that owns those eyes is toxic, and so we cannot go give it the hug it desires.
Yeah, its name is Haha, and it has dangerously toxic skin. And if you do touch Haha, you do immediately get knocked out, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
So now the area's cleansed. Finn is happy, but then he comes out here and remembers he's in the Gallery of Nightmares. But that's okay because we're going to go see Jacob.
Oh yes, everyone loves seeing Jacob. Get ready to say hi to Jacob, everyone.
We gave this little guy over here the name Jacob at one point,
Jacob.
and now that's just his name.
I love that. We were talking about this earlier on the show today. I love when speedrun communities just like, that. Yeah, that's a guy. His name is Greg. Whatever. Like that's perfect.
Yeah, he's just like sitting there in the basement. If you touch him, he doesn't hurt you at all. He's just wiggling. He's vibing.
You know,
Jacob's
shout outs
vibing
to
down there.
Jacob.
Just having a good time. All right, these are gloves. You can pick them up and throw them. So throwable items are like a little finicky because you have to. They change what movement tech you have available because you cannot let them go. And if you drop a throwable item or like do not throw it the way that you want to, you have to go back and grab it, which is really annoying time loss. But here we have thrown these gloves into this painting, and having done that, the picture in the painting now has gloves. It's great. Don't worry about it. And that will open a door for us. There's an egg in the middle, but it's actually a secret trapped egg. And if you grab it, Luna will laugh at you and it will explode and send you into the sewers.
I don't think it explodes, but yeah, you do get sent to the sewers. Although to be fair, I don't think you've ever seen me accidentally try to grab that egg, so you wouldn't know.
Okay, but no, we can pretend it explodes. Maybe it does explode. Maybe they patched
Okay, it totally explodes. Just
Thank you.
sends you flying.
You'll have to play the game for yourself, chat. Tynan, how did you find Cavern of Dreams and start speedrunning it? Because the movement in this game looks sick, but it isn't. I understand not a game a whole lot of people have been keyed onto.
It popped up in my Steam recommendations one day. I thought it looked cute, so I picked it up, and then I'm like, oh, this movement's sick. I bet the speedrun is sick. And like, oh, no one's speedrunning it, but runs that I did see, the movement was indeed sick. so I picked it up, and this was like my first speed game that I actually learned. And
that rules.
The only one I've learned so far. I should probably find a new one. I've kind of run this one through the marathons at this point, but yeah. It's very cute and charming, and I've spent a lot of time playing it.
I mean, that's the speedrunning bug at its purest form. You find a game you like, and you play it again, but faster.
Yep. All right, here we want to stay out of the water because there's things in the water that will send you down into the sewers, and we really don't want to get sent into the sewers. Bad place to be.
And those little like fish on sticks that are circling around, they'll knock you right into the little drains that take you to the sewers. They're very mean like that.
All right, this is a waste of eternity. We're not actually going to spend a lot of time here because this is one of those areas where you have like a small bubble of movement and you have to like follow like signposts, but actually it turns out that the end point is very near the spawn point and there is no wall between them, so you can just go right there if you know which direction to head in. Which Mouse does, having played this game 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, you're supposed to like follow where those dead trees are pointing, and they'll point you all over the place. Or you could just, know where it is.
It's a good strategy.
And now we got this nice oversized glider here.
It's so funny watching Finn roll on the ground with this glider because it's just deeply silly. The wings are so much bigger than he is. But yeah, it makes for really good movement. You don't really lose basically any height when you're at wings. All right.
And then get this egg here.
Yep.
And we totally figured this one out by accident. I don't know how how it keeps happening.
We're just getting so lucky. Incredible RNG. It's completely random, obviously, what thing you have to do. Pay no attention to the fact that just 3 or 4 minutes ago I said there's no RNG in any of the puzzles. I lied.
And here you can see Luna has a lava chamber with a roller coaster in it, as you do in your art gallery.
I mean, seems fairly standard.
Yeah, and here we have the snakes room. There's snakes. Everything's snakes. The floor is snakes. The like background is snakes.
The water snakes.
The water snakes. The like little waterfalls. Those are snakes. The guys shooting the weird polygons. They're snakes too. Snakehead. Hello, Mr. Snake. And because it's a very vertical level, super bouncing is gonna serve Mouse very well here. And up here we've got more snakes. And would you believe it? more snakes still. We got some rotating snake heads. Actually, those are sort of ambiguously not snakes. Those are like, I gotta say, here we have the pool of snakes, in which there are snakes, and an egg.
Yeah, which vaguely looks like a snake.
It does vaguely look like a snake.
And now that
Also, the snakes are shooting bubbles now.
Yeah.
Of course. Now that we've
Just
learned
like in real
what
life.
is and is not a snake, I can say confidently there will be a quiz later.
All right, now we're grabbing our last throwable item over here. And
Here Mouse is doing some like glide cancels to keep momentum in the air. Each of those little flap. And yeah, here we have the last throwable item. Got to bring all the way over to a picture here.
also, for some reason, I never noticed this until like a couple days ago, but that egg looks like a dragon eye, and it's in a dragon skull.
Challenging. Well, Luna made that easy on purpose, so I guess
Thank you,
not
Luna.
challenging after all.
All right, so we've gotten all the eggs in the final area, although we've only got like a little over half the eggs, actually. So we're going to go over here and take this shortcut to say hi to Mr. Carrington, if you want to talk about him.
Mr. Carrington is a giant battleship who was built for battle, but the people who made him, unfortunately, made him sentient, and he doesn't want to fight, and so they were like, okay, well, what good are you then, and abandoned him, and this is very sad.
Yeah,
so
now he's a bit
little
grumpy,
about it.
which
I would
is
be
fair.
grumpy too in that situation.
He's also grumpy because like Luna came by and like gave him a health condition, which is what those little angry-looking red guys on the side are.
Yeah.
Also, that was Dumpling that we just freed. But yeah, normally you're supposed to like take some bottles of medicine and throw them at those little guys in order to access Mr. Carrington's control chamber. We're not going to do that.
Yeah, unfortunately,
But he'll be okay.
Mr. Carrington's problems is slower, and the control chamber is not blocked off in a way that is impervious to super bouncing. So instead, Mouse will super bounce in, and this will let us rotate Mr. Carrington like the big bird in Zelda Dungeon game.
Yes, the Zelda Dungeon game.
The Zelda Dungeon game. Well, I mean, the Zelda game that famously has fewer dungeons than most Zelda games, but has a bird that rotates.
Breath of the Wild. I got you.
No, I know the name of the game. Or just see, these are the back scratchers. They're here to scratch Mr. Carrington's back.
Yeah, that's the actual in-game lore. Those are Mr. Carrington's friends who scratch his back for him. They're called Scritches.
Wait, that's so sweet, actually.
Yeah. And then we're in Mr. Carrington's heart chamber, where we're going to skip a puzzle to grab this egg.
Yep. Super bouncy, very good at puzzle skipping. You maybe
And then we're going to take a swim in Mr. Carrington's blood, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, that took a turn.
Well, it turns out it's faster to just do that and leave than like backtrack. So you know.
All right.
Ambiguous fluid sends you back to the entrance. Don't even worry about it.
Not worried for a second.
Good.
All right, and dodging through the Scritches here to grab an egg. And then we're going to get to the part here pretty soon, which is why we tilted the ship like this. Because actually tilting the ship makes my life a little harder because Finn bounces weirdly off of tilted geometry a lot of the time. But it is necessary in order to get not this egg, but the next one. All right, so basically, with a stored attack roll, we're going to grab this bottle of medicine, break through this window, and we are going to roll up Mr. Carrington's wing here in order to get up here. That's why we tilted the ship, and I won't mash because something smells good.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. It's fine. We have a bottle of medicine.
Yeah. Bottle of medicine uncooks eggs. You heard it here first on Cavern of Dreams.
Sure.
It's just how eggs work.
Yeah.
And then you collect the egg and it's fine, and there are no problems. I love that the painting on that egg is the oh no face, which implies that like Luna like painted it to look like that.
Yeah, I mean, she is probably the one who set the egg on fire as well.
I think she should not have done that. Here we get this egg
probably
off on the tail, and I'm also going to do some very mildly alarming looking jumps out over the abyss to navigate around the outside of Mr. Carrington.
as you do. And now we are going to hop in Mr. Carrington's belly real quick to grab the last egg in this area, and then we're going to do another save and quit.
Yep. And that was the sort of, you've entered this area for the first time, Mr. Carrington says hi dialogue. We did not enter this. Yeah, because Super Mountain is so good, we will almost never enter an area the way that we were intended to enter it, and so we will most often see that kind of thing when leaving an area.
Mm-hmm. So, but, you know, Finn's feeling a little hungry.
Oh, yes, I think apple. I'm thinking apple. What are you thinking?
Okay. Well, I mean, there's an apple tree over here, and other than eggs, that's the only food I can think of that's in this game. So, there's mushrooms, I guess.
There's mushrooms.
But yeah, actually, Finn's not feeling that hungry. We're going to leave that there. Maybe we'll come back to it later.
All right. Goodbye, apple.
And then we're going to take a shortcut the wrong way again into the Prismic Palace, which is this snowy, icy area. Right now, it's extra icy and blizzardy because Lady Opal over there is angry because Luna stole her eggs.
Luna really just has the one trick, and that trick is egg theft.
Yeah. Thankfully, Lady Opal only has 3 eggs, so this should be pretty quick. And once we return the eggs to her, she will defrost the area for us.
That's so nice of her.
Yeah.
All right, egg 2. The ice eggs are very interesting visually, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they're like fish eggs, I think, because Lady Opal's mermaid-like.
Mermaid-like?
You'll see. She's vaguely mermaid adjacent.
Yeah. But, you know, actually, maybe Finn is feeling kind of hungry.
Oh, okay.
Look, conveniently enough, an apple's there.
Dang.
So there's like this apple displacement glitch where if you knock an apple out in that other area and leave it there, then it just appears over here, which is really convenient.
Yep. All right, this is Lady Opal. She's mermaid adjacent. And now she has
I see it, yeah.
Yeah. And now that we have this apple, it's time to meet the gobbler.
Unfortunately, Finn isn't going to get to eat his apple because the gobbler's going to take it.
The gobbler! Exclamation mark.
Yeah, exclamation mark. That's very, very important. He loves apples. He has apples for eyes.
Yeah.
Oh.
As you do. And also eats apples.
Mm-hmm. I think lore-wise, he's Luna's spoiled pet. But yeah, we got the egg down there. And now we're going to come up over here to the lore room where, there was a king. He opened a forbidden Pandora's box and everything froze. I don't know. I'm just going to come in here and grab an egg.
Yep. Seems like a reasonable thing to do when presented with lore. And here we're doing more super bounces because uppies.
Yeah. Finn's going to bonk his head on a plate there.
Yeah. I like that egg. It's blue.
Yeah. It's a very pretty egg.
Kind of like porcelain-y.
All right, so there's an awful ramp that you're supposed to go up to the right over there with urchins and stuff. I'm going to not do that.
Yep.
Gonna do some super bounces up this roof.
Sprites.
I was going to say, yeah, the seahorse butterfly things are quite a lot.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, there's going to be a bunch of them in here, if I remember correctly.
We have the skelly taupe. There's giant ones.
They're watching us.
Yep. We can watch them back.
This is my favorite egg. It's a pretty starry
good.
egg.
I like the starry night sky egg very much. Sploop.
And now we're going to go down a slide over here.
Yeah, I love the slide.
Yo, SM64 reference?
I mean, we've had a few of those. We were entering paintings earlier.
That's also true.
Mm-hmm.
Bloom.
Oh, and then we're going to do a big jump here.
Yep.
And do fast gliding, which I think Echo talked about a little bit earlier, but basically you kind of cancel and restart your glide in a certain rhythm, and it makes it so you can glide a little bit further and a little bit faster.
Yep. Very useful for finalizing some jumps, and doing that in the way that Mouse just did skips a bunch of really obnoxious platforming, and it's a really cool looking jump, so You love to see it.
All right, and then we're going to say hi to Big Star down here. He's having some trouble. He's stuck to the ground.
It's acupuncture time.
Yeah, so we're going to help him by with some gentle stabbing.
Yeah. The noises he makes are really unparalleled.
Yeah, he has a lovely baritone.
I'm not sure lovely is the word I'd use, but unparalleled is definitely the word I'd use for the
But with freedom, there he goes.
His people need him. Goodbye.
Oh, bye.
Yeah, goodbye. He's gone now.
This game is so charming.
It really is.
So your reward for collecting 40 eggs is you get a more like kind of free flight ability, and you can fly up there post game, and he has some dialogue for you.
Oh, that's magical. Left is an exercise for the reader, because I know everyone is going to pick this game up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you don't see in the speedrun, a lot of little areas that I skip because, I can super bounce over them, and there's a lot of little, lore cards and stuff. It's a really sweet game. I would really recommend picking up.
It's just a very, very cute game.
So now we're going to go into the room with two Porygon 2s stuck to the wall who are going to try to hyper beam us, but we're going to do some big jumps and do our last save and quit. So now we're just cleaning up the last few eggs, so time is coming up in not too distant future. So, but first we need to take down the first obstacle of the game.
Yep.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. So normally, right after you get the tail attack, you're meant to come up here and use it on the mighty wall here, but we kind of super bounced past that at the beginning, so now we do it now. And then we're going to see Luna one more time up here. I kind of hugged the left there because she can actually hit you and knock you back during that cutscene. So if you happen to be in the middle.
Yep. I really like how pretty this room is. I think it's neat that the run ends here because it's a very pretty area. Alright, now we just have 2 more eggs.
This is the scariest part of the run for me, just if I'm on PvP or something, just because these eggs aren't hard to get, but if I'm nervous, it's easy to mess them up.
That's always how the end of runs are.
Falling here is very no bueno.
Yeah.
Yeah, time will be when Mouse collects this last egg.
Yeah, so it's coming up the second I touch it. It's right in this underneath this iceberg here. And time.
GG.
We found all of our siblings. We don't finish the game in this category, so the viewers will have to go finish it themselves if they want to see the ending.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was Cavern of Dreams, all eggs.
I love this as a collectathon, and yes, absolutely. I'm curious to see how it ends personally, but everyone pick it up. This is a backup run for SGDQ, so I and we all are rooting for it to get pulled into the main marathon. But in the meantime, Mouse and Aiko, please let the people know where you are on the internet and what you're up to.
I have a Twitch, obviously, and you can follow it, but I don't really stream, so, I'm around a lot, in online marathon volunteering and stuff, so you may see me around there, and you'll see me at SGDQ. So yeah. How about you, Aiko?
I'm Aiko the Blue on Twitch. I occasionally stream the Ori Randomizer. If you join the Ori Rando community, you will find me there answering lots of questions. And yeah, I will also be at SGDQ being very blue.
Amazing. Well, thank you both so much for this showcase. We are continuing our exploration of the third dimension, which is a lot of novelty to me. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we are going to move from the roundness of the egg to the quadrilaterality of the cowboy. We're going to take a quick... Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fatales at SGDQ Preview Showcase. We have made it all the way to our final 2 runs of the showcase. I feel like no time has passed at all since Pokemon yesterday. But before we get into our final 2 runs, I want to share briefly that you can get ready for Summer Games Done Quick 2025 by checking out our SGDQ ambassadors. All throughout the month of June, support Doctors Without Borders by joining each ambassadors community in the lead up to SGDQ. You can use !SGDQ ambassadors to check out the full schedule. This is a new thing for mainline events. It was baited with the Fatales event last. I think ambassadors is a fantastic way to add to the community as well as to the fundraising for fantastic causes. And there's some pretty cool Fatales in the ambassadors lineup as well. Speaking of pretty cool Fatales, we are going to continue our 3D block with a run that I cannot stress enough how little I understand. I watched this runner's submission video, and it raised more questions than answers. But here to answer them, running Quadrilateral Cowboy all levels, please welcome to the stage Artizial.
Hello, hi, my name is Artizial, and this game is Quadrilateral Cowboy. This is a first-person puzzle game. It's primarily about hacking. There's not that much hacking in the run, but, you know. This is the all levels category. In each of these jobs, in most of them, there's 3 levels, in quotes, within them. They're like 3 different objectives, and we have to complete all of them. And joining me here today is somebody.
Hi, it's me. Wow. I'm Shovel Claus. I know nothing about this game, but it's a weird, cool indie game, so I'm excited to see it for the first time. I was in Quack's exact position about a week ago, where I watched this and not a single thing stuck. Too confused. So I'm excited to see what's going on.
Games like that are just perfect.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Something about this game that's neat is that it's made in id Tech 4, which is more commonly known as the Doom 3 engine. And you're going to see a little bit of movement quirks as a result of that. I'm not going to really go deep into it because they're not used much at all, and we don't really have time. But yeah, I'm going to start here in about 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
All right. So as soon as this loads in, I'm just going to sprint off the side of this train and hop along the side of these tracks. The game wants to reset us back to the beginning, but we're too fast. Mantling in this game is broken. I'm going to grab this chair and jump up onto it so I can mantle through the ceiling. You're going to see the excellent mantling code right now as I mantle through the ceiling again.
Right, of course.
I'm going to now do some hops down onto my bike, and that is the tutorial.
Sure,
at least
why not?
The first part of the tutorial.
I know a single mechanic now. Thank you, tutorial. It's mantling. Yep. Thank you.
So we're going to be building our little deck here, which is the computer simulation in which we are planning the heist. So I'm going to now open these lockers with all these wonderful computer parts and put them in one by one.
I've never built a computer before. Is this how it goes?
Yes. I'm going to attempt a frame perfect trick that is really stupid and never works. So we'll see if I get it. I just spam jitter click here and oh my God, I got it.
Let's go.
Let's go.
You literally just spam jitter click on that computer, and if you do it right and hit the frame, you enter it twice and it skips the tutorial entirely.
Oh, good. So I understand even less.
Yes, the hacking section of the tutorial entirely. So inside each of these missions, you can no-clip around in order to survey the scene. And we're going to set our start and end points of the mission. I'm going to set my start point halfway into this wall, so whenever I restart, I clip through it.
Oh.
I'm going to take pictures of this contract legally and clip out with the chair. And that is the first level of this. Next up is a very, very important piece of tech we're going to be using a lot. It's called deck clipping. This is our deck. It's our computer device. If I drop it on my head and interact with it, when it stands upright, I can leave it and clip through the floor. Pick up that briefcase. Come around over here. Oh, come around over here. And we're doing another deck clip. It has to land upright. Pick this up. Set the extraction point, and that is the end of that. Final mission here in Satsuma Tower. I'm coming down here and placing the insertion, start and end points halfway into this wall, walking through, picking up the prototype, and getting out.
This is like the perfect encapsulation of why I do not personally run 3D games and why I will literally never tire of watching 3D games speedrun.
So the end of each map introduces a new mechanic. In this case, it's the Weevil. We're going to use it twice, which is a lot more than the rest of the rest of the tools the game introduces us. There's a lot of these little
GTA 6 isn't like this.
There's a lot of these little 10-second cutscenes, which is a little bit annoying, but also not really. It's just kind of a time to chill. So something important.
Yeah, after the start.
Something important I must explain is that in the previous mission, you saw me exit back to the hub after completing each individual objective. This time, I'm not. If you complete all of them in one run, it'll still count and you can still leave. Weevil here. I'm going to spam rotate it, which will hopefully clip it through this pane of glass here. There we go. So it can remotely plug into this little wall outlet. And now I can steal this briefcase. And we are going to do variations of that for the rest of these, but no Weevil. Deck clip right here. Fall down.
Just the animation of the deck falling on your head is so funny too.
It is very funny.
I do have a question. How RNG are these deck clips? Because I can't imagine it's the most consistent thing relying on a physics prop.
They rely on the angle and the area you're looking at. Also mantling code again right here.
Of course.
Right. They're 70% consistent, I would say.
That's higher than I thought it would be. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest.
And if you mess it up, it's super easy to just reset back and retry. And we have... I fumbled the bag.
I fumbled the bag.
Okay, you know what? Rerun it back. We might we're gonna have to do all of that again, I believe. Unfortunately.
Okay. So...
Go ahead, Sheldon.
I'm going to say the line.
I was just going to ask what.
That has never happened to me before.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Did I? Oh my god! I think I soft blocked. We're going to.
Okay.
We're going to level select to the next level.
This is
apologies.
Run indie games. Yeah. Run indie games.
Anyways,
everyone. This is perfect.
Chair boost.
Right. Oh, okay. Of course.
Yeah, you can boost with that chair. So I'm deeply sorry for what just happened in that map.
The perfect GDQ debut does not go without 10 million disasters. So
you didn't miss much of the level. You missed me walking to the end and clicking the button to leave. Anyways, Bergamot Bank Job. This is going to be... I'm not going to say intended. It's not intended. I'm going to fly up here and place the entry point onto here, onto the top of the sign, so I can fall down and do a deck clip. I was going to say not intended because it doesn't use any glitches except for this one deck clip here. So it's not intended, but it is not intended. So we push this bank vault out, and we can now exit out and do the next bank vault. We're going to have another deck clip here as a treat.
Yum.
And this is the launcher. We missed getting this because the game died. It just launches things. It does what it says.
Good name.
Yeah.
Yeah, descriptive.
Zigzag here. We're gonna do more deck clips and more launches of the bank vaults.
Is this how bank robbing goes? I need one of those you know the YouTube videos that are like interviewing professional heist men about movie heists. I need one of those, but for this game.
Can we get a real bank robber to react?
To react to Quadrilateral Cowboy speedrun.
Yes.
I love it.
All right.
Getting dev commentary, and they're like, yeah, this is what it was actually like.
Expedition. So fun thing I'm doing here, there's actually a little ramp here that I'm jumping off of that gives me a speed boost. It saves like half a second, maybe.
Let's go.
Tura autocase, the game's giving us a gun, but we're not going to use it.
Perfect.
Unfortunately, playing badminton here is really slow, as much as I would love to play some badminton.
I have more questions about the plot of this game.
Having played the game, I don't have answers.
Perfect.
That's okay. Good.
Clinic is not the most stable map, but we'll take it slow-ish. And that's why I say it's not the most stable. It has really intense lag spikes at times. So I'm going to set the exit point right on top of that window and the entry point halfway into this wall. You already know what we're going to do. We're going to jump along the side of this and bypass the defenses by walking through the wall. We're downloading brains here, so we went from stealing bank vaults to stealing brains. And then now, after breaking the window, I can jump out and climb up. And there's the first level. Now, the next one is going to be pretty similar, but with a neat little difference. Starting halfway into the wall here, placing the deck down and entering and exiting to clip through it. And we're going to just drop the deck through this door, and if it lands in the right spot, we can just go through.
Hell yeah.
And if you're tired of all these glitches, you'll be excited to hear that the very next objective is glitchless. Hello? Okay. I did not want to repeat what happened in Fingerlime Funicular.
Game had to think about it for a sec.
We're picking up this CCTV, landing on this window, and breaking it, and we have bypassed the security. It doesn't even raise any alarms. Normally in this game, there's like alarms everywhere. That just doesn't. So we have finished Clinic with only one lag spike, which is pretty good.
Is this cat a DJ?
A little bit.
Is that what's going on here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I need you to know, Shovel, that I am so poisoned by speedrunning. I immediately parsed that as, is this category a double jump? And was like, what? And then I looked at the screen a second time.
You guys like that chair boost earlier? Here's another one.
Yes.
You're never seeing it. You're never seeing another chair boost again. I hate to tell you, but that was
it. My heart is broken. I'm going to die.
All right, next level is the Valencia Villa, which will be similar to Fingerlime Funicular earlier, in which I don't need to exit back out to the hub after completing each objective, because we're just gonna do it all at once. Here's a little precise texture lineup. I have to put the launcher right here and extend it over here. So in theory, it'll be fast enough to not trigger the lasers and ricochet back out to the objective. So now we jump down here. I wish we could see it like better, but unfortunately, it's just too fast. We clip under and we pick up this little guy here. And then we line up with this wall, and so we can continuously jump up and pick up this one before running out of the map. All right.
I need to see someone casually play this.
Yeah. Like
I can't imagine.
Yeah, this is a puzzle game that's kind of like involved.
Is that a machine gun?
Yeah. Combat Trance Mark 5.
I thought you said we weren't using guns in this game.
Oh, we don't get to see it.
Oh, okay. Well, okay.
Yeah.
I see. It skips time.
We enter combat trance. So
Right.
the next section of the game is the team-based section of the game. So there's going to be 3 roles. There's going to be the caser, which can no-clip around and survey the scene. The enginani, which has access to tools. And the greaser, which can move really fast and climb high surfaces. For the tutorial, we're only going to use the greaser. We're going to pick up this key, restart the level, and pick it up again, so it'll count as being interacted with twice. And you see the greaser can climb really tall places. And then we grab the 3rd key, so we don't have to get that key in there because it requires the enginani. Okay, big doozy of a glitch here. I'm not even sure. So I'm going to go into the enginani here and rapidly hit F4 to exit back, and then do the same thing with the caser. Enter the enginani again, enter the caser again. So what has just happened is now I am the caser. I have the caser properties where I can no-clip everywhere, but the game considers me as the enginani. So whenever I go into here, which is the end objective, normally I can't interact with it because the caser can't interact with energy. But when I go back into the enginani, it'll retrace my steps back, and I can interact with this and climb out to exit the map.
Right. You know.
Average speedruns.
Average.
Yeah. Giving yourself no clip for fun.
Yep.
So how did you find this game, and did you casual it first before speedrunning?
I did play it casually. I don't remember how I found it. Well, actually,
tragic.
This is made by the same person who created 30 Flights of Loving, if you know that game.
I do not. I'm writing this down.
I'm looking on Steam to see if I know this game.
Yep. Anyways, here, this is a cutscene. I don't know what this thing is doing to me. Whatever. We're gonna jump up with this oil can, and we're going to hopefully... Nope, it's not cooperating. We're gonna hopefully be able to use it to mantle through the ceiling, like we did with the chairs in the first map. There we go. So after mantling through the ceiling, we do not have to watch the rest of the cutscene of us assembling this boat, and it will fly out through us. So that ends the team-based section of the game.
Sure.
Wait, doesn't? No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
My bad. We have one more mission with that.
Oh boy.
Fatales truck job. So we're going to start out and open this, re-enter as the greaser, and I am going to pick up this launcher I put down because it just retraces your position. It doesn't care if there's the things that need to be there. And this is going to be basically intended where I just run down through here and place the launcher right here so we can steal another bank vault. There's a lot of bank vaults.
Finally, gameplay as God intended.
Yep. I thought that was gonna overshoot. Anyway,
It's fine.
I was scared.
here's a fun cutscene where we're gonna turn ourselves into a robot. What just happened?
Okay.
Everything is going wrong today.
Is this not intended?
This has never.
Is the black screen
This
unintentional?
has never happened to me before.
Awesome.
Let's
Why?
go.
Anyways, I can't. Okay,
So we aren't going to see the robot.
we're not gonna see the robot body.
I'm
Next
scammed.
mission. Everything's going wrong, but that's fine.
But the showcase is immaculate.
Yep.
This is excellent.
And hey,
This is exactly what I thought this game would be like, but apparently it's all not how it's supposed to go.
Anyway.
and this
Lots-
guarantees
lots of-
world record live on stage at GDQ, so that's cool.
Yep.
Of course.
We're gonna clip through. We're gonna do a little deck clip and interact with this stuff and drop the phone onto the deck through the wall, so we can complete the map. This is normally a very long level. It's like this is a big level. It's gone. We are now planning our ultimate heist. We are going to steal the brain box from the Abby Yo-Yo space elevator.
Those are words.
Yep. This level takes place in space, and as a result of that, everything is low gravity, which is going to be very helpful for skipping everything. Normally you like use this crane to like create a bridge up to the satellite or whatever. I don't know. It's been so long. But instead we're just going to place our starting point on top of it. We are taking our deck, picking it up and throwing it off the ledge before falling down with it after interacting with it. Tell me. Oh, I forgot.
Typing dust.
Gate 2. I forgot what it was called. So, yep. Now we use this little weevil here, and we use it for one last bit of hacking. I cannot type. So we've now stolen
the hardest
brain
skill
box.
check of the game.
Yes. We've stolen the brain box, and we are officially done with the game. So now we are just going to go through a little cutscene where we eat some ramen with the girlies.
Yum.
Right here.
Girls' night.
Yep. What is happening to the particles? Genuinely,
Your game is haunted. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know what happened. The game just broke today.
I think your ramen is burnt.
It might be. It might be a little burnt. All right. It's epilogue time. This takes place far in the future, as you can tell, because we are old.
Oh. You're old.
So that's the end of the game. This is the epilogue. So time will be whenever the game full screens on the computer, which returns us to the main menu. Shout out to Brendan Chung and Tynan Wales for creating this game. It is a very good game. And shout out to Rosden Shadow, who ran the game like 7 years ago and is the only resource. Time, I forgot to count that down.
GG.
If you told me at the start of the day that I would laugh as hard for this as I did for Skate Horse, I would have called you a dirty liar. This was a magical showcase.
Excellent work.
The game is, I swear the game is more stable than this run indicated.
No, again, absolutely beyond reproach. Impeccable.
Simply the best.
Yeah, shout out to all the people from the years before who ran this game like 7 years ago and have not touched it since. And that's kind of all I have to say.
All I can say is play this video game. I'm picking this up. I don't know what to tell you.
Also pick up the this team's game that just came out like 2 weeks ago called Skin Deep. I'm going to be running that on my Twitch channel in the next few days.
Okay.
I vouch for that game. I'm eyeing it very hard. It's very cool.
Yeah, that game is awesome, and it has an awesome speedrun.
All right.
It definitely does.
So I hope to showcase at a marathon sometime.
Nice. Well, for this marathon, friends, if you want to check out Artisanal Running Quadrilateral Cowboy, it is happening Wednesday, July 9th at about 7:30 in the morning Eastern. So get up bright and early to be sure to catch the shenanigans of all time. And in the meantime, Artisanal, please tell the people where you are on the internet and what you're up to.
Yeah, I am on Twitch with the same username. I stream like once every 6 months. You can find me on the Blue Skis and the Twitsies and whatever suits your fancy. There's like a 30% chance I'm there. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I have to say.
Awesome.
Excellent run.
Yeah.
It was very, very fun to witness this. It was like a car crash. I couldn't stop looking away. But
beautiful.
It was
Should I report a bug?
Well,
okay, that's too much. I gotta go.
I can think of no better note to end on. With the scene set for shenanigans, we are going to take our final break of our final between run break of this showcase, and when we come back, we are going to close it down with some Titanfall. So don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fatales at SGDQ Preview Showcase. You you've made it. We've made it. We've made it to the end of our 2-day showcase of the finest Fatales and their runs at SGDQ. We have coded some bunnies, we've neoned some whites, we've planted some zombies, and we've even certainly quadrilateraled some cowboys. But for our final run of this showcase, I am absolutely overjoyed to tee up widely believed to be perhaps some of the sickest movement in any speedrun ever. A fan favorite game every time it shows up on the marathon circuit. To close it down for the Fatales, please welcome to the stage Sapphire in Pink running Titanfall 2 all helmets.
Well, hi, hey, and dare I say howdy. Quack, that was beautiful and far better than I could ever put in how to describe Titanfall in 2 sentences or less. I'm very excited to be bringing you Titanfall 2 today. Like Quack said, some of the sickest movement you will ever see in a speed game. You know, there's a reason I started with this game, and there's a reason I'm still playing it 5 years later. So joined with me, I have my lovely commentator, Vane, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Vane. I've been in and out of Titanfall for a bit now. I did run it consistently, but yeah, just mainly in and out. Haven't actually run all helmets myself, but I am excited to do a little bit of yapping, a little bit of chilling.
A little bit of yapping, a little bit of chilling. And with that, I think we'll just get right into it. We'll start yapping, we'll start chilling. I'm just going to give a quick countdown in 3, 2, 1. We're going to go.
Good luck.
Woo. Good luck.
So, starting it off, obviously, we would be remiss if we forgot to mention that Titanfall 2 runs on a heavily modified, dare I say, biblically modified version of the Source engine.
I heard this
We've gotten it out of the way.
Yes.
We've gotten this out of the way. Okay. But Titanfall 2 source engine, you get all the fun little quirks. You get air strafing. You preserve a lot of momentum. You get bunny hopping. You also get the game's version, which is slide hopping, which is when you bunny hop from a slided position. And we're just going to get right into the game's first level, which is the Gauntlet. It's just a little tutorial level. We aren't actually a pilot yet. We're just some guy named Jack Cooper. But we're learning how to be a pilot.
We'll be getting there.
We're getting there. And throughout this game, we will definitely get there.
I don't think Lastimosa could possibly expect any of the things we're about to be doing, I'll be honest.
That's what I'm saying. 48 helmets is a lot of helmets to just be carrying with you through a battlefield. Cooper doesn't take any breaks to put them away or anything. He just always has them. So, yeah, it's full of really, really fun movement. It's all about momentum conservation and preserving the amount of speed that you do have in different sections, which we can do via a variety of methods, such as the aforementioned slide hopping or wall kicking, which is what I'm doing all throughout this gauntlet right here. And we're just gonna miss the wall a little bit, but it's fine. We got the first helmet get of the run. The first helmet. It's where it all began.
Normally it kind of nudges you to wanting to take out the targets there, but you don't really have to do that. You just kind of go through it as fast as you can. Something to note as well, a variation of wall kicks we're going to be essentially only doing is called crutch kicking, where essentially instead of just kind of jumping off the wall once you hit it, you are jumping and hitting crouch at the same time, and that gives you a bit more boost in speed and changes your angle a little bit, and just it's only a little bit of additive speed compared to a wall kick on its own, but over the course of the run and over how many actual crouch kicks you're going to be doing, you're just going to be building tons of speed throughout some of these sections.
Alright, I'm gonna see if we can get a funny angle. Come on. Where's he? Okay. Little bit of a funny angle. Alright, I'd give that a solid 50 degrees or so.
Something like that. I'm a speedrunner, I don't know numbers.
Guess the angle, my beloved. But yeah, this whole ending section, it's all exposition. It's here's why we're here. Oh, we're going into battle. Oh, here's a bunch of foreshadowing. Like, all these people we're gonna see out throughout the run. It's all boring. You know, it's all like yada yada yada. But yeah, so basically the whole thing is we're going to this planet. We're on a scouting mission right now. Things are gonna go bad. We might even die on it, just like Lastimosa said.
Oh, I hope he doesn't die. That would suck.
Oh, that would be so bad.
Just catastrophic. I mean, how are we going to become a pilot without his teachings?
It'd ruin the game.
Simply. Just going to spam through that menu there to make sure we select easy.
Yep, the menu starts on easy and then shifts to whatever difficulty you would have gotten, because like the gauntlet assigns you a difficulty depending on how fast you move through it. And so if it's on easy for just a little bit, and if we mash our space and enter buttons, we can just select easy.
We want to be on easy because the enemies on higher difficulties are evil.
They hurt. If you've ever played this game on Master, ooh, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
I'm sorry. It's like the Respawn devs are notable for being the people who left Infinity Ward after, I think, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 or 3 or something.
I think so, something like that.
And so if you know anything about the difficulty scaling in Call of Duty games, you know how incredibly unfair and punishing Veteran can be, and that's kind of like what Master is.
Yeah, they're actually just so much damage done. Like in master runs of this game are like kind of insane, just because you have to play in kind of in a different enough way to just like not actually get hit by everything.
Exactly. If someone breathes on you, you're gone. It's over. You're done.
You stub your toe, it's wraps. Like, pull the curtains down.
So right here we're going to do a technique that is very scantily placed throughout the game. It's called a super glide. If we hold a forward or sprint key and then we crouch and jump at the same time, we get a slide speed instantly and we can just start moving immediately. Even though we do not have a jump kit right now, we are not a pilot, we're just a rifleman. We can still slide hop. You can do this in real life, folks.
I feel like I have to chime with like a not medical advice or something.
Not medical advice, yeah.
Not medical advice.
Not trained professional advice, but who knows?
So normally you start out the section just kind of really slow, just slogging around, but we can kind of bypass that by backing up to the wall that you start in front of and just jumping off of it, and you can get up to speed pretty much instantly.
Helmet get.
Our second helmet. Something to note with the first part of this first level here, BT7274, is that you do not have your double jump yet. So along with all the weird geometry like scattered throughout this level, all the rocks and stuff, it's one of the harder levels in the run, with like 80% and all elements.
Yeah, I always say we'll come across a section later where you're like, man, how did they let this get through in terms of sculpting geo and like hitboxes for it? And they lovingly crafted every single rock on this level, gently crafted to be perfect.
Perfect to make you lose like 10 speed for fun.
Just a little toe stub. Oh, okay. Who are these bozos?
Bozos. Alright, so now we have access to our double jump. So we can start kind of going crazy now.
And out of curiosity, what's the time difference like between any percent and all helmets? Because I know, Saf, you have run any percent at a couple of things before, a couple of Fatales events.
It's hard to say. I usually give it like it's really, really hard. I usually go like 3 to 5 minutes difference between any percent and all helmets.
Current any percent world record by Clipboard Guy, 112.51, and all helmets a bit more recently, it was actually gotten down to a 117.
Yeah.
Nice.
I will say the other thing about all helmets is that, like, yes, the people who play it are very, very good, like Bry and like Dadadu, but it is, I think, far less optimized than the modern any percent landscape.
Yeah.
There's just simply not as many runners.
Just slightly less treaded waters. Here, entering probably the most titular part of BT into Ravine. You have a bunch of walls going back and forth here where you just have the potential to build up a ton of speed just to kind of get through this section, so... It's like 70 here is really solid.
Oh, I accidentally double jumped. Okay. Oopsie, whoopsie.
It's possible to carry that speed pretty much through this entire section, but even then, even still getting up to 70 there...
Yeah, dropping down to nothing and getting back up to 70 is kind of a testament to crouch kicks and how much speed they gain you over the course of the run.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous.
I'm kind of blubbing a little bit, but that's okay.
Slight lore update, by the way. BT kind of got owned when we crash landed, so we need to get these batteries for him to eat up on, so that he can be like actually alive again.
He's hungry.
Very hungry.
Yummers. Alright, we're gonna go down here, do a big ol' slant boost off of that little ramp there.
Nice.
Grab that helmet. And just kind of preserve that momentum all the way to over here where we have to kill these guys. These little robots. I know, that was pretty gnarly. Hello? One grenade did not kill him, and that's, you know what? Purity of heart on his part.
So that ends the most interesting part of the level is just all the pilot movement that we're kind of heading into how to actually use a Titan.
Yeah. Also, Lastimosa died.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Forgot to mention that. My bad. Yeah, he died in that little skip that happened earlier.
But you almost didn't foreshadow this.
I know. It's how could anyone have known?
Yeah, he, along with BT getting a little owned, Lastimosa got a little more owned.
Yes.
So we took his jump kit and we gotta finish the mission.
Yep. It all happened in a cutscene we didn't watch because the community voted a couple years ago to enact an 18-hour bypass. It's called the 18-hour cutscene, and it was kind of like a big kind of wall to get through whenever you were playing any percent, because like if you reset, all of a sudden you had to go back to the beginning and watch that whole cutscene again. It was just kind of annoying. So the community, together, we all voted and decided that we were gonna skip that cutscene and add the time back into live split.
We saw that yesterday also with the cutscene skip in Wolfenstein. I love seeing speedrun communities actively work to make their runs more fun.
Let's go. Let's go.
And easier to reset.
Every Titan in this game has a different few abilities. It's like maybe a hero shooter type deal if that's something you're into or familiar with. A lot of Titan combat in this game, which there isn't too much throughout the run, but there is still some important bits where it's really about good ability cycling and cooldown usage. Here we're gonna do a little spawn mode. Stand and look at a certain area to make this brute fall right down where we want to. We're gonna hit a little no-use strat.
Oh no, he's just gonna let me shoot him.
Okay.
All right.
Interesting.
You know what? He's supposed to know you, but I guess I know him.
Yeah, he's supposed to try and deflect your bullets back at you, and then you catch those bullets and then throw it back at him. But he just kind of exploded.
He took it, you know. He's like, I'm not helping you go faster in this run.
That is the first level.
Yeah.
In the books.
This is the level you'll probably see me practice the most because it's fun.
Yeah, so
I'm constantly on this level.
as the run has evolved over the years, more and more of the Titan sections have just been substituted for pilot movement, just because it is faster once you are able to utilize all of the tools in your kit.
Okay.
And this is one of the most popular examples of it, is this opening of Blood and Rust.
Okay, friendship boost.
Scary.
Okay.
Friendship boost.
Yeah, that's what I call it whenever the Titans hurt me. It's a friendship boost. Because the Titans are my friends and they don't want to hurt me. They just know that it's faster.
Yeah, exactly. They're programmed to help you. You're gonna be grabbing that first helmet there. Continuing to move throughout this.
Yeah.
I imagine those friendship boosts are fewer and farther between on Master.
They are.
Yeah.
It's more of a friendship. Owie. Ooh. Owie. Ow. Ooh, ouch.
It's more of a friendship, not friendship. They kill you kind of boost.
Yeah.
You hate to see it.
They boost your corpse.
They boost your corpse.
Audio cue there to get in right as the door opens. Continuing to go. So this is the first level where it is very important, I believe, to mention a mechanic in this game called Lurch. There's a small period after you jump where when you input another direction, it kind of like jolts you to the side a little bit. And you're actually able to stack that input multiple times within that period. So you'll notice how when you kind of airstrike in this game, it's like a little slow, a little smoother, and that would normally make taking like tighter turns pretty difficult to maintain your speed through. But if you stack that lurch input, such as right here through capture balls, you can take really tight turns like that. You trade a little bit of speed for a lot of maneuverability.
Yeah. Another tool in our toolkit of just momentum preservation, because it's
Very
faster
important.
to lose a little bit of speed and to be going the way you want to go than it is to stop completely and just turn, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, along with crouch kicks, that's like another, eventually, like, especially at a top level, the most important pieces of tech in the kit.
Yeah, like it's honestly, it is up there with good cap strafing. I think is up there with decent, like, is being good at air strafing, you know? Like, you want to be really good at air strafing, at tap strafing, and at like your kick timing.
5 out of 6 helmets. We're picking up the EPG here. This is a grenade launcher, pretty much. It's a very easy access to any damage boosts we want to do, as damage boosting is another pretty useful resource we have access to, either with frags, gravity stars, or again, this EPG we have here. It can give you a nice little, like, maybe like 10, in good cases, 10 kph boost. But, you know, it is a damage source.
Oh, just like that. Yep. Speak of the devil.
Demonstration for the viewers.
For the
Just wanted to
viewers.
get it out of the way. That
Now
was
we
educational. That
know.
was on purpose.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So
Alright.
here, if you're familiar with playing casually through the game, you have this big fight to wait for the sludge, and if you press the button and you're able to get over to PT like that, you can just skip that entire segment. Just mark on them through the fence, and it skips about like 5 minutes.
It's one of the biggest sequence breaks in the game.
You can try that one at home.
That one's so easy to do at home. You should do it at home.
All right. Something to note with the disembark strat we do at the beginning is that we do skip over a Titan loadout that we would normally use for this game fight here online.
Wow.
Wow. Normally we use that kit, we skip over to be, so we're able to kill Kane a bit faster, but because we skip over that, some of that time we gain by getting out of our Titan, we lose a bit of here just because of the fact that we don't have the tone loadout. We can still kill him pretty fast with just the default expedition here. We take our first core, our ultimate ability. Just go for as many crits as we can.
Oh. Okay, Kane, get over here. we're killing you in fight mode.
Nice.
That was kind of fire.
Yeah, and that was Kane.
For blood and rust.
It's such a fun
another really difficult level. This run opens up with like 2 of the most difficult levels in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they're both really rough. I'm like, the vast majority of my time in this game has been spent in Blood and Rust, BT, and Affecting Cause 3, which is for unrelated reasons. We'll talk about Affecting Cause 3 when we get there.
So for something with like as deep and intricate movement as this, like what is your practice philosophy? This is something that's always been a curiosity of mine. Like, are you, I will incorporate all of the hardest strats immediately? Are you someone who likes to sort of go through speedruns framed for beginners and then slowly work things up? Like, how do you approach a speedrun as complicated as Titanfall?
So that's a really good question. I would say, like, I don't know. My philosophy when it comes to speedrunning as a whole is, especially in the past, I've been like, it's been treated as a second, I don't want to throw that. I've treated it almost as like a second job and put a ton of time into it. And especially nowadays, I am very happy with the way I speedrun, which is to say, I do it all for the bit. I'm only here for a good time. And so I do things that are funny and fun, and if I don't find them fun, I kind of don't incorporate them.
I love that.
It's a good way to go about it.
Yeah, I'm like, I should be enjoying the game I play, not beefing with it.
Exactly. This is a lesson. Enjoy the games you play, or at least try to.
True. If there's one sub-theme of this whole Fatales showcase, number one, it's that now we know what is and isn't a dog. But number two, it's like the video games you speedrun.
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, yeah, I've incorporated, like, especially since the return of the, like, third or second return I've had so far, or second or third, I should say. This time it's very much been like, I've been incorporating a lot harder strats that are faster, but I just have to be having fun, and they kind of have to be funny sometimes.
And I mean, you are still very clearly taking it to the highest level, see SGDQ.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. That'll be a banger. Do not miss that one. Race with you and Bri.
Yeah, it's gonna be, oh my, dude, this,
anyways,
the Geo
explain a
over
little
here.
bit of what's going on here. This is another level where we completely forego any Titan movement, and we're able to, as you saw earlier, we're kind of able to push ourselves out of bounds with the thingy-mabob that comes along.
The whatchamacallit.
Yeah, the whatchamacallit, and you're able to clip out of bounds, and as long as you hit a certain trigger during that whole movement sequence, if you take a death move there, you're able to just come all the way to the end here after you respawn. And as long as your movement is good, it does save quite a bit of time over going through the level as a Titan.
Yeah, it does. We lose out on another Titan loadout here, the Brute loadout and the Scorch loadout, but we will be quitting to menu later in the run in order to regain all of our lost Titan loadouts.
Yeah, we allow going back to menu and just going to level select and going back in, because when you enter a level from the level select, it just gives you all the things that the game thinks you should have.
Yeah. Oh, that's so convenient.
And there's a couple ILs like BT, Trial by Fire, and then Bold Weapon. You just automatically get given the same loadout regardless of what you bring into that level. So those ILs are all, you can just steal from your full game PB, which is very, very nice.
Here's another one of the levels of all time in the run. You start out with a million billion speed, and it looks really cool, and you're doing a whole bunch of stuff. There's a bunch of walls to crouch kick off of, and it doesn't matter because this level is an auto-scroller.
A newly solved auto-scroller, I will say.
Newly solved, but far from run viable.
Far from, yeah, the people going, there's a new out-of-bounds strat pioneered by a couple like figureheads in the community, like, you know, Chill Spirit, Robert, like a ton of other people have. Ooh, okay. No. Okay. We're gonna. Okay.
I've seen them win these.
No. Alas.
Can't win them.
Alas.
Alas, and unfortunately. But
sometimes you be getting put in situations.
oh my god, how did I do it again? I got put in a situation again. But the new IL and subsequent out of bounds for this is very, very, very hard and requires a lot of technical skill.
Going around in a bunch of space you're not supposed to be in. So once again, Lastimosa could have never anticipated Abyss 2 out of bounds.
Lastimosa would be horrified if he were still with us.
Yeah, rest in peace. Yeah, because of that, I do find this level to be actually one of the more interesting variations from 80%. Just because in the 80% route, you're waiting a ton in Abyss 2, whereas in All Helmets, you are actually kind of going around and doing stuff while you're still like just in the background waiting for some cycles and whatnot. Gonna Falcon kick that guy.
I'm just gonna Falcon kick that guy. Oh, I don't have frags. Do any of you guys have frags? No? Okay.
Sorry, I left them in my other outfit.
Smokes. Yeah.
That's not good.
Where'd you get those e-smokes from?
I picked them up. We're just gonna put them over there.
Yeah, that's another like small thing in some levels is the grunts you kill will sometimes drop like grenades or fire stars, things like that. Weapons.
I have more e-smokes. Kind of would love frags though.
Yeah, so there's some situations where getting frag dropped from grunts is very much appreciated.
It's kind of whatever. It's just for a strat at the beginning. Oh, there we go. Cool.
Hey.
There we go. I just need one. I just need one.
Get that pictures.
We're literally just hanging out. We're just waiting for that platform over there to do the thing. We're now. Oh, it's over here. Yay! So there is a very difficult strat that a lot of top runners do. I will not be doing it. It is far too hard.
It's scary and evil.
It's scary and evil, and it loses you like a minute or something. It's
because you gotta wait for this whole sequence when you're going through on this crane again, and it's.
Anyways, to give a brief explanation, you get on top of this building, and when it turns, and you'll see we launch through here, going very, very fast. You use a lot of that platform velocity to jump over the top of this, bounce off of that wall right there, and just go straight over to the end level, which is the end of the level, which is right over here.
Yeah, platform velocity in this game is silly and funny. There's a video by Zweek, shoutouts to Zweek.
Shoutouts to Zweek.
Has made multiple videos about this game, and if you are at all interested at how this game works or this game in general, go check that out.
I'm literally wearing Zweek's hat right now.
Yeah, you drop merch.
SV Air Accelerate, baby.
Yes. Alright, so going for the more normal strat here. This is called Dome Launch. Once again, just more platform velocity shenanigans. We just get launched all the way up, hit the trigger that we need to, and then we're going to catch a ride up. For that though, another Helmy.
The final Helmy of Abyss 2.
That was 3 of 3.
3 of 3, baby. So this is another one of the. This upcoming skip was discovered, I think, after the GDQ X run of Titanfall back in 2017.
Yeah, the
maybe
devs were like,
I'm remembering
hey, there's
my
an easier way
lore.
to do this.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
there
cool.
is a fight here, a dome fight, where we're like pitted against a bunch of like robots and whatnot. Anyways, we can just sort of like that wall doesn't have collision, and we can just sort of get out of bounds.
You can that's another one you can try at home. You can just crouch walk through there and then get out of bounds here.
And we just maneuver over to this very specific portion of the level, and there is a secret second dome that you can't see somewhere, I think, up there, give or take. And when we're standing here, it's just we're gonna fall, we're gonna drop right into the end level trigger, and that is Abyss 2. Got a little heart going.
That was.
Let's go.
All right, so a little bit of a break there from some insanity, and we're gonna go kind of into maybe more of a sleeper level, at least any percent wise, into Abyss 3.
I hate this level.
A lot of stuff going on here in terms of just pilot movement.
This has always been one of my least favorite levels in the game.
It's a little evil. I'm gonna go for a cheeky little
okay.
into that helmet there.
Nice.
Okay, sorry, I don't normally get that grenade boost, so I got a little confused for a second.
Yeah, and the collision on all these cylinders here is very funky to try and like get any kind of like ball hit or wall run off of. Look through here, there's a lot of enemies.
Oh my god, there's so much geometry.
And the geometry is potentially even more day ruining. Get a nice little
just gonna
off the moving wall.
Helmet get. 2 quick ones for you.
Yeah,
for another one of these scant few Titan sections left in the run.
Yeah, and even then you can do it at a top level. You are ideally doing this part Titanless, but this one especially is really scary because again, all of the rock geometry and all of the Titans and everything that's around you that can just once again
absolutely ruin your day. Yeah.
But it's not that much slower ultimately to just go into Titan and just go about your day.
Yep. And so since we skipped getting Brute, we had a way of skipping Ash called it's Hover Ash Skip, where we would hover up and not hit the Ash trigger to trigger this cutscene that we're watching at all. And we can't do that anymore because we don't have Brute. We didn't pick it up. We went too fast. So instead we're going to be skipping Ash via Dash Skip. Why is it the dash skip, you ask? Oh, because you dash up a wall.
You dash to skip. It's as shrimple as that.
It's as shrimple as skipping dash.
So, we are a little out of bounds. Right next to the end of the level, we just need to go up and hit the trigger, and you're good.
Yeah,
but how do you spell dash skip? Is it D''Ash?
It is D''Ash. Yeah.
I love it.
It's
well done. You passed.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
You passed the test. This will be on the test. Make sure everyone in chat needs to be taking notes. There is going to be a quiz at the end of this run.
We've been stockpiling quiz questions for 2 whole days now. I don't think anyone in chat is ready.
I'm worried about the quiz. So there was our first quit to menu of the run. We do it for one main reason of the fact that we don't have any of the Titans that we need. And coming up in the next level, we're going to need Brute.
Absolutely. So we're into the next kind of arc of the story here, into the Affecting Cause trilogy. This is one of the most infamous parts of the game. You have this whole time traveling mechanic.
This is the level you told your friends about, yada yada yada. Oh my god.
But yeah, we don't get to harness it quite yet. We're just kind of at the mercy of stuff going. There's some wacky stuff going on in this old.
Some shenaniganery, if you will.
Exactly.
Oh Lord.
We're supposed to rendezvous with Major Anderson, who we did see at the beginning of the game. I hope he's not dead.
Oh, hi, Major Anderson. This is one of the secret 49th helmets you get.
Oh.
It doesn't count as a collectible, but we sure did collect it.
Looks like Anderson made an oopsie whoopsie. So we gotta retrieve his helmet, and BT's gonna kind of decipher all of the brain files in there.
He's just hanging in there.
Genuinely, how are you capable of saying oopsie whoopsie with the exact same delivery as like tech explanations? That's a skill I will never have.
He did an oopsie whoopsie.
It happens.
It does happen to the best of us. If you haven't gotten stuck in the ceiling yet, you know.
So while BT is kind of going through all these like communication, like radio files, we just have a bit of a waiting segment. We can go around and collect those 2 helmets that are sitting around, and then just kind of have some waiting. So, unless Saf has something to say, this is a decent time for a quick message or two if you have it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to quickly plug that price missions are still open for SGDQ. As we summon all our Fatales to the showcase, you can visit gamesdonequick.com for more information about submitting a prize. Saf, in your opinion, what would be the best Titanfall prize?
The best Titanfall prize?
Yeah.
I do think like a replica helmet would be really, really cool.
Chat, you have a mission. Extra credit on the quiz.
Extra credit on the quiz.
Alright, so after all that dialogue, BT's gonna throw out a zip line for us to get into the next part of the level, and by being up on the ledge there, we can kind of catch the zip line at the very end of it and skip a lot of the ride we would have to go through. When she's doing it backwards.
I don't get to do backwards strafing very much. This is a fun little quirk. So the levels are on top of each other. So the old timeline, which is the shiny one, and then the modern era, which is the decrepit one. They're layered on top of each other, and whenever you swap time, you actually just get teleported between the 2 of them. So there, when I punched that stalker, it just kind of warped me upwards for funsies.
Yeah, because lunging at something in this game is just like a little weird.
Aw, okay. I had a ton of speed, I just a little off.
Faster than light. You are able to carry like 80, 90 something speed throughout this hallway and just shoot all the way to the end. It's a bit wonky though, with the 2 grunts that are kind of in the door there.
Yeah.
It's a weird angle you kind of have to manage, but here's the big one. The big level here. We are up on the upper level of Anderson's body, and we're going to take this little device he's got that allows us to harness this kind of time traveling power.
You know, I just realized something, man. I don't think we ever talked about what language the game is in.
That's true. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. It's just so like ingrained in my mind that this is just how you play the game. So we are
language is faster, I assume. But
yeah, it's the same speedrunning trope you see with games. Certain languages are faster. This game happens to have faster dialogue in Mandarin. There's one specific level where most of the time save is centralized. I believe it's like 30 seconds. There's a big yap sesh they kind of go through.
I think it's Beacon 3.
Yeah, it's Beacon 3. Which we will see later, of course. But yeah, there's a good bit of time over the run and primarily in that one stage.
Yeah. Oh, but Vane, I hear you ask. The text is still in English. What's up with that?
That is because of our little speedrunning mod that we have here. That is also giving us that nice little speedometer. You're just able to keep all the English text and stuff and still have the Mandarin dialogue. So it's nice. But before all the fancy schmancy stuff, you did have to have your entire game be in Mandarin. Which when you put a lot of hours into a game, you don't really need to specifically know exactly what things say. You just kind of know what things are.
It's true. I don't remember what half of the English dialogue is.
How long into Titanfall 2's speedrunning lifespan did the speedrun mod get made and get pushed for leaderboard use?
I don't actually know.
I think it was like 5 years, I think. 1 second. Alright. Yeah, because I think it came around in 2022, 2021?
That sounds right. I have not been around quite as long, so
Yeah,
I need to study up on my history a little bit.
Like, I've been around since 2020, basically. Oh, 1 second, we're gonna do this again.
Yep. So this level is one of the most popular, both in the game in general and just among what people kind of like to do for individual levels in this game. There's a lot of cool movement, despite there being 2 sequences you saw there where you're kind of waiting around. Just the action apart from that just makes up for it so hard. Like, this level is so cool.
Yeah, it's very fun. It's very nice to like weave through different timelines, preserving your momentum and whatnot. It just feels very good.
The game feels good.
Yeah.
There's the last couple of helmets there. Just move through here. A little bit of swag.
I do that every time. I think I've forgotten how to look down there.
It's just so baked into your muscle memory, you just lick your mouse
is.
I love that. Yeah, here, using a little bit of quirk with going, because you are going on 2 different walls technically, so when you switch timelines there, you can get kind of a double kick off of that same wall.
I gotta lock in.
All right,
this is the greatest level in the game. All right, it's affecting clause 3. It is a oopsie. It is a 50-second IL. It is so good.
Also, no helmets in this little section. Oh,
what?
Oh no.
Yeah, those Titans in the room there are quite a bit evil if you are not going about that room in a kind of a particular way. There's a couple different ways you can do it.
I gotta be safer here. I'm too IL brained. I've been putting so much time into this level recently. Like, when I tell you my run GG splits, it's like, oh, Sapphire's most played category is any percent at like 300 and something hours, followed by Effect and Cause 3, this 50-second IL for 150 hours.
Wow.
It's addicting.
It is so good.
I mean, yeah, movement-based game, IL boards, I can only imagine.
Yeah, it is as stressful as that, but had some more funny business going on. Time just kind of stops for a bit. We have this really cool section with like these ships exploding and everything. Really cool to move through, especially for first time playthrough.
And you can skip
a nice
the ship
off of that debris. You can skip the ship. That was a really good kick.
And you can also grab the arc from underneath, which is a fun fact. You just kind of, if you can interact with something through a crack in the floor, you can warp up through it.
Exactly. It is that shrimple.
It's that shrimple. But yeah, it's such a, like, it's such tightly packed, extremely high octane movement over the course of a very short level, which I think is why I hold it so dear to my heart.
Yeah, it's really easy to just throw attempts into.
Yes, yeah. Case in point, I think I am at like 12,500 attempts now on this level.
Wow. Just a little bit of fun.
Just a little bit of fun.
Lore update. They were making some kind of weird thingy mabob here at this laboratory.
Is that the technical term?
A real doohickey.
Yeah, that is precisely actually what they call it in the game. Is the thingamabob.
It's the thingamabob parentheses arc.
Yeah, the arc. And they're using that to do some kind of weapon. And we gotta do something about that.
Would it be a sci-fi story if there wasn't a planet-destroying super weapon?
I don't think it would
got
be.
me there.
Whoa. Into the next arc of levels here, no pun intended, lol. Into the beacon.
This first level's kind of boring. We just kind of hang out.
There's not a whole lot going on. We have this enemy clear we have to do, ideally pretty quickly, I mean, of course, but we do want to get back to BT by a certain time to be able to skip a little bit of dialogue. Nice clear there. It's not super lenient, especially, you know, with the access to crouch kicks and the like you're just able to kind of fly back over to BT here.
I got really scared it was going to crash there for a second. Sometimes it can crash there if you don't time your dialogue right.
Yeah. Some weird dialogue nonsense. We pick up a new loadout here, Ronin. This is pretty important loadout we have. We use it for a good amount of the combat we do have left. They're gonna yap a little bit.
There's just yapaholics.
Bunch of yapaholics in this chapter, really. Except for the except for this very next level here. This very next level is another one of the beloved aisles of this game.
Yes, yeah, very much like the movement level.
Yeah, it is roughly a minute and a half to 2 minutes, very much so depending on your skill level, of just all thriller, no filler, just moving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it is super fun.
There's a speedrun category called Pilots Challenge, which is following basically it's 3 ILs back to back. It's this level, Beacon 2, the one we saw a couple levels ago in Effect and Cause 2, and the one we saw at the very beginning, which was Blood and Rest. And they all are like very special in their own way and all test, I think, very different aspects of like your movement kit, which is why I think they all fit and mesh really well together in Pilots Challenge.
Yeah. So just going for some kicks here. Little tap strafe turn. Grab the softball. This is another kind of grenade launcher that we can use to boost ourselves. We're going to grab this helmet and then make sure we get a checkpoint and then reset so that we get to keep that helmet. And then we're going to hit a death warp here. We're going to do a kill room skip, which is where we just got that helmet here. Getting a nice kick off of that, making it all the way over. That death plane is pretty high up. You do need pretty much that speed optimally to get over. You can make it with a little less, but that skips an entire segment where you're just sitting in that room, kind of taking out some enemies and then taking a bit of a longer way around to get to where we just cut across. So that was very nicely done. We were taking care of this guy. Sorry, buddy.
Sorry, buddy.
To get the arc tool.
If you want to see him live, you should donate to the pitched incentive of Spare Save the Marvin at GDQ.
Incredible.
Absolutely. So there's the second helmet there. We've picked up the arc tool. This lets us interact with these little green sensors here that operate some doors and such. And here we're gonna skip another one of these rooms with heat sink skip.
I love softball heat sink. I love softball heat sink.
That was very nicely done. Getting just barely enough speed to be able to strafe to the other side there. And we're into the last segment of this level here. This is a fan segment. We have this big fan that's just giving us a ton of speed through this curved section. We're gonna try our best to conserve that speed with a nice another little fan boost that was very nice.
I ran into him.
Oh no! That happens to the best of us.
That hurt my feelings.
Yeah.
I can see why this is a beloved level, though.
During Pride Month is crazy.
But yeah, it's literally, it's short, it's sweet, it's 2 minutes of just pure movement.
All right. Into the Beacon 3, another very infamous level in the run. There's a lot of infamous levels. This run's just sick. I'm realizing I'm saying that about a lot of levels here.
It's a good video game, folks.
It's a good...
It's shrimply just good.
It's shrimply the best.
Yeah, Beacon Part 3. Unfortunately, we do have a bit of yapping to sit through and a bit of kind of exposition, so to speak, before we get into probably the most famous trick of the run.
There is a potential radiation hazard in here.
Yeah, be careful. Gang, you don't want to stick around in here too long, especially.
Yeah, you could burn to a crisp.
Yeah.
Don't try this one at home.
Do not. Gotta hit all these switches here.
No! That's devastating.
You're gonna have to get out. You're gonna die. Except you're not.
On easy, you cannot die in that room.
Oh.
Yeah, you just out regenerate the damage it does on easy. You can sit in there all you want. You can go make a sandwich. You can do your chores. You can do whatever you want.
A nice radiation spa. Still not medical advice.
Exactly.
Not medically advised, but you can do it.
You can do it. There is nothing stopping you.
On easy difficulty.
On easy difficulty. The little asterisk at the end. Little fine print. You do have to be on easy difficulty.
You can hit Captain Cole with the softball grenades.
Ouch.
Youch. Owie. Ooh, ouch.
So we gotta go. The communication systems are down or something like that. My lore in the game is a little shaky at best, I'll be real. But we need to go retrieve a module, kind of clear across this map here, to be able to restore communications here.
We're gonna do a pretty awesome, I think, glitch. Like one of the few glitches I would say in this game.
Yeah.
It used to be a lot less, but this one was like one of the only ones. If you can wedge BT in a corner there and hover, you will get a state known as moon boots, which reduces your gravity by what, like, is it 15, 25%? It's a number.
I think 15 is the number I remember generally, but generally around there you get some nice reduced gravity, and with how, you know, how much of an important aspect like air strafing is, getting more time in the air, you can kind of just go crazy with it.
And we just
collect a couple helmets there, and BT's gonna just launch us.
Just absolutely chuck us.
Yeah, this is kind of capital T the part, folks.
This is the part. This is my favorite baseball player right here.
That's the go. So we hold space there, and we get some extra height there to be able to just kind of fly across here at 100 kph. And with how speed works in this game, with air strafing, you at higher speeds you do have to strafe quite a bit slower. So this is about as fast as we can strafe while maintaining speed.
No, why did I double jump? No. Wait.
Too much
quick save?
speed.
Okay, we're good. It just quick saved us. We're good. We're
Nice.
fine. We're fine.
Good,
Everything's good.
So keeping the speed through most of that and getting those helmets, it will quite do. You do kind of just lose most of your speed going into this kind of tighter section anyways, so that was very well done. We're almost at the dish here.
Oh, okay. We're gonna back this up a little bit.
Hey, you're all good. Wait, even the backups in this game look sick. Like just having to on the
Let's try this
fly
out.
do
1,
whatever.
2. Okay. I don't think this will make it across all the way. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna have to reload checkpoint there, but that's okay because it puts us back over here.
Yeah, in all helmets, this level specifically kind of gets turned up to 11.
Oh, Lord.
There are a lot of things happening.
Yeah, it's easy to make it across. I struggle to find the spot to do it from sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there's a few different ways you can get over to this dish here, whether you're using frags or gravity stars, or even just neither like that. Just kind of take a wall jump off of that. But now we are getting the dish, and we are not done. That is only part 1 here, folks. We have to go all the way back.
Oh, I'm gonna let it. Yep, that was smart because otherwise it would have sent me way farther back.
That was good. That was good thinking. Try and get a nice nade off of that into a nice kick. We have these little switches here that control these walls. We're gonna hopefully get some uppies here.
Oh no! Okay.
Uppies betrayed.
The uppies betrayed me. No, the uppies betrayed me. I think yes. Okay. Oh, we're back here. I had a safety save set.
Yeah,
So we're
using some safety
time.
saves here because this game is very difficult in this category, especially. We're gonna try this again.
Oh Lord. Okay. We're gonna try it one more time. It's
hard
really
to line
hard.
up. it is quite precise. You don't just have to. We're trying to get launched by this platform moving up, and you kind of have to be on a very particular part of it when it hits you. So it's a lot more difficult to line up than it might already look.
Okay, that's not a great uppies, but it is a long enough boost so we can get over here properly and not have to worry.
It is some launches, so whatever gets us over there will work. That'll do.
Oh, so Sapphire, you ask, why did we go over here instead of following the pathway? Well, there's a fun little strat you can do here by skipping a trigger around, as soon as I can get up here, that building right there. So I'm just gonna...
So a grenade into a kick. Very good kick. This is precisely the kind of speed you're looking for here. And you're gonna go back over into this building and hitting the last trigger for this fight sequence here. That's gonna spawn in all the grunts and all of the enemies and such.
Oh, there was still a guy over there. Oopsie.
Now we just have to clear out this whole area of all the enemies, and then we can continue.
Get back here. Okay.
Oh my god, he's going the distance.
He was going, dare I say, gone.
Will to live too strong. Sorry, Vane, you said after this clear out is the end of the level?
Not quite. We do have one more fight after this. Cool. And that will be the end of Beacon 3. Yeah. There's just one guy. Oh my god.
Who the heck? What?
Who is this diva out here?
Who is this? Oh my god, okay, that was actually is this bozo?
That was really funny. So yeah, you can listen for a specific audio cue there to know that you are done with the fight. Is that kind of boom sound effect and the music ending, and now we gotta rush all the way up here, just kind of spamming jump through these walls to replace the module up here.
Well, there's one last thing before we can replace the module. Oh, there's normally supposed to be a helmet there. Oh, okay. I fell during the scary jump. That's the scary jump.
Scary jump is quite scary.
It's called the scary jump for a reason. I mean, just, you know. There we go. All right.
Work.
That works. All right.
There you have that.
That's like the whole brunt of Beacon 3 right there. We've switched the modules out.
That's the meat and potatoes of it. Very difficult level.
One last fight to do, a little fight against Richter, who's the boss of this level.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh, thank you, BT. Oh my god.
Thank you, Oomphy.
How chivalrous.
Nice little thumbs up.
The thumbs up is very cute.
Love it.
He's a diva.
All right, so making our way back over, we're gonna be rudely interrupted. Switching over to Ronin here. So I was talking about earlier when we grabbed it, is that it's very good for combat. Like Ronin and Scorch are kind of your main combat kits for the run. We have these Reapers here, all drop down. Got 1 and 2. We're gonna look over to manip these next wave of Reapers to spawn over here, and we're gonna take all 3 of these guys out as well. Like so. And we're gonna make it back over and once again do some more spawn manipping for the next wave of enemies here to get them to land exactly where we want them to land. We're gonna switch to Scorch and set up some flame traps, and we're just gonna burn them all.
Do a little flame trap dupe there. That's what it's called whenever we look up while activating a flame trap. And it duplicates the number of times that it activates and just does wild amounts of damage.
1 million billion damage. I don't know why we don't just shoot this guy while he's like
he's invincible.
Or whatever, but
the game has coded him as invincible in this cutscene.
We just gotta let him aura farm, I guess. And slash him once. We're gonna get our core, and the Ronin core is quite sick. You just get a big sword. You can just slash at him a few times, and then it just finish him off with whatever. And then he's gonna explode, and we're gonna do a little clip called Elmo clip that'll get us back into the room a little.
Thank you, Elmo.
Gonna do some disembarking and re-embarking, and BT will just teleport where he needs to be as early as possible. Ooh.
That's kind of really bad. There are 2 helmets left over that we need to go get. That may not be there because of the safety save, but we still want to go to collect them. And we left those for this section because it's just a big cutscene.
Yeah, the end of this segment is routed pretty tightly.
Oh my god, please. Okay, this is going to be really tight.
Yeah, there's one last helmet in this room we were kind of above earlier. We have to activate with the arc tool.
No. Okay, this is the some helmets run now, unfortunately.
It's some helmets, yeah.
Most of the helmets. 47 helmets.
Hey, I am a sucker for starting new categories. We'll spread it, we'll get the word out.
Right. So,
I'm a known aficionado of 47 helmets.
47 helmets world record incoming?
Whoa.
Hey, who knows?
Gaming. Yeah, that section is super tight on the dialogue. You have to be like near perfect to be able to make that.
Yeah, when we do Elmo clip, we get moon boots again. So we don't have to worry as much in that section. Without moon boots, it's really, really, really difficult. With moon boots, it's fine. It's still a little wonky sometimes. Like when I stub my toe on the rock.
As we've established, the rocks in this game have hands, so...
They absolutely have hands. That'll do it for the beacon.
Yeah, before we start our next level, it's now a good time to take our break.
It is a lovely time to take our break.
Amazing. Gamers, it is the year 2025, and so we are taking care of our hands, which means for long runs on the Hotfix, we like to take a short break in the middle. So we are going to take a quick break. Please stretch, get some water, pet a small animal near you if that is an option, and we will be back momentarily with more Titanfall 2. Welcome back, everyone, to the Fatales SGDQ Preview Showcase, and we are going to waste no time as we get back into the thrilling conclusion of not just our event, but the brand new 47 Helmets run by Sapphire and Pink. Sap, take it away.
It's not the run I submitted, but by God, is it the run I'm running? So, well, yeah, let's just get right into Trial by Fire.
So we are into the last 3 levels of the run here, and it doesn't sound like a lot, but these last 3 are quite the doozy.
They're all intense. In different ways, I will say. Trial by Fire is very much like... It starts off with like a lot of like really big Titan fights, and it ends off with navigating through sections you're meant to be navigating through as a Titan, but as a pilot. Kind of like what we saw earlier, but this time it's like to the extreme.
Yeah. So off the rip, switching to Ronin here, because when you block with Ronin, you get a nice little sword, and also more importantly, this Ghost Dash here that just kind of lets you phase through some things and kind of get onto the battlefield here. We are gonna do something incredibly dangerous looking. We're gonna get out real quick and get right back in, and because with how core building kind of works with taking damage, you just get your core instantly, and with that we're going to be doing a little glitch here called Encore, where we switch over to Brute and then back to Scorch, or I forget the exact order.
It's Brute to Scorch, yeah.
Yeah, Brute to Scorch. And ideally there, we do get we get infinite rockets here.
Yeah, we get the Brute's version of the flight core with all of the abilities of Scorch. So we get a lot of like the AoE denial, like Scorch's flame traps and Scorch's flame walls, while getting a lot of like really high damage through the rockets of the salvo core, or the flight core.
Literally just infinite rockets. It's such an awesome glitch.
We got Komalai, which means we get to go. Which means we get to do more things.
Just continue kind of trucking along here. Into
So
the
we're gonna
main
trigger
area.
the
So
Scorch here, and then we're gonna get up to this first helmet right here. Grab my favorite gun in the game, the Thunderbolt.
yes, the thingy-mabob.
The thingy-mabob.
It looks so goofy. The first time I saw it, the first time I actually saw this weapon, I was watching Saf just like play it, and when I glanced over, I literally just thought it was like an unloaded weapon model. It's just a block. Yeah,
It's just a block.
We're escorting Sarah here, so we had to make sure that she was indeed following us. Then once we clear out some enemies there, we can get out of the Titan a bit and move along faster here on the outside here to avoid a trigger that spawns some more Titans in that we would normally have to clear out, but of course we're skipping the trigger, so we can just go right past.
Just Nyum.
Let's go Nyum.
We literally just go Nyum. This is the evil helmet. This is the worst helmet in the game. Why is it the worst in the game, you ask? You see all this over here? What's the point? What's the point?
It's just there. They just built this.
Like, what's the point? Dare I say it again? What's the point?
What is the point?
Okay.
Will that
I think
be a
for
quiz question?
Safety, honestly, yeah, it is going to be a quiz question. For safety, I'm not going to go for a strat called Hanapit here. We can flight core and get BT stuck in this elevator, but there's a much safer option which gives us a little checkpoint up here.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna right here, get out, BT gets stuck.
Yeah.
If we get a checkpoint, that's cool. If not, I just have a safety save because if you die in Trial by Fire, if you die in Lone Wolf, you go back all the way to the Titan fight.
Yeah, so we're getting BT stuck because if we don't get him stuck while we're leaving him, he'll just kind of go and do whatever and we'll almost definitely die. But this is one of the more riskier parts of pilot movement in the game because you just have to weave between all of these Titans here.
There's also the origin of friend boosting this level.
Yeah, there's a lot of friend boosting potential here.
Yeah, which is why you see me not cloaking. Everyone else will cloak here, and I tell you, no, it's funny to not cloak.
If you're pure of heart, you can make it through.
If you're pure of heart, if you're pure of heart, sometimes you rodeo and sometimes you need to cloak anyways. That's
sometimes
scarier.
that happens. No amount of purity in your heart can prevent things like that just happening sometimes.
See, because
we made it out to the end.
Titans all want to one-shot you. They have big guns that are scary and are designed to hurt.
They have guns that are bigger than you. That do indeed hurt. Yeah, just getting to the end trigger here. And that is Trial by Fire.
Yeah. It's a fun little trigger coded into the game because that section of Trial by Fire is really ugly. And so it's a trigger that's designed to end the level really fast because it's ugly.
You're so right. All right, here we're gonna do another exit and enter to get the Titan loadout that we are Titan loadouts multiple that we are gonna be using later on that we end up skipping. Same old song and dance.
We're gonna see that later. We're gonna see that helmet later.
It's a surprise tool that'll help us later.
So this is all just like we're just kind of hanging out over here. We're chasing after the IMC Draconis, which has the Arc on board. You might have seen that earlier in Effect and Cause 3. We're going. We're getting it. We're human. We're zooming.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely positive this time that nothing will go wrong. I think we are just gonna
I'm worried
be on
that you
route
said
to the
that
Draconis. We're gonna be fine.
Yeah, not for nothing, Vane. Like, 2 out of 3 times you said lore drop, it has been immediately followed by some major character dying.
Listen, you gotta just trust me this time.
Okay.
You gotta just believe in it.
Okay, I'll believe. I'll humor you.
Oh heavens.
Oh, who's this? Friend-shaped for sure, correct?
Friend-shaped, yes. This is friend. Those are friendship missiles.
I can't believe you would lie to me like this.
I don't remember this happening. I got scared when I hadn't actually seen someone jump out before that scripted sequence
yeah,
before.
you can just jump out.
I got a little scared for like half a second. Okay, going into one of the most finicky skips of the game. Normally, we have this kind of sequence where we wait around for a little longer and then BT kind of tosses us over to the Malta. I want to be quiet for an audio cue, but we're going to get onto the 6-4 there, yeah. Few precise audio cues to set up that grenade boost onto the 6-4 ship here. The 6-4 can be a bit variable with how it comes in, so you really have to properly adapt, and then you can...
Ooh, okay. Nope. That was not good, as the kids say.
Quite not good. We're also standing on this wing here a little bit to, there's a fall timer or something with the stage, I forget
It's
exactly.
like a kill trigger on Barker's ship.
Yeah, and it rotating, it can make you just kind of go into it, but we're able to slide off of the 6-4 onto the Malta here. Snag.
Oh, please don't kill me.
There.
Okay.
Oh.
Sometimes that will kill you.
Yeah. Doing the first thing, Barker skip and then 6-4 skip there, makes this level very prone to some silliness. There's a few places you can just kind of like soft lock or just like kind of die randomly.
Yeah. There's crashes, there's getting crushed by mantling, by like sort of stumbling into a wall. One time I got a soft lock because a stalker got stumbled into the wall right here, and I could not progress the game.
This level, flying ship level, and you're skipping a sequence that is like very crucial to it. It opens the door to some not so fun silliness. Usually you'll be okay, but
I was gonna say unless draws comes down the 6-4 first, right? Yeah. I think if draws comes down the 6-4 first, he just kind of starts flying off into the distance and it soft locks.
A little silly.
This is the duct tape and glue level.
Very much so.
Hey, it's that surprise tool.
It's held together with shoestrings and...
It's the surprise tool.
Anyways, another big enemy clear section here. We're looking to get hopefully some fire stars or some arc grenades can work as well. Ideally, you do want fire stars to kind of cover the next wave of enemies that spawns in. But again, you can make whatever work. All about adapting. Because again, those drops are a bit random. Sometimes you just kind of get owned and you're just can never find quite the right spot where they drop. They are very little itty bitty little fire stars.
Those bozos getting staggered down there.
Yeah.
Oh, what the? Get away from me.
6-4 will kind of has their own rough set of enemies that they'll take care of, and you just kind of need to take care of the ones that they don't immediately take care of. That was a pretty decent clear.
I fell down too early. Oopsie, oopsie, oopsie.
Oh, oopsie.
Slight, dare I say, oopsie.
All three helmets.
All three helmets. Oh, okay. Hey, I guess they shot. Hey, I guess I'm not losing any time.
Yeah, that is just kind of a waiting section. I'm gonna breach open here. They were so ready for that to, like, they knew what was gonna happen and then they just still get kind of rolled. Like, I don't know. That's a little embarrassing. But now we're gonna take control of the Malta here and we're gonna steer it towards the Draconis.
Yeah, this is it's weird. This is a weird ship steer section. Because the level is so wonky from skipping like the fastball throw earlier. Oftentimes you can, I'm gonna wait actually really quick. Okay. Oftentimes you can just crash out of that ship steer, you can just fall and die. A bunch of crazy stuff can happen. I just wanted to wait and not say it, so that way when it happened, it wouldn't be my fault.
Yeah. And you want to sit back there as well, because if BT's hand kind of touches you, once again, you know, skipping the fastball throw, it kind of turns his hand into a evil crash your game kind of hand if it touches you. So you want to sit back and just wait for him to open up there. But here we have the Viper fight. We're gonna take care of him very quickly using kind of a double damage kind of exploit with the Ion kit here, and just kind of absolutely shred his health. He did get away a little bit. Using whatever kit you'd like, you can kind of just finish him off. Like so, and then switch to Ronin, use your core, and just take out these two Scorch Titans here.
No, what the? Whoa, hello. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. It was all tactical, so I don't have to do the mantle clip.
Yeah. So, another thing. If you are able to do that entire fight sequence very quickly, wouldn't you know it, the Arc doesn't like when you do something fast. So, we're gonna get kind of fastballed over to the Draconis, at least kind of. When we land on the ship, again, if you do the fight quick enough, you get kind of thrown into a weird, like, out of bounds-ish part. So you'll see, like, kind of some weird LSD trippy stuff going on, and you would normally, if you do it fast enough, have to do a weird clip back to get you back inbounds, but because of the silliness that happened, we don't actually have to worry about that. Again, it's all tactical. And getting the mantle clip back in is very finicky.
It's been weird. Biting me. That's why I was scared. I was like, part of me was like, man, I hope Viper is kind of mean to me.
I was gonna say I wouldn't have blamed you if you just like intentionally take Viper slow, just because, like, again, Arc silliness on a marathon is very scary to deal with. But yeah, that's pretty much all for the Arc, at least for the main gameplay segment of it. We have this kind of last section where we're gonna kind of trudge towards the Arc, the thingy-mabob, as previously mentioned.
Gonna tactically blow up the thingamabob. Yeah, this is all just a scripted cutscene. We're just kind of hanging out. Yeah. We don't really get to do much except for hold W whenever BT is like, please, my stubby little arms are too short.
Yeah, he got kind of owned by Viper, if you could not tell. We must grab the thingy-mabob with
the
our
fuzzy ball that is definitely kind and not radioactive at all.
Safe.
It is safe to touch the thingamabob.
Noting this down for later.
It will be on the quiz.
This will also be on the quiz, yes.
Yeah.
And then Perplui.
Throughout the game, you've probably seen me select dialogue options. This is the only point in the game where it is faster to select both of the dialogue options rather than select one or neither of them.
Yep.
So we just do a quick little mash there, and that's the end of Arc.
And BT is kind of using his life to protect yours.
That was one of the arcs of all time, dare I say.
Really? Didn't crash or anything. That's
just...
Yeah,
that was an arc.
Marathon. You hit Barker skip first try, like that'll do. But we are into the final level of the run, folks.
The fold weapon.
Have a big opening sequence with kind of the main villain here, Blisk, who's been kind of, at least in this run where we've been talking, kind of absent. But I mean, there's just too much to talk about with the gameplay of this game.
He's evil. He's nefarious. He runs a band of mercenaries called the Apex Predators. Oh, Apex, like Apex Legends? Whoa. That's the same guy. That's him.
That's the guy.
That's Blisk Apex Legends.
Oh, it's like meeting a celebrity.
Anyway, this is my way of saying, Blisk, I don't like you. Your successful game caused the lack of Titanfall 3 from Respawn.
Yeah.
So coming from a Hollow Knight fan to a Titanfall 2 fan, how does it feel just existing in the present day? Because maybe we're getting ours, so I'm rooting for you.
I'm rooting for you.
I mean, I think it recently got like super confirmed to be canceled. There was some stuff with that. Unfortunately,
it's unfortunate.
It was always kind of a maybe thing.
Yeah.
But very, very unfortunate. Yeah, we're getting kind of interrogated here.
At least we have this game.
At least we have Titanfall 2.
Titanfall 3 might, like, hypothetically, might not have even been as good.
You know what? Yeah, that's what
honest.
I think. Maybe I wouldn't even have liked
lost.
Titanfall 3. Actually, yeah. Maybe it sucks.
Like to take a peek into that alternate universe.
Bliss is gonna do a little twirl, and then he's just gonna drop into the ground there in the top corner. Yep, he just does that. Magician powers. I don't know. The power of dance. This is a flashing lights warning, by the way, just so everyone's aware. She's gonna shoot BT. It's gonna be really, it's really gonna flash the screen. So just look away, and I'll let you know when we're good. All right, we should be safe now. Yeah, it's a lot, that section.
Yeah. So we're almost ready to get started here with the fold weapon. This is probably, I mean, there's a lot of levels in this game I could say was one of my favorites, but this one specifically I really like just because of how much it tests as a runner. You do kind of have to be good at a little bit of everything to be able to be proficient in this level.
Yeah.
Whereas like some other levels kind of test more specific mechanics. It's got a bit of everything, and it's a really good closer level.
Yeah. There we just stepped into the fire to trigger BT's dialogue. Here's just a gun floating up through the ground.
Yeah. Just normal things.
Yeah, we step into the fire there. BT's like, oh no, don't pilot, don't die, please. And he rips out his face, and he's like, here, take my face. Inside is the SEER kit, which stands for Survive, Evade, Resist, and Escape kit. We're going to take that knife out, and we're going to put it into the place where there is already a knife, because we're playing on 110 FOV. And we're gonna grab the smart pistol and BT's data core. So the smart pistol is, I will say, it is an auto aim pistol. Would you believe me if I told you it's in the multiplayer?
Yeah, just for fun.
Just for funsies.
Anyways, those are the second and third times that you do see a super glide. Remember that one little thing from the very beginning of the game came back at the very end of the game. Yeah, we're just going to be moving through here. The jump kit takes a few seconds to come back online, so you do only have one jump for a few seconds there, but it comes back pretty quickly, so you don't have to worry too much. And now we're just kind of moving. A nice zipline skip there. Really tight hallway here. Really need to be able to tap strafe kind of well and keep your speed through those, through all the grunts as well, and like having to worry about like firing at them. Getting rid of the shields and whatnot. 60 through here is very nice.
Oh.
That doorway's evil.
So we're gonna grab the first helmet of hold up in here. We're just gonna jump up in that corner, grab that first helmet.
Bump launch.
Bring BT down, a little bump launch.
So BT is so good they made a second one.
This is actually the Titan that we called down in the gauntlet. What's his name? Like FS 1432 or something.
I think it said.
1401.
Something like that.
It's a string of numbers.
Yeah, but we put BT's data into him, so now it's just BT. He's back.
Hi BT, missed you BT, love you BT. Say it back BT. That's oomph.
That's oomphy. So this is another section where if you're a super gamer, you can do some crazy Titanless action, but that is not a trick for the faint of heart. It is perfectly fine to just kind of go through here, get your core. With the Ronin core, you do get much faster dash cooldowns, so you can just kind of spam dashes throughout here to go on to the next section.
Oh, let me up. Let me up. Thank you.
The rock geometry strikes again.
Yeah, wow.
The rock.
All right, and here normally you would have to clear out a bunch of Titans here, but they did not put collision at the top of the door.
So we can just hover up.
Silly. Yeah, you can just kind of go up like that.
Oh. We can just climb up this. We're gonna try and do a disembark boost. Okay, we didn't get the disembark boost. I don't know why. It is diabolical trying to get that. We're gonna grab that helmet.
All run detection. That's funky looking. Now we have this kind of scary hallway. You have a bunch of grunts and a bunch of stalkers at the end here with rocket launchers. If you're not pure of heart, they may or may not just launch one at you and just insta-kill you and ruin your day. But
you can actually also kill them and pick up their frag grenades and do frags through this section, which is incredibly hard.
Very. Yeah, that is the last helmet of the run. That was the 47th helmet.
That was the 47th helmet. That was it.
Now we are making a mad dash to the end. We have this Titan fight section where we're gonna fight kind of one of Blisk's little comrades here, Sloan.
Yeah, this is also the final boss fight of the game.
Yeah. So we're gonna switch off to Ronin. We're gonna hit her with an arc wave, some shots here, and then Brute use rockets here, and she's gonna spawn in this wave of enemies after she loses enough health. Gonna try and flame dupe to take them out very quickly. That'll do. That Brute might be mean. Looking in a specific area to spawn her in. Ooh. Yeah, she's using her core there. You do want it. She can't. There's multiple points through the fight where she can do that, and you want to try and avoid it as it does a lot of damage. Gonna take out those Reapers 1, 2, 3 with the sword core once again. Gonna spawn manip her once again.
Oh please! There we go. That's when you want her to core.
Yeah, you want her to core there. So she just kind of sits and does nothing in the duped traps. Right, there you go.
I think that last phase was a little too slow for pre-charge, but that's okay.
Yeah, if you do that phase quick enough, you're able to skip, I think like 10-second-ish second there.
Yeah, 9.1 seconds.
And using core right before interacting there, you'll have your gun where you're not supposed to.
Ooh, what devious things will we get up to?
You are not supposed to have your Legion minigun here. May or may not be doing something with this.
Blisk is about to be, he's like, oh, I'm gonna be so evil, I'm gonna be really villainous, have a monologue. No.
No.
Oh.
Goodbye.
You just delete him.
Apex Legends has been canceled.
Apex Legends is canceled. That saves like 30 seconds or something.
Yeah. That's what they're called.
Andy
really
shot. That's Andy shot. That was found off of a Reddit post made by someone named Shot Andy.
Shout out Shot Andy.
Discover that. Shout out to Shot Andy.
Speedrunners are magical. That's so
fun. They really are.
It's
awesome.
Community lore and in the trig itself. I love it here.
All right, so this is what getting pre-charge would skip here. This kind of big thingy-mabob has to charge up, and if you kill Sloan fast enough, it'll just kind of be charged up already.
Excuse you, it's the thingamabob injector?
Sorry, my apologies. The thingy-mabob injector.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, all of this, like, they're just like, oh, we have to stop this. This is gonna, like, you know, destroy worlds, yada yada. Briggs is like, I'm gonna come pick you up. In a second, you're gonna be baffled that she's coming to pick us up. And how did BT calculate all this? But who knows?
Just goated like that. Yeah, we're coming up on the last pilot section here. Time is gonna be coming up in around like maybe a minute-ish.
Yeah, just under.
Gonna get launched out. Protocol 3 is engaging.
BT!
Oomphy!
Oomphy!
07.
Genuinely, you know, like, in terms of FPS stories, I think there's a lot better. This one is certifiably not bad.
It's cute. It is fun. Yeah, we have all of this floating debris we have to go around. We're gonna try and hit a trigger a little early there. We're gonna try and go for something.
Oh, I flubbed it. I was accidentally holding crouch.
Yeah. If you're able to go fast enough there, you're able to get a nice little slant boost and just kind of launch through here, but no worries. We're going to be going through.
I got treed.
Oh, the evil tree.
The evil
time
tree.
is coming up once we lose control of the character here. Time.
GG. What a final set piece, too.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Super sick.
That was...
Well done.
Yeah, GG. Incredible run. Before we do the final salutations, how you feeling about your race?
Ooh.
You gonna take it home?
I would love to say that I'm gonna take it home, but I truly will not know until the day comes, you know?
All right. Well, friends in the chat, if you want to catch Sapphire and Pink racing Brian Otto in all helmets at SGDQ, that is going to be on Wednesday prime time, Wednesday, July 9th at about 7:30 p.m. Eastern. But in the meantime, please, both of you, let people know where you are on the internet and what you're up to.
Yeah. So I've been Sapphire and Pink. You can find me on Twitch at Sapphire and Pink, underscores between all the words. You can also find me at Blue Sky at the same tag, but it's just dashes instead. Like Quack mentioned, I have GDQ coming up in July, and I have a couple showcases I'm going to be on the Lady Arcaders Twitch stream later this month as well. Shoutouts Lady Arcaders. That's where I'll be, and I'll probably just be doing more Titanfall.
Let's go.
Gaming. I've been Vin. You can find me at twitch.tv/Vane_SR and on Blue Sky as VaneSR and without the underscore. Primarily, I've been playing a lot of Jet Set Radio Future if you are into that in a 3D graffiti platforming. Trying to stream it a bit, but I'm kind of bad at streaming. Kind of bad at hitting the button to start streaming specifically, but been doing a lot of that primarily. I kind of bounce around games occasionally. Yeah, that's about all I got.
Awesome. Thank you both so much for that incredible showcase. And with that, friends, we have made it to the end of the Fatales at SGDQ Preview Showcase. If you've seen any part of this, thank you so much. It has been an absolute treat to host and to showcase and uplift some of these incredible runs. Before I put Rattly here back into hibernation for another 6 months or so, I want to say thank you to all of the Frame Fatales community for supporting this showcase, as well as to the Frame Fatales leads for helping catalog and put on this showcase. If you are a woman or femme in any way that is meaningful to you, you can join the Frame Fatales Discord server by DMing the GDQ Instagram account, reaching out to @framefatales.com on Blue Sky, or shooting an email to framefatales@gamesdonequick.com. We would absolutely love to have you. Fatales is a community that means truly, truly so much to me. It has become such a wonderful part of my life over the past couple of years, and I think all of our runners would say the same thing. And please, check out SGDQ with all these fabulous Fatales and so many more runners besides when it hits your screens and Minneapolis in July from the 6th through the 13th. If you missed any of the action today, in just a moment, we're going to be replaying it from the start of the day from Luigi's Mansion, so that'll be a treat. As well, Hotfix continues, so you can tune in tomorrow starting at 7 p.m. Eastern for Game Over, followed by Think Fast. But in the meantime, keep yourself well. Thank you so much for watching.